Morning, everybody. Welcome to Thursday, the 19th of August. Could be Geronimo's last day on Earth. Yes, they've lost the latest court case, and so any time after 4:30, the poor thing's going to be either euthanised or shot or, as the papers politely put it, executed, which I thought was a little bit dramatic. But, yes, time has now run out. God knows what this woman's legal bills must be. They must be absolutely astronomical. You know, she's had some serious Queen's Counsel and stuff like that. The royal feud is reignited. Yes, the ghastly Harry and Meghan have criticised the Queen. I mean, really, if she's, she is, let's face it, she doesn't even talk to her own family. Now she's trying to make sure that Harry doesn't talk to his family. She's obviously got some sort of wish that, nobody should be happy in her presence, Miss Misery and Mr. Misery. Good news is Barbara Windsor's husband, Scott Mitchell, they called him a widow. I hate that term. I think it sounds so awful. As far as I'm concerned, she's still around, but he becomes an Alzheimer's ambassador, so well done, which is very good. The firefighter axed after a buffoon he called his boss a buffoon, and so they fired him. Anyway, took it to a tribunal, and he's been given 40 grand, obviously. So Geronimo the alpaca has been ordered to be euthanised after it twice tested positive, but the animal's owner claims the tests are inaccurate. Well, kind of tough, darling, you've lost. Again. Okay, so he's going to be destroyed. I don't know what, this is going to sound a really stupid thing to say, isn't it? But what do they do with them after they've sort of, killed the alpaca? No, please don't write it. I was thinking perhaps you could sort of have him stuffed and put in a museum, and they'd go, that was Geronimo. So he sort of lives on in people's memory. Because I've seen that at the Victoria and Albert Museum. They've got a few animals in there who were famous. And then they had them stuffed and put them in glass cabinets. And I think you could do the same with Geronimo. You could put him in a glass cabinet after he'd been stuffed. And there are loads of famous, including a horse in America. I can't remember which one it is, actually, but it's a very famous horse, it's something... Shergar. No. I don't think they ever found Shergar, did they? They didn't. No, in America, they used to have... I think it was Roy Rogers Trigger. Roy Rogers and Trigger is stuffed, because he was an iconic... And I should imagine if you hunt high and low, you'll probably find Lassie as well at the same time. But you could do that with Geronimo. That'd be a nice thing. And then people could go and visit and go, oh, that's what it looks like close up. There you go. There's Trigger, who is now immortalised. And it was a very famous horse. People get very attached to their horses, like people get attached to their dogs, and people get attached to all sorts of things. I was watching an old, I think it must have been an old one because he had hair, Bobby Cole Norris in The Only Way is Essex. Ghastly programme, seriously. Luckily, they've axed most of the cast now because they've contributed nothing. Just people sitting there going, he mugged me off, didn't he? Is not enough to make a programme. But apparently they're going to be shoving Bobby Cole Norris onto something which is going to be done on YouTube, I think. It's with The Sun. They seem quite excited by Bobby Cole Norris, who apparently his dream has always been to be a presenter. I know. I always dreamt of being 6'2", but that never happened either. The worst thing is that he's just a very, very dreary person. He's leaving. What, Towie? Oh, yes, he walked out. He had one of his Queenie strops and decided he didn't want to be there anymore. And he said it's a start of an exciting new chapter. I'll be getting all the gossip on set and hosting a studio show every week. Nobody will see it. He makes it sound like it's actually on proper television, but of course it isn't. But he then did tell us that he was a radio presenter. He does a double-headed podcast. It doesn't even bother talking about because it doesn't really get the audience. And to be honest with you, nobody bothers. But he lost his dog. His dog died, so we had some weepy thing with Chloe Sims and somebody else on the programme I'd never heard of. And we did the whole drama bit. And I thought, yeah, so there's a full camera crew going, OK, Bobby, can we do that again, babe? Oh, God, honestly, the sooner they close down, The Only Way is Essex, the happier we'll all be. Jelly Deals could be on the way out. If you're a fan of Jelly Deals, we're not. We decided, we took a vote, Joe and I, and we decided that we didn't really care about Jelly Deals. We didn't, I could eat the pie and mash. I could go that. But I wouldn't eat Jelly Deals if you force-fed me. I can't think of anything worse. It's chopped eels boiled in a spicy stock, then it cools and sets, forming a jelly. Blech. Horrible, isn't it? I'm so sorry. Apparently David Beckham likes that. You know, he thinks nothing better than going to his favourite jellied eel shop in the East End, you know, because he's such a huge megastar. And, I mean, eels were, I think, historically a cheap, nutritious and readily available food for the people of London. European eels were once so common in the Thames, nets were set up as far as London to catch them. Now they have them, and they have them alive, and then they just take them out and they chop them to pieces and then cook them. Not for me, I'm afraid. Not for me. It's just not. I'm looking at a picture of it. It looks like those things they have in fish and chip shops. Roll mop. Have you ever seen roll mop? Ugh! Looks even worse than jellied eels. Looks even more disgusting. But there will be people who enjoy eating it. Roll mop, as in roll. There you go. Doesn't that look disgusting? They're pickled herring fillets rolled into a cylindrical shape, often round a savoury filling. Ugh. No, thank you. Yeah, now we're going to stick to cod and chips. We've decided. Anyway, lovely day yesterday. Lovely day. Lovely day yesterday. I went out in the car, little pootle around, went to the post office, picked up, went to one of my favourite magic shops, Prop Dog, and bought a few little bits and pieces in there. Came back. Then I thought, I'll go shopping. So I went off shopping again. I was loving every minute of it, I tell you. And I did buy meatballs. But for some reason, I didn't end up eating them. I ended up eating... they do a thing in Waitrose, and it's smoked salmon strips round a mousse. You get about 6 pieces. It's really delicious. So I bought 3 of those. And it's not really posh, no. I mean, it would be, but smoked salmon is cheaper than fish fingers. Yeah. If you take out the coating out of a fish finger and work out how little fish you get in the middle, smoked salmon is much better value. Much better value. And better for you. And I can eat smoked salmon. Sometimes I can eat it just by itself, just with a fork, a little bit of mayonnaise on it, or failing that, sometimes I'll have it with egg mayonnaise. This is quite nice. But you can have it just by itself. And I have done it where I've steamed salmon fillets with Brussels sprouts and then put in a sauce over the top, and that's pretty cute as well. But I didn't have that yesterday. In fact, I didn't really have anything apart from this smoked salmon parcel thing. So today, meatballs, because it's Thursday. Yeah, love that. And then the sad news about Sean Locke. I mean, seriously, I wasn't knocked sideways, but I was only watching him the other day on the television. I kept thinking, you're really good. He appeared to be a natural comedian, you know, without the airs and graces that some of them have. And he was only 58. He leaves his wife, Anushka, and their 3 children. I mean, I hope... You know, I know it sounds really ridiculous, but I hope he left loads of money. I hope he made loads of money, and there's money sitting in the bank. Because some of these comics now make a fortune, but there's loads of them who don't make a fortune. But he actually should have done, because he'd been working for ages and ages. And I thought he was great. And everybody has said exactly the same. They've all come right out and said, yes, he was great. I mean, you're bound to get some sort of sad, lonely troll somewhere who thinks they're being very clever. But, there was a troll in the paper the other day, actually, who got prosecuted for writing to I think it was a celebrity or something like that. And unfortunately, they didn't realise that the celebrity was going to retaliate, and so went to the police, reported it as a hate crime. Police arrested the person. They were put up in court. They've now lost their job. Everything's fantastic, honestly. And it doesn't get any better, does it? It really doesn't. The protesters in Afghanistan, because I was wondering, actually, how do the Taliban make their money? They're druggies. They're druggies. That's what they do. They sell heroin. But so they're obviously stoned out of their minds most of the time. They certainly look like it, don't they? And the other day, we're going to be nicer to women. We're going to be nicer to women. And what did they do the other day? A woman dared to venture onto the streets of Kabul without her burqa on. They shot her dead. That's what they do. She was not wearing the burqa on the same day that they vow to honour women's rights. They're compulsive liars. I also couldn't find it. I did ask some friends of mine. In the Quran, does it say something about you must sell heroin? Or are they reading their own interpretation of it? Because we know they're compulsive liars. As we saw them sitting on the Dodgem cars the other day, it looked like a giant gay club for Taliban members. Oh, let's all drive the car round the track. And they went in the gymnasium. That was lovely. Fantastic. Johnny Depp's been allowed to sue Amber Heard, which is good. Oh, how much do they make selling their heroin? Because that's where most of it comes from. 100 to 400 million a year from opium. That's what they do. They're perverts. They're perverts, these people. Because what they're basically doing is supplying something that's killing people. So makes no difference whether they go out there and shoot. I mean, they just don't have. This was in a little village. This woman was shot dead for going out without her burqa on. 60% of their funding comes from narcotics. Oh, I'm sure it says that in the Quran. No, it's their own interpretation. That's the big problem. I like the driver who appealed a fine for a parking offence. He parked on royal land, and he parked on a little path. Obviously really stupid. So he gets a £40 ticket, which actually I thought was quite reasonable. And anyway, he decides to take it to court. I'm going to fight this, he goes, having a bit of a strop. Anyway, they've now not doubled it, 10 times the amount of it. So as opposed to finding £40, he's got to find £470. That's good, isn't it? I like that idea. Also, the former Corrie actor Bruce Jones. He was on a programme they did not a short while ago, probably a few years ago, and it was about people who it was a case of they had him on a programme where he had to go and sign on because he wasn't working, because he had sort of, let's just call them issues. And so anyway, he's now charging a tenner for a Q&A session in a pub, and they throw in a hot pot as well. So they can't be making much money out of that, can they? What's he going to get in a pub? 50 people? 250 quid. It's not hardly worth bothering, honestly. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, on the smoked salmon discussion, I highly recommend smoked salmon, squeezed lemon and black pepper, thin slivers of onion and horseradish, says Nicky. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Talking of fish, anchovies on a pizza? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, cheese and pineapple. Cheese and pineapple, and, or failing that, just a genuine Italian proper pizza, which has got bits of basil or whatever they call leaves on it, and yeah, some margherita. But they should cook in about 2 minutes maximum. You know, most people shove them in the oven and you wait forever, or in these cheap shops that they have all over the place, the places that just sell pizza. It's not even proper cheese. It's processed cheese that they're putting on them. You know, if you think it's proper cheese, think again. It really isn't. But definitely not anchovies on a pizza. Definitely not anchovies. No, I mean, just something sort of fairly basic. Bit of the old ketchup round there. And thin. You don't want, a thick crust with all the rest of it in there. This is very westernised. Very westernised. You see, Mary Berry got into trouble the other day. She had the audacity to write a book about Chinese cooking. And somebody said, it's not your place to write something like that. These people who stick their beaks in everywhere, they really are. Talk about woke. Have you ever had stew for dinner? No. Why would I? Do I sound common? Oh, honestly, I really need to change my my voice, I think. 4:15. We found our first thick person this morning. It doesn't take long, does it? Normally, they sort of think, a bit like that. And this one says, the Taliban don't sell drugs. It was the Mujahideen. Sadly, you're a bit thick and stupid, aren't you? Absolutely. That's what their main source of income is. 60% of their funding comes from narcotics. I mean, I can't help if you're dim. That's your problem, isn't it, really? Fancy being that thick. I'm hoping that you're sort of, perhaps still at school and you haven't got round to talking about the Taliban, but I suspect you might be sort of one of those lonely, tragic people sitting there staring through your dirty net curtains with a cup of filthy tea in one hand and sort of complaining about the neighbours. Boris Johnson backs his handling of the Afghanistan crisis. We're still trying to get people out as fast as possible. What was the other one that we had? Oh, the I'm a Celeb Castle might not be repaired in time for the new series. Oh, thank God for that. We couldn't be that lucky, could we, really? Christine McGuinness is going to write about her marriage. She's going to do a book. What for? I've got no idea. No idea. She apparently got really fed up with just being known as What's-Its wife. Every time she went to a red carpet event, because she obviously thinks she's a star or something. And not very exciting at all. And also the Working Men's Club, who are celebrating, they put a phone mast up and they got charged for it. It was through mobiles and all the rest of it. So they overpaid the phone bill for this mast, and they finally admitted that it's a mistake. They've just been refunded £86,000. Wish I'd just been refunded £86,000. That'd be nice. Curtain up on Cinderella. Andrew Lloyd Webber, delighted. What was the other one? Moulin Rouge opening again very shortly. I knew girl dancers who went there. I wonder if the woke community would say the same thing to Ken Hom if he wrote a book about roast dinners. To be honest with you, I don't think you can actually write a whole book on a roast dinner. Can't be that complicated, can it? But also, why not? These woke people, they're really a little bit tragic. They need to get their lives in order. You probably find they're also the same ones protesting about the putting down of Geronimo. Did you know, and I'll tell you this as a fact now, that if bovine tuberculosis sweeps through Gloucestershire, which it's starting to, it will decimate farms. How much do we spend every year to try and keep it in check? £100 million a year. And then these buffoons standing there, oh, we want to save the alpaca, we want to save the alpaca. And I'm thinking, go and see the farmers going, get off my land, you carrier. All these people going round there. 100 million a year we spend making sure that farms are safe, but it's started to creep back in again. And it's due to things like this. You know, that's why when I saw a few celebrities, I'm thinking, I tell you what, do you want to go and explain to all the farmers whose farms could be decimated? Animals would have to be put down if bovine tuberculosis starts sweeping through the country again. It literally will kill everything. Kill everything. And these people go, oh, we've got to save the alpaca. Not if it's riddled with bovine tuberculosis. We don't. Thank you very much indeed. The cycle lane, pictured in all the papers today because it's a good photo opportunity. It's bigger than the road. The cycle lane's about 11.5 feet, and the road I think was 9. One of the lanes there, which is good. And then one of the Prince Andrew's daughters. There's only 2. We don't know really what they do for a living. I don't think they do anything really. They might one works in something and one works in something, but nobody's ever seen them there. And one of them said that dyslexia is a gift. And if her daughter turns out to be dyslexia or the new baby, she'll be delighted. It's a gift. And so Rebecca Wilcox, a TV presenter, said, no, it's not. It's absolutely not. But there again, you can't expect Prince Andrew's daughters to be intelligent, can you? Which luckily they don't appear to be. They don't appear to be. Steve, I'm not a prude, says Sidcup Julie, but I watched Naked Attraction for the first time. I saw one last night. I mean, honestly, there was one man, and they said, I'm always watching because it just pops up on the television. And one of the men, they said, you know, if you had to like one thing about your body, what would it be? And if you had to dislike something about your body, what would it be? And he said, I dislike my willy because it's not very big. And I remember thinking, I work with people like that. And it's interesting because not one of them would actually get up on the television and do it. And then the camera honed in on his little tiny, teeny, I mean, seriously, I had more when I was 12. And it was a case of, why would you say that on television? Because he worked, what did he work as? He worked as, I remember thinking, the people you work with are going to be going, oh my God, or people who see you in a bar and they'll go, I mean, if you've got a really small little teeny tiny downstairs, you know, why would you go on a show and stand there stark naked? And then they always get the 2 boys out at the end, or the 2 girls, and they go, so looking at each other's bodies, which bit do you like? And you think, oh, sorry, is this all of a sudden a gay programme now? Why would straight blokes, they do have gay couples, but these are straight blokes. Why would they be looking at somebody else's body going, oh, well, actually, that's fairly impressive, and he's got, I don't think, what? Perhaps they all walk out the door and turn into Marys. I don't know. I've got no idea. But I have seen the programme on a few occasions. It does seem to attract the exhibitionists. But you mustn't watch it ever again. I love it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Talk about meatballs. If you eat too many, you won't be able to fit into the boot of your car, says Chris. I don't want to fit into the boot of my car. Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to do that? And on one of those border force programmes, there was a woman, she was boasting how she'd shot a bear and was now taking it home. Turned out the bear was a protected species. Yes, I mean, some of them are protected, some of them are not protected. And so they have to check what it is. John says, I didn't know about Sean Locke. Started off in a double act with Bill Bailey called The Rubber Bishops. That I didn't know. I thought he was great. You know, I thought he was absolutely great. 0421, I think we'll... there you go. Somebody else talking about meatballs, which was lovely. And, yes, really, really thick. Really thick you are. It's not your fault, of course. You can't help being thick. I mean, it's something you kind of inherit, isn't it, really? On the smoked salmon front, I've got no end of people who love smoked salmon. And in fact, I have had it. I sort of went off it a little bit. I was going to have steak yesterday, and then I sort of looked at the steak. I don't know, perhaps I'll kind of leave it. They always ask you, if you go to Waitrose, they always sort of want to know various things. They always know, you know, they want to know whether or not you're in the car park or whether or not you've got a Waitrose card. And, of course, I don't have any of these cards. I know loads of people do. Tony says, with winter not far away, perhaps the woman could make a nice coat out of Geronimo. No, my idea was definitely better. My idea was definitely better. So that's the way that it goes. I think we have it stuffed and put in a museum. And then people who were a fan of Geronimo, how you can be a fan of an animal that's not yours, I've got no idea. But then they can go and look at him and go, that's Geronimo. He becomes famous, through, sort of like Trigger and all the other ones. Difference is Trigger died of natural causes, and Geronimo is going to be put to SLEEP. Of course, the funny thing is he doesn't know anything about it. But this woman's going to obstruct the people who turn up. But I'm telling you now, darling, they'll turn up with the police. If you make any attempt to stop them carrying out what the High Court has decreed will be happening, you will be placed on arrest, and you will be taken and you will be charged. So life could not be looking particularly good at all. You said sometime you could get in the boot of your car. Yeah, well, don't do it as a hobby. What are you, dumb or something? God, where do they get these people from? Is there a club that's closed or something and they've all wandered out into the street? Dear me, honestly. Kevin in Luton says, I've been trying to watch the GB News channel last couple of weeks. Oh, it's you, is it? Oh, blimey, we found the viewer. He says, so if LBC went onto the TV, do you think it would work? It is on the TV. You can find it. It's not difficult. It's online. I mean, have you not heard of these things? Why would you want to watch GB News? Goodness sake, honestly. Hemorrhaging people left, right and centre. Somebody else says, you said sometime, oh yeah, that's the other one who were talking about the boot of the car. And then somebody else was asking about pizzas. I haven't had a pizza for ages. I haven't had a pizza for a long, long time. I do quite like them, but they've got to be thin, and and there's a good place down here called MOD, but I'm not even sure if they're open again now. It's a bit difficult. Do you think they're open? But they did, when they first opened, we all got free pizzas, and they were delivering them to the door, and they were lovely. They were really nice, thin pizzas, but they cook fast. And so if ever you have a party and you hire around somebody who comes around with a pizza oven on wheels, they literally cook these things really fast. So they've got bits of feta on or something like that. And they look really delicious and healthy. Not the rubbish that we have. They're wood-fired oven. We had a hog roast at Arthur. Yeah, they have to start that first thing in the morning. And so if you're having a party in the evening, then it'll be just about ready. And that was quite nice. You get a whole pig. And it turns round on the spit. I quite liked it. But actually, I don't even eat pork anymore now. Yes, I've had sausages, but I mean, it's not quite the same, is it? Only little. I nearly had, what did I have the other day? Oh, I had a bacon roll from McDonald's. I know, it wasn't very exciting. It's the roll bit that's a bit naff. It's not, most of their things. I mean, really, I should get a McMuffin. Yeah, but I do have now, because now it's my pride and joy to go in there and go, can I have a double sausage McMuffin? No egg. No. And they all seem to have understood it, because somebody wrote to me and said, you should ask Steve, because they will actually cook it. It's just the roll that's awful. It's sort of like an aerated bag of wind. It's not very exciting at all. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We weave everything in on the programme. Why? Because we LOVE you. We're that kind of we're like the Disney Club. Did you remember seeing them? MICKEYMOUSE, Mickey. You could have literally strangled half these children on the programme. STEVEALLEN. I used to love it. The Disney Club was really good, actually. These sort of over-enthusiastic American kids who can appear to turn it on. Brittany and Justin, of course, were in the Disney Club. But it was the MICKEYMOUSE, Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse. Whereas we didn't have anything like that when we were little. We didn't have that to play with. Just had a cat. And you know what cats are like? They just sleep. That's all they do is sleep. I love it. Happy birthday to Matthew Perry and Claire Waite Keller. Go on, I defy anybody to know who she is. You won't know who she is. You wait till you hear. Claire Waite Keller. She's, I think she could be from Welsh Wales. Yes, she had the dubious task of making Meghan's wedding dress. What a disaster that turned out to be. The wedding where none of her family were there. She had to be walked down the aisle by Prince Charles. If only he'd known what a bitch she was going to turn out to be. He wouldn't have walked her down. They're not, especially now, they've actually criticised the Queen openly in a book. She's been criticised, and it's just not good enough. So have you had a barbecue this year? I never have barbecues. Never had barbecues. Don't do barbecues. And Kirsty says, but any advice how to get rid of a sty? You get a little tube of stuff which you go and get in the chemist. I can't. Yeah, you don't waste time with the doctor. You stupid. God, blimey, the doctors are stretched out. Somebody goes in and got a sty. Well, go to the chemist. What do you think chemists do nowadays? Scott said, is your pet goldfish still alive? I've never had a pet goldfish in my entire life. I don't know what you're listening to. Paul says, don't talk about snakes, spiders and rats today. Well, snakes, because in fact, you can tie them all in together. Snakes eat the rats, and the spiders just go into your ear, and then they lay eggs, and then all the little spiders come out. That's how it works. Yeah, sleep well. Make sure your windows are closed, because you know that spiders can climb in under windows. And if you've got a thatched place, what lives in the thatch? Every insect under the sun. One of my brother's daughters said she would never, ever have a thatched place. Lovely though they look, they harbour hundreds and thousands of spiders. That's what they like. And at this time of year, because the weather has now turned, you can see all the spiders' webs. They're out there, underneath your lights, underneath all sorts of bits and pieces, because spiders eat everything. Everything. I mean, you've got to be so good. Do not go. And sometimes, you water the baskets, and then all of a sudden you get a bit of web caught up in your hair. And I remember sitting in the car once coming in a couple of years back, and there was a spider, and all of a sudden it walked down the front of my shirt. I nearly died. Somebody says, don't kill spiders. It's unlucky. Yeah, it's unlucky for them. No, I'm sorry. Spiders have to go. I amuse myself with spiders. I told you before, if you've got a spider's web, and you can go outside and see them at this time of the morning, because with the lights on, this is what attracts the little insects. Get a little bit of paper, little tiny bit, screw it up into a little ball and throw it onto the spider's web. The spider will shoot down, pick it up, work out that it's not edible and not worth saving, and kick it off the web. It's the most unbelievable thing. Unbelievable. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Barbara says, how do you cope with spiders in the home? They're not allowed in. There's a sign on the door. Spiders, turn around here, Barbara. But I have used to suck them up with the vacuum cleaner, which is very good. There's a very strict entry policy, which I like. And somebody says, my mother used to rub a gold ring on a sty. She swore by it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you get them from. I mean, I remember having one some years ago when I had conjunctivitis, but that was like donkey's years ago. It's like I've said to you before, people get headaches. I haven't had a headache in years. Absolutely years and years. And some people seem to get them on a regular basis, but I don't get anything like that. And good idea, says Conrad, about Geronimo regarding a museum. I think it's brilliant. That would be really useful for all the people, and then the kids could go there, and then they'd understand, and then you could see the thing there. I mean, that's brilliant. Love it. Oh, incidentally, thank you so much. I saw a picture of the spike the other day. Oh, goodness me, honest, huge. And another one here, which says, I've just had lunch. Shane's in Sydney, by the way. That's why. Well, you can't go anywhere. He said he had steak and chips. I like steak and chips. I'm very much into that. Would the people trying to save the alpaca donate money to the farming industry? Of course they wouldn't, Desiree. Of course they wouldn't. They don't look as though they've got threepence to rub together. They really don't. They're the sort of people who say, you've got to feed the pigeons. We get people feeding them in Leicester Square. Like, pigeons eat everything on the pavement. And I believe me, every single thing that is on the pavement. Not just the food. Which is dreadful. A lot of people actually talking about. A vegan meant to say, so wouldn't kill any living thing, says Jeanette, up the Hoover. Well, you wouldn't kill. What is that? How it works? If you're a vegan, you wouldn't kill anything at all. And the only thing I've heard of people who don't kill anything are these monks in a certain part of the world, and they would not even tread on an ant. They go before them with a brush and things like that. Some people are like that. Unfortunately, in this country, I'm the grown-up, I'm the adult male, I'm the alpha male. What I say goes. Okay? Simple as that, which is very good. I'm an alpha male. But yeah, I've never heard of anybody saying spiders killed are unlucky. I mean, I've never heard of that one before. But just on the way to Spitalfields, Vintage Market, got all my wares in the back of my Hub or Vincent's London Taxi, in a little corner for me. That's so much stuff, said Jeanette. I quite like that. You see, this is the best time of the morning. This is the best time of the morning. It's absolutely the best time of the morning because you can get up now. The roads are 90% empty. And it's lovely. So if you're going to set up, provided there's somewhere there who's cooking breakfast now and you can get a bacon roll and a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, then it's absolutely perfect. In the papers, the ghastly Harry and Meghan, the new storm over the Queen's recollections. They've criticised her now because she didn't do anything about the so-called racism. Well, I don't know who's advising you, Harry, but you need to take control of this marriage because you're losing it big time, mate. Losing it big time. Nobody wants you back here. We don't. And you're going only a short while ago. Oh, I think I'll go there and interview the Queen for my Invictus Games. Stay away. Do us all a favour. Stay away. You couldn't take Prince Andrew and his ghastly ex-wife and the 2 kids, could you, at the same time? Perhaps you can put them up in your house. Find something for him. Ed Sheeran's finally bought a mobile phone. How many years has he not had a mobile? 4. 4 years he's never had a mobile. He's got a basic Nokia so he could assure NHS Test and Trace he was in quarantine after foreign trips. Cost him 60 quid. He's got about 220 million. And that's quite nice. Also, rain all over the place, I'm afraid. Could I live without my phone? No. You know why? Because everybody's number is in here. I mean, luckily it's all backed up, so I don't need to worry. And I do keep, because I buy my mobiles. So, if they cost £1,000, I buy them. This one I've had for quite a few years. I just do the updates on it. And I've saved all the other ones. So I've got about 6 or 7 at home. And so if this one gives up, I just charge one up, collect it up to the computer, and it will download from the iCloud all my telephone numbers. Because I seriously, I couldn't do it. I wouldn't know anybody's phone numbers. Before you had a little phone book, you wrote the numbers in, but not anymore. And photos as well. I've got loads of my friend Jordan has got so many photos on his phone. I mean, he takes photos of everything. And you can put them on the iCloud as well. Everything. So much easier. I don't know if that works for everybody else's phone. Does that work for... Oh, it does? Oh, right. Is the iCloud not specific to Apple? It's... Oh, just iPhone. That's what I mean. So if you go and buy a Nokia... No, you can't. I did actually drop my phone in the toilet once. That was a bit ridiculous. You've got 12,000 photos? But that doesn't bear examining by the police. 12,000 photos. Good Lord. I don't think I've got anything like that. 12. I did have a friend of mine once. I always said, how many photos have you got? He went 2. And it was 2. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. Guru are what guru eat. If you want to eat healthy, people sort of, say, what do you eat? But everybody's different. Look what poor old Victoria Beckham eats. Nothing. Air, dust. And I never quite understand when they go, look how unhealthy she looks. She's stick thin. Stick thin, I should imagine. When she climbs into bed with Dave, it must be like sleeping with a deck chair. I mean, seriously, she is painfully thin. Painfully thin. Rod Liddell today, talking about Londoners who get more and more humourless as the days go by. He says, I don't know what's wrong with them. They could take offence at a grain of sand. There's a fish and chip shop in Greenwich called Jack the Chipper. OK? It's being boycotted by snooty locals. That's because they say it glorifies Jack the Ripper, the notorious murderer of women in the 19th century. No, it doesn't, says Rod Liddell. It's just a joke, a play on words. I saw a fish and chip shop once called, Food by the Codfather, and sort of things like that. He said, it's a joke. What's wrong with these people? Can you imagine a night out with them? No, they don't go out. They sit there trying to find things to complain about, and Jack the Chipper would be the one. There's also a barber's around there called Jack the Clipper. Same sort of thing. It's and these people are sad, very lonely, very, very lonely people. It's a shame, really. Although he does support Geronimo's owner, Helen MacDonald, who needs help to continue her legal fight, which is costly. Well, she decided. I don't think we should be contributing to that one anytime soon. Thank you very much indeed. Why don't you give the money to the farmers whose herds of cattle have been struck down by bovine tuberculosis? I reckon that by the time we get to the 5 o'clock news this evening or the 10 o'clock news, Geronimo will be no more. I can't see them. Why would you want to prolong it? Because you know what's happened? Now she's lost that case. She might take it away and secrete it somewhere. Although where you hide an alpaca, I've got no idea. Not like you stick it in the boot of your car, is it really? Which is... I would. Oh, well, I would if I had room in the boot of my car, but luckily it's so full of things. I told you I found a pair of shoes there the other day. I'm wearing them now. They're really nice. Very nice. Wally the Walrus has boarded an empty boat. I mean, these things weigh a ton. This is in Cavan in County Cork. And he decided that that's where he wanted to sit, so he climbed on board it. I mean, it makes you wonder how they actually climb on there, really. Steve, for the second time in a row, I knocked up your mince, cheese, beans and cream dish. Single cream, says Reggie. Oh, it's delicious. This is just, you get some mince, which is fairly inexpensive. Fry it off in a frying pan. Go for the only 5% fat, because you don't want to do, because you're going to be adding bits and pieces. You do that, then you add a tin of baked beans, which is lovely. You can probably do the sugar-free ones if you're really worried about that, but I mean, who cares? And then when that's finished, you leave it in there and it's lovely and it starts looking a bit sort of gungy and messy. That's the time it's going to taste best. Take it out, put it on your plate, put grated cheese over the top of it, and then put some single cream, just drizzle. I mean, baked beans are one of your 5 a day, provided you only eat 5 beans, I suppose. But yeah, and then just drizzle cream around it. It's delicious. It is. I know you look at me with horror, going, we can't recommend this to people, but I'm telling you, it was, yes, outright disgust. Steve Allen giving out advice on what to eat. Listen, serves me very well. Here's me bouncy at the age of over 50. Just about. Yoghurt may not be the healthy option. Well, we know that. It's full of sugars. Full of sugars. It's the way it goes. And a golfer, 2 golfing pals got holes in one in consecutive shots on the same hole, beating odds of 17 million to 1. Well, so they say. What proof have we got? If it was filmed, then I would understand it. And a wood turner, somebody who works with wood, was threatened with a lawsuit for listening to the Beatles in his workshop. Andy Coates films his techniques on Twitter, but the Fab Four could be heard in the background. Twitter alleged a copyright breach and demanded their removal. Oh, can you not put... How does that work? You can't have music on Twitter. Very well protected. Oh, right. Andy says it seems Twitter has a sniffer algorithm that searches out who's listening. Yeah, well, I should imagine so. So you can't rebroadcast somebody's music, can you? I remember the Performing Rights Society they had a blitz in around our area years ago, checking all the shops who had a radio playing in the background. It's all right if only you can hear it. If customers can hear it, you're rebroadcasting and you'll pay for it. And they literally threatened people with all sorts of things, and so they all coughed up, as indeed they should have done. What was the other one that I quite like? I still like that £10 Q&A with Les Battersby. Apparently a spokesman for the pub said it'll be a unique evening of anecdotes, comedy and song. So he's charging 10 quid. Then they say Towie failure Gemma Collins charges 15,000 for public appearances. Yeah, but she hasn't had any. That's the trouble. She might as well have said, she charges £1 million. Who'd want to go and watch her? God in heaven, you must be really desperate. And she charges 15 grand. I think not, darling. I think not. Just a load of old hooey. 14 minutes to 5.
There's a monstrous load of ghoulish goodies for £1 and under at Asda this Halloween. Our medium pumpkins are an unearthly £1. Our toffee apples a freakish 75p each. Our Halloween bunting a spellbinding £1. Get into the spooky spirit. That's Halloween done fright. Asda. That's more like it. Selected Asda stores and 9, subject to availability.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Cookery Show programme on LBC. Everybody loves it. Everybody loves it. Although, actually, we were talking about putting the grated cheese on the top. Somebody says, I stir it in. Oh, no, you don't do that. No, the idea is you buy a pack of grated cheese. You don't bother grating it yourself. Far too confusing. And it's like onions. I've told you, just go and buy packs of onions which are already cut up. The idea of sitting there with an onion, the tears rolling down your cheeks, cutting the blooming thing up to put it. No, I bought a 2-pack the other day of red onions, and I'm going to put it in with my meatballs. So there you go. It's your own fault. And Steve, I've recently been diagnosed with early stages of cataracts. How are the eyes doing since the surgery? Oh, it's perfect. Perfect. I've had both my eyes done. And you can always tell because when you go in to get your eyes tested, and mine have been tested now and they're so perfect, they don't need to see me till March of next year. He said, I'll see you in March of next year. I think, yeah, not if I see you first. And so that was no, the cataracts are brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's all they do. I had it done at Kingston Hospital. I've got a big eye unit there. And I had the first one done because it goes a bit cloudy. So things are not as, you can still see, but it's not as clear as it used to be. And so I went in and he said, you need your cataract doing. So I went, oh, fine. And when I'd had those done the first time, he said, I've just checked your other eye. Because they sit there, they're practically breathing down your throat, honestly. I was sort of about to go, but I thought, no, it just looks a bit too obvious. And they moved this thing about, and then they put drops in, and that stings for a bit. And he said, your other eye, he said, it's all right at the moment, he said, but I think it'll need doing. He said, shall I book you in? And I said, yeah. So he booked me in for the second one, and I think it was only about a month and a bit in between the first cataract operation, and literally they put drops in. Immediate. When you go outside, you need to take sunglasses with you because your eyes are so bright now. It's like, ping! Yeah, and always take the bus. Don't ever drive there. You'll be having accidents all over the place. But they literally put these eye drops in about every 15 minutes, and that numbs the eye. And then you sort of go in and go, hello, and then 4 times they ask your name and date of birth because they want to make sure they're doing the right person. As if you'd go in there and go, oh, just have a cataract today, please. Then short back and sides. Just came in for a checkup. And it's and then they sort of put this, it's like sort of a piece of cloth over your face with one bit open for your eye, and there's a very bright light, and that's all you see. You just see this bright light. You can't see anything. And he then there's no noise, there's no nothing, apart from the general chatter. And then he goes, because they have to shatter the lens and then hoover it out. It's seriously, you feel nothing, not one thing did I feel. And then he said, I'm just putting the new lens in now. And he put the new lens in. And so you can't see anything. No, you see nothing. Nothing at all. You don't feel anything. You don't see, apart from this bright light, but that's all it is. But that's shining through. Obviously, he's working under a sort of a cloth kind of thing. And then they put a cotton wool pad over your eye. And mine fell off the same night. I remember thinking, oh, my God, it's fallen off. But no, it was, I looked like a pirate, a vast G. And, give me your doubloons. And it was fine. It was absolutely perfect. It's just that everything's a lot brighter. Colours are a lot brighter when you've had it done. But I told you there was some woman in there. And she said she was having hers done. They have about 6 people in the morning. They start early in the morning. And she said I've heard they take the eyeball out to do it. And I went, you can't be serious. I said, no, they don't. Because you have to humour these people because they're mad as fruitcakes. And I said, no, they don't. They do it when it's... Because I had one done here before. All right. My friend said they actually take the eyeball out and then... no, they don't. She seriously believed it. I should have gone along with it and gone, yeah. And boy, does that hurt. And sometimes they don't get it back in. They put it round the wrong way. You can't see anything. But, I didn't say that quite clearly. Steve. Best meatballs in the world with sauce from IKEA. Yeah, they always say Swedish meatballs are the best. To be honest with you, it's just the ones I buy are just mincemeat shaped into balls. So it's not very difficult. Here they are. Oh, they look quite nice, don't they? I could eat a whole pack of meatballs. I don't feel as I'm eating an awful lot of stuff. Swedish meatballs, how lovely. See, on mashed potato, what are those things on the side? What's that? Pomegranate seeds, how bizarre. But mashed potato and meatballs looks delicious, doesn't it? On second thoughts, I've got all the vegetables to go with it. I've got the layered vegetables and I've got the red onions. Perhaps I should do some, oh, look, meatballs and chips. That looks good. Yeah, as somebody says here, I tried IKEA's Swedish meatballs for the first time and I was blown away. Well, they must be made here, mustn't they? They must be. They're not flown over from Sweden. That would be a little bit too far, wouldn't it? Bad enough having Volvo cars with their lights on all the time. But meatballs, we never even had them at school. At school, you have all these sort of... I can't remember any of the food that we had at school. Which is very strange, isn't it? Very strange. One of Europe's oldest toilet blocks was built as monks got diarrhoea after being allowed meat, historians have found. I'm so sorry. A 1336 change in papal law allowed twice-weekly meat consumption, but it led to a new digestive issue. And this toilet block was then built at Mulchenley Abbey in Somerset. They say it's now Europe's best preserved medieval monastic latrine. There was one at Hampton Court Palace, and all it was a piece of wood with holes cut in it, and you all sat next to each other chatting away. I don't think so. I can't think of anything worse. It's private. Yeah, like you chat. So anyway, today all right? Yeah, not bad at all. That was the sort of thing that they had. I can't imagine sort of monks sitting there discussing things. Mind you, the Chinese do that. You go to some of the little villages where they've got public toilets and things like that, and it's just a hole in the ground. That's all it is. The Labour leader, Keir Starmer, has led tributes to former party MP Austin Mitchell. He's died at the age of 86. He was on LBC. He was very nice. He changed his name to Austin Haddock in 2002 as part of a bid to boost the Lincolnshire town's fishing industry. He was quite a character, actually. He was like sort of loads of those characters at the time, and now you suddenly realise they're getting on a bit. They pass on at the age of 86. So Sean Locke's still got more coverage. Sean Locke got loads of coverage, mainly because we didn't know about it. We liked it. Oh, here we go. This digital series available on Sun Online every week during the forthcoming 11-episode run with dreary old Bobby Cole Norris doing it. The Towie favourite? I don't think so. Hardly anybody was talking to him. He said, "It's no secret that presenting is my passion. And what's been a big secret is I'm fronting this new show for Sun readers, and I'm so excited. Nobody will watch it, darling. Nobody will watch it. If they didn't like you on Towie, they won't like you on anything else. And so it's no secret that presenting is my passion. I know. Probably to be more butch would be another passion to have, but it just doesn't work like that. They all go, oh, I think I'll be a presenter. And you go, oh yeah, of course. Never works. Teen mums have struggled for airtime since the Jeremy Kyle show was axed, but a new show is set to give them a fresh platform. Uh-oh. E4 has commissioned a series following 6 young mothers on a journey of self-discovery, where they build confidence and learn new skills for a future career. Oh, God. That's all we need, isn't it? But they've got all sorts of people. 8-hour-long episodes. God, I'm exhausted already. 8-hour-long episodes. I'm not sure we could cope with things like that. Ollie Murs' latest show, Starstruck, will see him become the new Matthew Kelly. You can't be the new Matthew Kelly. Judges on this one, Jason Manford, Beverly Knight, who we love, Sheridan Smith, who we love, and Adam Lambert. And Ollie says, seeing a guy called Dave, who's a London cabbie, come out and be Elton John, next minute he's doing Rocket Man, is really fun. Riveting. Yeah. Not known as being a presenter is Ollie Murs, I'm afraid, so expect doom, gloom and despondency with that one. We've seen people doing that anyway. We've seen people, they did it on a lookalike programme with an agency that supplied lookalike people. And there was somebody who was a cab driver and he played Elton John. Cat Deeley did Stars in Their Eyes for a bit. We've seen it before, love. We've seen it before. I'm not predicting big things. Not predicting big things for you. But, yeah, I suppose they have to find something to do, don't they? I don't know why, they just do. We'll take a short break for the news at 5 o'clock. And then still to come, Boris Johnson humiliated as Tory MPs joined Labour to condemn his dire leadership in Afghanistan. Yorkshire Sands listed in Europe's top 20 beaches. I never think about that, actually. I never sort of worry about whether it's a decent beach or it's got red flags up or it hasn't got red flags up. More lies from the Taliban, whose main industry is poppy growing in Afghanistan. That's where they make their money, up to $400 million a year. And a lot of people say, can you please get us out of the country? I'm an Afghan girl who loves her country. I just want a safe place to live, because they shot a woman the other day. She went out on the streets of this little village where she lives. She wasn't wearing a burqa. And they'd only told us the day before that they were going to let women do these things. They lie, of course. You only had to look at them. How do you know they're lying? Their lips are moving. And we were talking about sending aid to Afghanistan. Money. I don't think so.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Well done to Andy Johnson, Andy Johnson. You don't know who he is, but he's famous because he runs the UK's last video shop. And he rescued some VHS tapes from landfill. He drove 300 miles. And these videotapes filled 3 lock-up garages, 20,000 of them. Now, I've still got a videotape collection, the ITC collection, who brought out, tons and tons of stuff. Puppet shows, a lot of the supercar, and all sorts of stuff like that. Plus, Randall and Hopkirk deceased. I've got all of this stuff on ITC. They sent me their complete catalogue, and it takes up quite a lot of room. This particular bloke drove from Liverpool to Dundee to pick up this mammoth haul, and it was amassed by a guy called George McInnes over decades from car boot sales. Now, there will be people listening who still have videos. And I've still got a video player. In fact, I've got a video player, and I've got a double video player, and I've also got a Laserdisc player. How many people remember Laserdiscs? That was the forerunner to CDs. You know, the Laserdisc was big. It was the size of an LP. And my machine could play both. It could play, and I've still got a collection of Laserdiscs. Me and my friend Jimmy used to go out on a Saturday, and we'd buy Laserdisc, mainly Star Trek, because he loves Star Trek and that sort of stuff. And so I've got all of those on Laserdisc. And somebody said, why don't you just get rid of them? No, are you joking? I paid money for these things. Never throw anything away. I've still got a Sony V8 video camera, which was a video camera before they miniaturized everything. This was like a full, practically the sort of thing the BBC were wheeling around. A Sony, V8, and it worked on a cassette recorder. Oh, no, bigger than that. Yeah, that looks a bit small to me. Mine was quite big. Wait a minute. Yeah, looks more like that one there. Video 8, that's it. I've got that. Seriously, it worked on that thing at the front on the left-hand side from the lens. That's where you put the battery in, which you recharged up. And I don't know what they're worth. No, don't use it. No, it's sitting in its case in a cupboard. And I've got a stand and everything else. And then they miniaturized everything. And video recorders are so tight, you can do it on your telephone. Probably better quality. But yeah, I've got Video 8 and loads of tapes and stuff. It's amazing the stuff you collect, isn't it? It is amazing. What else we got in the papers today? Apparently Sean Locke toured with Newman and Baddiel on their last show together. Bill Bailey says he was a true original. He was. Alan Davis says sad news about Sean Locke. Ricky Gervais says one of the funniest, most influential comedians of a generation. He was charming. I thought he was very, very good. Richard Osmond says a unique and brilliant comic voice. And Eddie Izzard says you brought a wonderful comedic talent to the world. Everybody liked him. But nobody knew he was dying. Nobody knew. I never interviewed him. I have to be honest, though, to be brutally honest, comedians are the worst people to interview. If you're an interviewer, comedians are just because some of them are only funny when they're working their act. They're not naturally funny. I think he was funny all the time. I think he was just one of those people. Pope Francis is urging all to be vaccinated as it could end the COVID pandemic. Oh, thank goodness. That'd be nice. And hundreds of new daily contact testing sites that are meant to end the pingdemic are still not up and running. So there you go. Frustrated travellers facing long airport queues. People there. Did you see? I don't know if you watched any of it on the television yesterday with all the MPs in the House of Commons. Did you notice how many people were wearing masks? No, nobody did. Nobody appeared to be wearing masks. It was really quite bad, actually, but they all stand up and shout. And Theresa May, we suddenly realised, having watched it, she cannot do public speaking. They weren't socially distanced. No, they weren't. They were crammed in. They were all crammed in together. The House of Commons was absolutely full to capacity. But masks are optional. Yeah, well, let's wait and see what happens on this one. But then Theresa May stood up and droned on and on and on and on. And she stumbles over the simplest things. And she was reading. And I suddenly realised the one thing she wasn't good at was public speaking. You've got to be confident, I mean, Boris bumbles his way through it, admittedly. But they all shout at each other. But really, they all get on. They all get on. Steve, when do we start getting the booster jab? Soon, I think. Soon. And talking about old tech like Laserdisc, did you own one of those brick mobile phones? I did. Yes. got nicked out the car. I left it on the front seat. I stupidly thought, oh, perhaps everybody's honest in this world. But I heard my car alarm go first, and then I was with Biggins. I'll tell you where we were. We were at Philip Kingsley, the trichologist's house in Mayfair. And I said, that sounds like my car alarm. Looked out there, and they'd smashed the window, and they'd taken the telephone because it was on the front seat. No, it wasn't like that. My one actually had a receiver. A receiver that sort of fitted over it. And, it was a bit like that, but it looked like a telephone thing. Seriously. It was a really bizarre thing. Yes, and huge and heavy. Huge and heavy, but and I paid 1,500 quid for it, which is not unsimilar to what you pay for them now. Pay about £1,500. You want to buy an Apple phone. Sorry? They do a lot more. I used to have it on the front seat of the car, and it lit up in green. Looked really good, actually. Excuse me, I'm just going to have a quick slurp of my tea. Delicious. Delicious. David in Sunderland said, I bought a DCC cassette deck and got some tapes for it. You can still find shops. In fact, actually, the best place to go to for cassettes and 8-tracks and all those sort of things and VHS is car boots, because they can't give them away. You won't find them in charity shops. They're not remotely interested. Somebody said to me, you know, you can't take your VHS tapes to charity shops. They don't want them. Mind you, they don't seem to want anything in charity shops, do they? But there you go. So here's former Little Mix singer Jessie Nelson doing exactly the same. Just looks like a cheap version of somebody who dances around a pole. She was wearing a Union Jack bikini. Have you learnt nothing, dear? I thought the whole idea was you came out of Little Mix, you know, because you struggled filming music videos whilst part of the group and went on an extreme diet before the shoot, and you're doing exactly the same thing now. Where is the difference, dear, on this? The answer is there isn't. She struggled with the pressure involved. You wait till you don't get into the charts this time around. At least with Little Mix before, they were guaranteed chart entries. I don't think you're going to go anywhere. I seriously don't. It's amazing how many people go, oh, I think I'll just go in the studio and record some stuff. Like Louise Redknapp. Well, that's sunk without trace, isn't it? It's like Matt Goss. Yeah, I've got a single and that's coming out tomorrow. And you think, yeah, well, who cares? Nobody cares. He lives in America. He deserted us years ago. You know, why should we support somebody like that? Blues Duncan James told how the band had to eat a whole goat at a VIP event before a gig in Moldova. Yeah. Of course, he's now ballooned in size as Duncan James. He's had his Botox. He's dyed his hair. Why do people dye their hair? What is the point? Have I ever eaten goat? No. Doesn't interest me, actually. I don't know. I mean, I might have eaten it without knowing about it, but if I'd known it was goat, then I wouldn't have eaten it. Like I wouldn't eat snake or frog's legs. I have tried frog's legs, and I have tried stuff like that, but not my sort of thing. I don't know why. Brenda Blethyn in the paper. The Vera stars get close to filming the new episodes. We love Brenda Blethyn. And she says, I bubbled with D.S. Healy. Very nice for me, not so nice for him. I like her. Eels are at risk of becoming extinct from the River Thames. Dr. David Solomon said climate change was more likely to blame than the fish being caught and jellied by Londoners. Oh. Well, people go down to the Thames and fish for... Oh, yucky, yuck, yuck. I've seen them. I don't like them at all. Boots that David Beckham wore for Man United's 1999 FA Cup win are expected to sell for up to 15 grand. Of course, in those days, David looked sort of fairly normal. He didn't have 3 million tattoos covering his little body. Nowadays, he just looks like a bit of a sad old reprobate, I'm afraid. They've got Bex's... Oh, he only wears a size 8. Oh, little feet, Dave. What does that tell us? Little feet. Size 8. Blimey. Little shoes. I didn't realise that blokes only had size 8. But also, the online auction is selling shirts worn by him, George Best and Pele. They say that there's one here, one by George Best for Northern Ireland. £12,000 they reckon it's going to go for. What for? But also, David Beckham, a size 8. As I say, that answers all the questions, doesn't it? It really does. I like Penman Investigates, from the fishy to the fraudulent in the Daily Mirror today. And there's one here. In a separate property investment disaster, the boss of 13 linked companies has been banned from being a director. His name's Matthew Roberts. He netted almost £8 million from the insolvency service called Elaborate Property Projects Scams. Investors were promised 10% annual returns and a guaranteed buyback of up to 150%, but the money was siphoned away. So he's since changed his name to August Richard Templar. Just in case you wanted to know this. That's what I like about Penman. He tells you all these things here. And the High Court shuts a smug pair's £20 million empire. This is a string of property investment companies. This is Magna Global. They had all sorts of companies they were operating. And 1 3-month period alone, they paid themselves $425,000. I mean, seriously, people are ripping people off left, right and centre. We've got to stop them and we have to put them in prison. And we leave them there. The website of Sell Your Car With Us, Sell Your Car With Us, because we have a few of these, claimed it was the UK's leading car sales service. It collapsed with customers complaining that the company had sold their cars, but they didn't see the proceeds. Apparently, the boss of Sell Your Car With Us, based in Buntingford, in Hertfordshire, was a 60-year-old called Stephen Prosser, who's now been banned from being a director. Like, that stops these people. The insolvency service say at least 47 sellers were never paid, and the fate of one further car was never revealed. 751,000 quid they reckon he got away with. Just remember the name, just in case he pops up again. Sell Your Car With Us. I was going to call that company where they say, find out how much your car's worth, because I'm always curious. And then when I went onto the site, you had to put in your postcode, and I'm thinking, no, I don't want to start giving people information. No, it's not just that. See, I thought you put in your reg number, and then it would say, your car's worth, 120,000 or what. I mean, as if. But no, they wanted too much information. They literally wanted postcode and address. And I remember thinking, I don't want to do that. It's like when they go in and they say in the supermarket, oh, do you have a so-and-so card? No. Or the people who stop you on the street. I noticed the other day, I thought they were selling something. They weren't. They were chuggers. They've just put a little box out there with the name of the company that they were doing it for. And they sort of, hello? Would you like to give us your phone number? No, we don't want any money. We just want your phone number. You're not having it. All right, simple as that. Always pretend to be on the phone. They can't talk to you then. Steve, charity shop, says Roger, quite happy to accept designer clothes. Of course they are. Yeah. And Steve, have you ever been to Bletchley Park? You're obviously not a listener to this programme, Lou. We've mentioned Bletchley Park on numerous occasions. You need to keep up or download the podcast because it's all on there.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, I've still got my videos in my garden shed. But my vinyl collection lives in the sitting room next to the record player, and I still play records every weekend, says Kevin the Milkman, when I'm doing the housework. I used to keep my record... I was a fool, honestly. I kept my albums for some... Don't ask me why. I had a car years... This is a long time ago, Kev, a long time ago. And I kept them on the back seat of the car. And I didn't realise that during the summer, when I took them out, they were all warped. All of my albums were warped, which was really embarrassing. So I had to throw them all away. Because I used to go out and buy albums and stuff. I mean, nobody buys records now. You just download stuff from the internet. I mean, I don't know whether... I mean, I still think that there is a market for vinyl. It's sort of back in again. It's become sort of popular, hasn't it? Not in my place. I'm still buying DVDs. Still buying DVDs. But I quite like them. Because, as I say, I've had videos, I've had laser discs. And so vinyl sales are now heading for the best year in 3 decades. Yeah, I mean, you can't beat putting a needle onto a record, can you, I suppose? I don't know. Not for me, actually. Not for me. Steve, listening online, Moscow, Johnny and Tatiana. I mean, seriously, is there really somebody in Moscow called Tatiana? They said, it's been really hot here, 36 degrees last few days, very few tourists in Red Square. We are early morning spikers. I'm a Brit, married and living here. Each morning I'll toast and coffee and you on the radio. Well, there you go. I told you years ago, Johnny and Tatiana, I was going to go on a Russian cruise. There was and the blasted thing went bust. Literally about a month before we were due to go, and I was quite looking forward to it. I'd never been to Russia before. And I quite fancy doing it because I quite fancy the architecture and stuff like that. And you're seeing places that you've only ever seen on the news or on documentaries. And it never came off. And that was the only chance. I did go with a TWA. I got lots of free holidays with TWA because a friend of mine used to work for them. And we got all sorts of American holidays, which was lovely. You had to come back and do a travel piece, which was okay. It's like that food program on the television where this bloke goes out there and he's like, and he goes into these sort of dumb places in the middle of nowhere in America, and he seems to like all the food. I don't think I've ever heard him be critical of it. You know, drivers, dives, and some things. That one. And the bloke in there's very irritating, as indeed are most American presenters. But in this particular case, he likes all the food. He's never once criticised anywhere at all. They are diners, drive-ins, and dives. He's the second person I've ever seen doing it. And his name is Guy Fieri. And I think I mean, they've got so many episodes of it, and they do barbecue, and they do this, and this is a place here. And basically, it's just a free advert for these restaurants. That's all it is. It's nothing more than a free advert. Although actually in Red Square, I can't imagine there being sort of I mean, do they have hot dogs out there? I know they had a McDonald's that opened, didn't they, in Moscow? I'm pretty certain. But I don't know what Russian food is. Is it all borscht and stuff like that? Beetroot and things? I don't know. Not having been, I wouldn't know. Steve, go on Auto Trader, search for your car. If there's others like you for sale, you see an average price of what it's worth. You see, who wants an average price? I don't want an average price, Matt. I want to know exactly what mine's worth. I mean, I could take it in. I always trade in. So I take my car in. I see one that I like. National dish of Russia is pelmeni. Pastry dumplings, typically filled with mincemeat and wrapped in a thin pasta-like dough, served alone, slathered in butter and topped with sour cream or in a soup broth. Oh, right. I like the idea of sour cream. Oh, right. Not very exciting, is it, really? It's like Austrian food, the dullest in the entire universe. Oh, goodness me. But this one, so you get these sort of watery soups. It's Siberian pelmeni dumplings. Takes you an hour and 30 minutes to cook the bloody things. Excuse my French. Not that that's French, but if I say it's French, it makes it a lot better. I mean, they just look like sort of something you get in Italy, doesn't it, really? Gnocchi. Yeah, yes, it does, actually. You're right, yes. He's so knowledgeable. Turns out, Steve, charity shops aren't an alternative to the dustbin. They generally accept anything that might have a chance of being resold. So getting money for the charity. The hell it is. The hell it is. Believe you me. I live in the capital of charity shops. We have every charity shop in Twickenham under the sun. Every charity shop there. And believe you me, they're very fussy. There are people who go round and thieve it from outside the doors. People leave it overnight. And other people drive round, pick up all of the stuff there and then sell it at car boots. They're thieves. But unfortunately, they're not thieves in the eyes of the law because it's been left on the pavement. You know, and they always put a sign in the charity shop window, don't leave stuff on the pavement because somebody will nick it. Roger says vinyl records were great when mixing, like mobile DJs used to do. I never mixed. I couldn't mix at all. I just talked. That's how I learnt to talk. Whereas some DJs couldn't talk. I luckily had the gift of speech, and so was able to go down 16, up number 3 this week. It's the Beach Boys. And I didn't play the Beach Boys. Oh, actually, I tell a lie, I did. One called The Night that came out. I think it was their first effort on a 12-inch of a disco song. We heard it at a place called Contempo, Dale and I. We both bought a copy of it. Never worked. Every time you put it on, it cleared the dance floor completely. Had to go back to Nutbush City Limits, which always worked. Icon Tina Turner. Steve. Up until the beginning of this week, I used to love a bath. But since you mentioned spiders wash down the plug hole, cling on for dear life, then sit and watch you, I've decided not. Showers for me, says Gary on the M20. Yes, that's what they do. You wash the spider down the plug hole and it crawls up the overflow and sits there looking at you. And the others, if you're sitting in the bath, yeah, it's lying in wait to drag you into its lair. Ooh, I don't like things like that. Not very nice. Not very nice. In fact, the more I talk about it, the more frightening I become for myself. Loads of clothes features in the newspapers. And the refill revolution. You know, you buy a packet of something now. Now you can buy a packet to top it up. So it's sort of saving money. And they've got all sorts of ones here. All sorts of things. More than 100 million water filter cartridges end up in landfill. But there's one here which comes with an ingenious refillable cartridge. Every 45 days, simply clean it and pour in fresh filtration granules. It's quite a good idea, isn't it? Refilling, of course, very good for the environment. So we're always doing our bit, aren't we? Except me. I don't do the recycling stuff. I can't really be bothered. I mean, it's just too faffy. One of my neighbours does it. And she's very good at doing things like that. I can't be bothered to stand there putting the empties into one bin and then this into that bin. And then, just no. I know it's very bad. But, I mean, you know, nobody ever said I was perfect. Apart from my agent. Speaking from the cemetery. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And I was once on a TWA flight. The only thing I know about TWA, the oldest stewardesses in the business. The longer you've been with the airline, you got to pick the routes. And, of course, they wanted to pick London because London meant you got a couple of days stopover and they could go and do sightseeing. But they were literally, it was like being on a pensioners club. Seriously, tell me, what did you want? A bit like that, actually. Air hostesses used to have to retire in their 30s. Yeah. Do you remember? You won't remember this, and I only learnt this through going to the Albert Hall and going to an exhibition, that British Airways used to have outfits that the stewardesses used to wear made of paper. They changed their outfits for paper, and they had a lot of trouble because in those days you could smoke on the plane, and men would try and set fire to the outfits. Yeah, seriously. Wayne Hemingway, a designer, he brought along some stuff to show us, paper outfits on planes, but a lot of men used to sort of, as I say, try and set fire to them. But TWA, I always remember, because they can't cook on the plane, they reheat. So if you had a steak and chips or whatever it happened to be, the steak would have been cooked anything 12 hours beforehand, and when you cut into it, it was red. Well, as far as I was concerned, that was pulsating, so I didn't want that. So I always used to have to say to them, sorry, could you cook it well done? And of course, they can't. All they can do is heat it up. They used to bring it back. It was hotter, but still red. Didn't seem to make any difference. But I've always enjoyed aircraft food. I've always thought it, because if you're sitting on an aeroplane, you know, the one thing you want to do is look out the window and have something to eat. I used to like anything, absolutely anything. I've seen it being made. There was a television programme about it the other day. How they make so many different types of food for all the airlines, and they chill it, and then it goes onto the airline, and then it goes into the ovens which are on there with just heater units. It's very clever, very, very clever, and most of it looked absolutely delicious, absolutely delicious. But as I say, I've been in hospital before and had hospital food, and I thought that was pretty cool as well. My favourite. I was in a lovely hospital, and they did a fish pie for lunch. It wasn't very big, but my God, it was packed with chunks of salmon, chunks of cod, prawns, and everything else with a mashed potato over the top. And it was absolutely delicious. I mean, I could have eaten about 2 or 3 of them. That was my favourite. But I still like, in one hospital I went into, they didn't have it on the menu. They would say, what would you like? This is what we've got. But the one thing they never mentioned was the hot dessert. All their desserts were cold, so you could have a little tub of ice cream, but by the time you'd finish your main course it would have melted, so it was like a little milkshake. But they didn't have it on the menu, but you could order and say, I'll have the hot dessert, and it was always something like apple pie and custard. It was a secret item. Joe Allen's exactly the same. For years and years their burger was not on the menu, so you'd ask for a cheeseburger with bacon, and other people look at it and go, where's that on the menu? And of course it wasn't on the menu. It was only maybe known by people who ate there. James in Uxbridge, nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. Steve, what was a guaranteed floor filler when you were a DJ? Maybe Oops Upside Your Head, the rowing song. No, this is 1982, I think. No, not 82. What am I talking about? 72. Can't remember what was in the charts in 1972. I can't even tell you what I was playing, actually. I think, I know at one point I was playing Stevie Wonder, Isn't She Lovely, because it had a very, very long intro. Very, very long intro. And we had two decks, and you just start one and keep it bubbling under. But every DJ, as opposed to headphones to cue up the record and then start it with your finger on it, so because you had a slip mat underneath, every DJ had a telephone, one of the old GPO telephones. People would cut them off, fix a little thing on, and you'd plug it in. You'd sit there with it under your chin, queuing up the record. I'll tell you, I was hot stuff. I wasn't actually that good at it. I could play records and I could talk, but I just wasn't good. I was talking to Nigel the other day, who looks after my car, and he was telling me about, he used to go to Brolly's. And I said, well, I used to work Brolly's as well, which was like a huge ballroom the other side of Cheeky Pete's in Richmond, the castle. The building is still there. One end it's an Ivy restaurant, and at the other end I think it's either Google or something like that, or Amazon, whatever it is. But it was a huge building, and on a Friday and Saturday night they opened up both, so you could go in one entrance and you could walk through to the other place. It was only sort of separated by the middle ground. And so you could always tell if you were being popular, because you start playing a record, all of a sudden the dance floor would clear and they'd all go off to the other place. And you then had to try and get them back in again. And it was a nightmare because they were all in there because the DJ through the other side was playing better music than I was.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Kim says, I've got a box full of vinyls in my storage cupboard going way back to the late 60s. It's amazing, isn't it? And David says, I've not flown in ages, but I always enjoyed the takeoff. The acceleration was awesome. We flew with Monarch. Monarch? God dear. I used to like British Caledonian because I liked the outfit that the stewardesses wore. I thought that was good, and Virgin as well. Although, as somebody said to me once, Virgin Atlantic, who wants to get on a plane that won't go all the way? When people clapped when they landed. We did when we went to Iceland. We had to. We skidded halfway down the runway. I remember thinking, oh my God, we're going to end up in the departure lounge. It's very clever though, isn't it? And I still don't understand how they stay up there. I've not fathomed this bit out in ages. But no, it was the takeoff. It was sort of start at the beginning of the runway. And I used to, because I liked a window seat. I was big into window seat. I didn't want to sit in the aisle or anything like that because they pushed the trolley past you and all the rest of it. So I had the window seat. And I remember looking out, and then all of a sudden he puts his foot down on the accelerator and G-force sets in. And I like, your face changed shape, and I loved it. And then all of a sudden you could feel when it took off because you had to swallow. Did you not swallow? Because when they used to bring round they used to have a basket full of sweeties, and you could have a sweetie because the action of chewing the sweetie or sucking it meant that you didn't get the ear popping and everything else. No, I mean, a friend of mine, Graham, flies first class all the time. I've only been in first class a couple of times. The rest of the time, because I looked at the difference in price, I suddenly thought I could go business. We're in a separate little bit as well. And I thought they were very good business class. Food was good. I liked all of it. Proper crockery, yes. Well, that was the thing, wasn't it? Now on aircraft, they do give you a proper knife and fork. And hope that you're not mad as a broomstick. But before then, it was sort of plastic, and you had to be very careful. But I remember I flew with one of my ex-producers from years ago, Amanda, and we go to America, and when they wake you up, after they've sort of, dimmed the lights, they go, we're all going to sleep now. And you go, well, I don't want to go to sleep. And you always get the person in front who doesn't want to pull the window shade down. Pull it down! I used to get very cross. In fact, sometimes the pilot had to come out and say, pull the window visor down. And or they put their chair right back. So in other words, their head is now in your lap, which is very sweet. And they woke us up, and they went, toasted ham and cheese. And I went, how nice. And I went, yes, I've toasted ham and cheese. And then they said to Amanda, they said, toasted ham and cheese. She went, no, thank you. I said, yes, you do. And she went, no, I don't. I said, yes, you do. Because I thought I could have 2 ham and cheese. It took ages for it to sink in. Seriously, I was quite surprised, actually. But we ended up with the 2 ham and cheese, which is good. And, Steve, I love the way everybody says refillable bottles are the latest trend. We've been reusing and refilling our iconic glass milk bottles for 100 years now, yet we call old-fashioned. Funny old world is a milkman, of course. And they refill them. They take them in. They I was going to say disinfectant. They sterilise them. And then they refill the bottles. Proper milk bottle. I haven't had a proper milk bottle for ages. And I think Kevin the milkman dropped one in here. Gold Top. Lovely. We had Gold Top milk. It was ice cold. LBC used to have milk bottle. Yeah, but most places now, it's plastic, isn't it? You get plastic. I'd have plastic at home. In fact, I don't even think Marks and Spencer's or Waitrose do glass bottles. But they do Gold Top milk in Waitrose. I don't think they do it in M&S. But it's lovely. There you go. There's the less crackle, no pop LBC. I've got one of those bottles. I've got one of those. I've got a lot of the LBC memorabilia. How much are they selling it for? Are they selling it? £7.99. Wow. I love the way they say LBC News Radio milk bottle, empty. I think £7.99 is very good value. Where's that? Is that on eBay? I think that's extremely good value. For £7.99 for a piece of memorabilia that you won't see ever again. Starting bid is £4. Used? No, well, of course it's used. It's a milk bottle. Because you'd imagine it filled with white milk. That was... that it used to show up even more. I've got loads of stuff like that, which was very nice indeed. We had all sorts of different advertising campaigns. And then we all were advertised in the newspapers as well. They put our photos up, and I was in there as well. I think for some reason I ended up in the Guardian, something like that. I wanted to be in the Sun. Back in the days, Steve, you used to get phone cards from the supermarket, and I remember one time asking for a card, and the checkout girl shouted to a neighbour, "Sharon, have you got a £10 Virgin in your till?" Because all these. Do you remember the phone cards? You go into a phone box and you put your card in, and it would show how much credit you had on it. I mean, that seems ages ago now, doesn't it? Or pay-as-you-go mobiles. Yes, I've never had one of those. I just used to have these sort of the normal bill that comes in. Bit of a pain, really, isn't it? Also, and another one here says, I had fish pie for my wedding anniversary at Hillingdon Hospital when my wife's waters broke with our first daughter, Princess Gemma. Fish pie. See, fish pie is lovely. They do them in Twickenham, the fish shop there. Stuart makes fish pies. And I used to love a fish pie. Love a fish pie. I kept thinking it was so good for me because it had sort of mashed potato in the top and then they put grated cheese on the top of it. Good for, well, I don't know if it's good for you. If you've got fish in it and it's in a sauce, so that's obviously got to be good, isn't it? And Nick Nolan in Adelaide says, when I was a DJ in the mid-1970s, the floor filler was Black Betty. Do you remember? Ooh, Black Betty, shang-a-lang, that one. Ramalang. I don't think I played that one. But Ray says, around 74 to 79, Cheeky Pete's in Richmond, great affection. Well, there was nothing like it. It was huge. It was absolutely enormous. I mean, when I first went there for an audition, that's where I auditioned to work for this company, Goodhues. And I went down there with my friend Rick James. Rick James was a local DJ in Berkshire, and he had twin turntables, which he'd made himself. But the difference between him and all the other mobile DJs were they used to have flashing light shows and all the flat. It used to take them forever. And there was a stereo disco, a bit pointless really. But he had two orange speakers, and it was like rope on the front of them. So you could literally, they were supposed to stand up to a lot of knocks. And he pumped out the music. Like the big song for him was Sam Cooke, Another Saturday Night. Another Saturday night and I ain't got no money. Because he died young. And so I went and bought the album for it. Because you could play albums. And we did it. And we both went up to audition. There was an advert saying DJs wanted for London clubs. So we came up to Richmond. We came up together to save the petrol money. And we auditioned. And I'd been running a disco for our local youth club in the town. So I mean, with a little cheap £1.45 microphone. I mean, it was a bit feeble and pathetic. And here I was in a big club. And it's twin turntables and lights, and you've got like piano keys, you could push them down and all the rest of it. And strangely enough, even though Rick was far better known than I was and used to play Reading University on a regular basis and was really good. I mean, there were, mobile DJs were very much in demand. And I got the job and he didn't, which I always thought was really bizarre. Never looked back. That's where I met Dale. And He was quite fat, and in those days, you couldn't actually get two of us on the DJ stand. I used to have to sort of, because I was thin. I mean, I was very thin. Used to wear very tight trousers. Always a winner, I thought. Have you ever had a child screaming on a plane? No, I haven't. But there was a woman who complained. Do you remember? She's on YouTube. You can't miss her. She's obviously flying somewhere for a meeting. She obviously thinks she's very high-powered. And there's a child who hasn't said anything, but the woman said, so is she going to be making any noise on the plane? And the mother said, no, she's quite fine. She's flown before and all the rest of it. Anyway, and so then the stewardess came by, and this woman was kicking off a little bit. So the stewardess went, I want this woman off the plane. Because you don't want anybody they're still on the ground and she's causing a bit of trouble, and you don't want that because she might turn nasty up in the air. And this woman suddenly realises, it dawns on her that they're turfing her off the plane and she's got to be at this meeting. And so she goes, listen, I'm so sorry. It's just said, no, I want this woman off the plane now. And so she went, but I need to be at this particular place, Washington, D.C. or whatever it was. And they went, no, you're off the plane. And it was unbelievable. It was so funny. I laughed. I didn't even know the woman. But Duncan is in Hampden Park, and Conrad says, having travelled a lot, your stories about planes made me laugh. Almost fell out of bed. Oh, I've never fallen out of bed. I've fallen into bed. I've fallen into bed, which is always terribly funny. I love stuff like that, which is great. And Steve, have you noticed that in the Adventures of Paddington and the Paddington films, he wears a red hat, but in the Michael Bond animations, he wears a black hat? He had two. All right, he had two. You know, you can't expect to turn up in the same outfit all the time. Yes, he had a huge wardrobe. He had two hats, some marmalade sandwiches, his duffel coat. I always wanted to buy a duffel coat, and I tried one on, and surprisingly, and I know you'll think this is surprising, 5:45 on a Thursday morning, it didn't suit me. And I really wanted a camel coat with the toggles on and everything else, and I thought, it didn't work for me. Funny that, isn't it? I might try another one this year. Feeling a bit fed up today, so switched on my old mate Steve, and you cheered me up immediately. That's what radio's supposed to do, isn't it? It's either supposed to do that or really infuriate you. I seem to get, a bit of both, which is quite good, actually. Love every minute of it, as you can well imagine.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Well, just in case you've woken up and you probably missed the news from last night, Geronimo's luck has finally run out. Yes. The alpaca was condemned to death as the High Court judge blocked his last chance for a stay of execution. He doesn't know this, which is probably best, I should imagine. Helen MacDonald vowed to obstruct any officials who come to her farm to put her woolly pet to sleep. And as I said before, they won't be coming just by themselves. They don't turn up in a Ford Ilman Minx or something like that. They'll be turning up, and there will be police there, because there are people who've been standing there with placards and all the rest of it. And if they try and cause any trouble or obstruct the people from DEFRA, there will be arrests made. It'll be it's a pointless exercise. The standoff was set after Mrs. Justice Stacey ruled Helen had no prospect of challenging a government destruction order. So he tested positive twice. The judgment also devastated the 130,000 people who signed a petition for Geronimo to be spared. Listen, if he's got bovine tuberculosis, they can't spare him. He's got to be put to SLEEP. They have to. There's no two ways about it. I mean, there is no guarantee. Her lawyers have applied for a judicial review. There's no guarantee they'll get one. And DEFRA officials can enforce their warrant to kill Geronimo any time after 4:30 today. But yesterday they insisted they want Helen to organise his destruction herself. I don't know how she's going to manage that. I mean, has she got injections or something? She said she was really quite shocked, but said, it's not over. I'm not having my healthy animal put to sleep, and neither am I going to permit them to come and slaughter him. Well, they will, Helen. It's a High Court instruction. You're no different to anybody else in this country. You have to abide by the law. Her legal team, it must be costing an arm and a leg. I mean, where does she get this money from? DEFRA said, we are sympathetic, but need to tackle this disease. It could decimate our farms in this country, all because of the arrogance of a few people who don't really know the facts. They don't know anything about bovine tuberculosis. They don't, understand that animals suffer really quite badly with it. I mean, this one's been in isolation for ages, and there's loads of pictures. I mean, I understand where she's coming from. Understand exactly where she's coming from. It's just that she's fought it in the High Court on a few occasions, and she's lost every single one of them. Now comes D-Day. The alpaca dies. And I don't know how they're going to do it, but they have offered her the opportunity to organise his destruction herself. I mean, quite a responsibility, isn't it? Yes, what an opportunity. It's like, people who've got, dogs or cats that need putting to SLEEP. And they go, don't worry, you can do it yourself. And you go, oh, right. How does that work? Mind you, she's a farmer. She must have, perhaps she can call round a local vet or something like that. But either way, unless they actually get a judicial review, it's going ahead. It's as simple as that. They can't afford to risk it. This could absolutely decimate farmers in this country. It'll spread like wildfire. It's already going through the country as it is. Tabitha said, Paddington's bear coat was dark blue, not beige camel. He could wear any colour he wanted, Tabitha. You mind your own business. Keep your old beaky out of it, OK? He's not your friend. You don't know him. Paddington also had a camel coat. Simple as that. Young Noreen says, and she's glad you like the candle. I love the candle. Love the candle. She says, what a shock about Sean. Brian and I were chatting about him yesterday. He's taller than we thought. He looked 6 feet. Very young. I know your parents were young. My dad was 59 when he passed away. Rest in peace, Sean. Have a good day, says Noreen. So love to you and Brian as well. Do you know, it's definitely getting colder, isn't it? It's still dark outside. Is it still getting a bit light? Funny, isn't it? It's gone all peculiar. Not all peculiar. Steve, my husband's Martin's birthday. I bought him a flight in a Spitfire over the English Channel, which he is taking this morning. I made sure I know where his will is. And hope he'll be around to listen to you tomorrow, says Lisa in Guildford. What a nice thing to buy somebody. I mean, I personally wouldn't want to go up in a Spitfire. I'd hate it if they did one of those victory rolls. When I watched the film The Battle of Britain a while ago, there's one of the pilots coming back from one of the sorties and he does a victory roll. And one of the people on the ground says, "Don't you ever do that again over my airfield." He said, "Well, so don't you ever." It was as simple as that. And then, of course, they got invaded by the German planes coming in, so they set fire to all of their planes to put the Germans off. And, of course, we won the Battle of Britain. Ta-da! Very pleased about that. Lee says, if that was my llama or alpaca, I'd have it disappear in the middle of the night to live its life somewhere in isolation. The trouble is you can't just move an alpaca like that, can you? I mean, you know, you'd have to be a bit daft if you think that the police are not going to be watching that farm to make sure she doesn't do that. She's not allowed to. I mean, that would be even more stupid to remove it to somewhere else if this animal's got bovine tuberculosis. So there you go. Feeling a bit fed up today, Steve, but you're making me feel a little bit better about things. And somebody else says, was the Gold Top the one that had an inch of thick cream on the top? Yes, you can get it from, what's that one that I bought? Not Martin's Farm, it's something. Anyway, they do one which is the Gold Top on the top, the cream, or they do one where it's mixed through, so the milk becomes very, very creamy. Ice-cold creamy milk. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. I like that a lot, actually. Duke and Duchess of Sussex have criticised the Queen's response to their complaints. Oh, shut up and go away. We're bored wickless with you. They're welcome to you in America. Go and do what you want to do, but just keep your big mouth shut. They think little has been done since they accused the firm of racism and failing to support Meghan when she was feeling suicidal. So Harry and Meghan specifically take issue with the Buckingham Palace statement. Well, you're not in the royal family anymore, OK? You're not in there. You go and enjoy. You sit down there counting your money every night. Goodness sake, honestly. Somebody says, I prefer Winnie's choice of attire. You can't beat walking through Ashdown Forest naked, says Jason in Worthing. I don't think so. The Naked Rambler's still around, isn't he? Although not in this weather, I suspect. The naked, he just walks naked through town centres. He's called the Naked. He's been in court loads of times. He just doesn't want to wear clothes. I don't know why. I try not to worry about things like that. There's better things to worry about. Like, you know, what am I going to have for lunch apart from the meatballs? Am I going to have mashed potato? And will it have sweet corn with it? Or chips? No, I can't have chips. Or will it have a tin of beans chucked in? That sounds quite a nice idea, doesn't it? High levels of Delta found in the double jabbed. This is people who get infected with the Delta variant still carry high levels of the virus in their bodies. My ex-producer, one of my Groovy Gang boys, he was very ill after his second injection. It knocked him for 6. And my current AP is, although we don't know what he's actually got. We think, it's still better than COVID. And it only lasts, I think Corey had it for a couple of days or something like that. And we think my other AP has got tonsillitis. See, I've never even had tonsillitis. That's what we're keeping our fingers crossed for. Honestly, I'm surrounded by people who are ill. So far, I'm quite lucky. Virginia Blackburn's column today talks about Lily Cole, who always seemed fractionally more intelligent than your usual supermodel, but she's knocked that one out of the park. What did she do? As the world expresses appalling horror at the fate of women under the Taliban, she chose a moment to pose in a blue burqa. I mean, really, possibly the stupidest person ever. You know, she has apologised, but Virginia Blackburn says, and I quote, go back to telling the world that you're queer, love, and leave the adult stuff to everybody else. I mean, what a stupid thing to do. I mean, really a stupid thing to do, to put a burqa on when there was a woman shot dead for not wearing it in Afghanistan the other day. Shot dead in the high street. You know, that's how sick these people are. The Haiti quake victims will get UK aid. But at the moment, they're not getting anything. Nobody's helped them at all. The charity Search and Rescue Assistance in Disasters mobilised a team of 6 volunteers following a request from the Haitian ambassador in London. Because they want help. The death toll is now more than 2,000. They're getting nothing. There was some woman shouting at the television cameras the other day, because that's all they get is television cameras pointing out their plight to the rest of the world. The UN have said nearly 10,000 people have been injured, hospitals overwhelmed, and I think 500,000 children now have limited or no access to shelter, safe water and food. They've lost everything. Absolutely everything. Many have been staying in makeshift tents erected on a football field in Les Cayes, one of the areas worst affected by the quake. They've got nothing. The government appear to be doing nothing. So they have to appeal to people. Every time they see a television camera, can you please send us some help? Can please send us some... Why are we not doing anything? And we're sending 6 people out there. What bloody use is 6 people? It's really awful. It's like trying to get the people out of Afghanistan as soon as possible. I think we'll get as many out. We're going to take 20,000, aren't we? Spread over 6 years. So kind of, there's women throwing babies over the barbed wire so that the soldiers will catch them the other side so they can get... What are they going to do with them? It really is a terrible situation. But we know that the Taliban, main source of income, heroin. That's how they make their money. Heroin. Don't remember it saying that anywhere in the Quran. You will go out there and you will harvest the poppy harvest and sell heroin around the world. Don't remember that at all. Don't remember them saying you can go and kill people either. For nothing. For not wearing a burqa. Sick people. Really, it's absolutely... drives me mad, doesn't it? I'm not surprised people were sort of chatting about this all day yesterday. People were talking about it. Stuart Manning says, good morning, lovely man. Merci bien. As always, you brighten up my morning. I am at this point on a train. He said, to central London, 90% of people aren't wearing masks. Are they not? He said, I know it's early in the morning and not a vast amount of people, but COVID does sleep. I can't help agreeing with you. I mean, I get people on my train in the morning without a mask on. I mean, there are less people wearing them now. And you don't want to... Take my word for it, these people could be infected. You don't want to go anywhere near them. Nowhere near them. I make sure nobody sits next to me. I generally start coughing violently if anybody sort of makes any sort of attempt to come and sit next to me. Steve. John says, you're always talking about Christmas. I accidentally swallowed half a dozen Christmas decorations. Came down with a bad case of tonsillitis. Right, you're barred. You'll never write to this programme ever again. Still to come, the beaches and the seafront barbecues that got the axe.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. It's 4 minutes past 6. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to... Oh, goody, we're nearly at the weekend. And, well, the good news is that Geronimo is still alive. For how much longer, we don't know. The Taliban are still telling blatant lies. In fact, you'll see images in the papers today. They call themselves the Angels of Salvation. They're not all there in the upstairs department. But they found what they say is a car thief. I mean, to be honest with you, why you would want to break any laws if the Taliban are in charge is totally beyond me. But obviously this particular man. And what they did, they covered him in tar and paraded him on the back of a truck. The footage, which you will see, and it's popping up on the news, they've had to put a warning on it, shows him strapped in on the back of a vehicle with his hands tied behind his back. And it's a convoy of Taliban fanatics who followed closely behind. You just get this feeling, don't you, that he's not going to be alive by the end of the day. God forbid. Do you wonder how many Talibans are gay? Because by the law of averages, I mean, look, you look at the picture of this man. They've covered him in tar, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. I mean, people are living in fear. That's why when I said earlier on, we're going to take 20,000 people spread over 6 years. What do you think? So some people come back today and go, see you in 4 years' time, shall we? Well, do you think these people are going to be alive? They want to get out of the country as quick as possible? It's dangerous. Dangerous. And the desperate Afghan mothers fleeing the Taliban, throwing babies over barbed wire at the airport, pleading with the British troops to take them away. What are they supposed to do with them? What do you do with... I really don't know. Steve, I'm on a train to London, says Sue, and not a single person is wearing a mask apart from me. What's wrong with these people? Well, they think it's all finished. That's, they're not bright, as you can see. You only have to look at them to realise. The alpaca owner, Steve, Helen, is being selfish, keeping this poor animal in isolation. Alpaca's a herd animal. She's doing what she wants and not thinking of its mental welfare. Well, in fact, it's in a field next to the other alpacas, so they can actually chat over the wooden fence thing. I mean, if there's a chance, it should be in isolation, but it's just in a separate enclosure to the other alpacas. Although they don't want to seem to go anywhere near it, because I haven't seen them all queuing up by the fence. There's always a picture of them in the next field, just sort of eating and doing what they do. I mean, so it's wise to keep it apart, because if they all go down, they'll all be destroyed. You know, you don't want to risk it, and they obviously know something's going on, don't they? I'm assuming so. Shane says, I was looking at the Groovy Gang glass. I don't use it. It's in my cabinet. I don't want to break it. No, don't. Don't. I mean, I always tell people, don't use it. Mind you, I said the same for people with the Steve Allen tea towels and the tote bags as well. And we're waiting to see what we're going to get this year. It's going to be something interesting. I know it's going to be something interesting. I do hope so, actually. I do hope so. Steve, my dad used to take me to the cinema to see the Battle of Britain at Christmas. My mum would take my sisters to the Nutcracker, says Phil. Well, you can buy Battle of Britain on DVD. It's not very expensive, actually. And I've watched it time and time again, mainly because the music is fantastic. The music is absolutely fantastic. Steve, I think a naval duffel coat may suit you, being a man of style and refinement, says Gary. I'd rather go for the camel colour. You know, I think that's sort of nicer. I don't know. I think that would suit me more. But as I say, I did try it and it didn't work. I don't know why. Phil Vickery, what were you doing yesterday? Were you setting fire to everything or something? Did I read that Phil Vickery had a bit of a fire in this morning's kitchen? I remember thinking to myself, honestly, bit of a disaster. Somebody else was doing some cooking and all of a sudden the tea towel went on fire. And they didn't notice. Somebody's going, it's on fire. It's on fire. Did he have fire yesterday? There you go. Phil Vickery suffers a fire drama. He was doing peri-peri chicken and rice for Eamon Holmes and Ruth Langsford. And he was doing very well, actually. Doing very well. I think this was after, because they were saying a lot of Nando's restaurants having to close multiple branches because of the disruption. And so he'd cooked a big pot of rice. As he removed the lid using a tea towel, he placed the lid on the hob with the tea towel remaining on top of it. Promptly burst into flames. Honestly, what are you doing? Goodness sake, honestly. I don't think I've ever had peri-peri chicken. He said, mere distraction, Steve. Mere distraction. And there's Eamon. Can't get enough food in his mouth at the same time, can he? Oh, it's fatal. Any food. Eamon just looks on this as an extension of his day. And he shared a photo with me. Phil Vickery has sent me a photo. I haven't got the photo yet. I've just got 2 notifications. Phil Vickery shared a photo with you. I don't know where it is. Wait a minute. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's peri-peri chicken. What is it? Is it just chicken cooked with certain spices or something? Oh, right. Rice looks nice. Rice looks nice. Do you think Phil Vickery cooks for himself at home? Do you think he sort of goes home and pot noodle, gets a takeaway? I'd do that, actually, but I haven't had a takeaway in ages. But I would if I sort of had one of those sort of facilities that I could sort of take away food. I'd just be going through all the restaurants, today pizza, tomorrow Chinese, then Thai, then Indian, then everything else. But I'm never sure. Some of it doesn't even come from the restaurants. It comes from like warehouses. Have you ever seen that before? Yeah, they did a big thing on some of them. They say, oh, you order from this particular restaurant, but then it goes through to, I think it was an industrial estate where they cook this food and it comes from there. Because I always think, if you're ordering from people who are on a bicycle, by the time it gets to you, it must be stone cold. You see them in the morning, somebody who seriously is that sad that they order from Deliveroo, McDonald's. They have bags that keep the heat in, yeah. Yeah, but if somebody's cycling, just supposing if you ordered your, food from McDonald's and you want to go up to Richmond Hill, well, by the time it gets up there, it is going to be stone cold because these little people... they do it. People order breakfast. I mean, can't people cook anything in the morning? I mean, to be honest with you, you don't really want breakfast in the morning, do you? You don't want it. No, but they did a whole television programme about this industrial estate, which was churning out all these different restaurants' foods, which I'd never heard of before. But I do see them in McDonald's. They sort of put it down on one side. Then eventually this sort of dirty-looking, cyclist comes in. They're grubby. Their clothes are dirty and everything else, chatting away to their mates. They're on their phones and all the rest of it. Then they take the bag. And so somebody will have, double sausage and egg McMuffin delivered for breakfast. It's a lot easier to order it the day before and then pop it in the microwave, maybe. Just only guessing. Steve. You said you fancy the camel coat Paddington wears. Well, if you wait 24 hours, you can get the alpaca version, says Mark the policeman. That's very cruel. I still think my advice was better, which is, have him stuffed and put him in the V&A. They've got a few other animals in there who are sort of famous. I think that's a nice idea. And then it's as if he hasn't sort of gone anywhere. Lots of people have especially in America, it's very big to have your animal freeze-dried. and then you can have it in a sort of a favourite position, sitting beside you. And I always thought, I don't know whether I'd want that. I really don't know. Yeah, well, you could have it done with me. The Steve Allen Memorial Studio. Can you imagine? And they go, and it's Steve. You'd have the next presenter coming in going, Ian, he'd be saying, is that him in the corner? And they go, yeah. He looks like Jeremy Bentham. Because you know Jeremy Bentham is embalmed and they bring him out of his cabinet. I'd be like that here. They'd open a couple of doors and I'd be sitting there and they'd have a pre-recorded thing saying, don't touch my programme. Don't do my programme. Sorry? Steve. That'd be quite nice, actually. Frankie says they'll have multiple kitchen restaurants under one roof. They're called dark kitchens. I saw the television programme on it. It's like the airline food. You know, this particular company make the airline food for most of the airlines. Amber says, you're keeping me company on my first birthday alone. Because when you said that, I thought, you're 1 year old and you're writing already. I'm very impressed. I'm living away from home in Qatar. Love you in the show. It's nice to have a bit of home, isn't it? Don't you? I mean, that's the nice thing about the fact that because we are now international and national, that, you know, I'm in the middle of Leicester Square in London. Just down the road from me is Trafalgar Square, St Martin in the Fields, Covent Garden is very, very close. The Hippodrome used to be a fabulous place. It's now a night. They've got a theatre, which I've played in there a few times actually now, and it's a casino. It's all here. I mean, actually in London, you should come over. We're open Monday to Friday. And, 9 till 6:30, if you're lucky. And we've got all sorts of food. Some of it's edible. And because we're not known for our food, I don't think, all the time. But no, pop in. Pop in, please. And the Scottish Borders light up here, thinking of mowing the lawn. The chap down the road has got a Spitfire in his front garden. Is there? Paul's on the Scottish Borders. He said, I've got 100 Blues and Soul magazine, 1970s. Can I sell them to record shops for a nominal fee? I don't think that'd be worth very much. I used to get Blues and Soul magazine as well, but I really don't think they're worth as much. It's like that programme. What was it called? The Pawn Shop. Hardcore Porn. Pawn. And you get people who go in there and the woman's selling some bit of tat and she goes, I want $150 for it. And Ashley behind the counter goes, no, you're not going to get that. You get less than 100 for both of these things. I don't want that. I want 150 for this. You say you lend money, I want $150. And they don't like it. They don't like it. You know. I mean, a bit like me when I did a car boot sale. Oh, I'll give you £1 for two of that. No, you can't. Why not? Well, because they're worth more than that. You know. And then they go, I've only got £1. Well, you're not having it then, are you? People are so tight and mean, honestly. It's goodness sake, honestly. It's like charity shops. I told you, I've seen people pinching from charity shops. I mean, that's about the scuzziest thing you could ever do, isn't it? Top 20 European beaches. This is where to go to today. Sorry? Oh, after the news. Oh, right, after the news. Yes, I can. I'm trying to find somewhere I can pronounce. There's a lot of names here we might struggle with, but just bear with me.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
How many people, I wonder, pick a holiday destination based on the beach? I don't think Oh, you think a lot? I thought nobody would actually go, oh, we're going to, Malaga or something. Well, he wouldn't. Or somewhere like that and go, I wonder what the beach is like. But they've done the top 20 European beaches. I can't pronounce most of them. In fact, nearly all of them. I mean, the number 20, Portofino, Italy. One in St Malo in France. Then Filey in Yorkshire comes in at number 18. Why in God's name would you want to go to the beach in Filey? Cornwall, Perranporth. Cyprus is 17. Fig Tree Bay. See, that sounds quite nice. I like the sound of that. Iceland. A beach in Iceland? Are you serious? The place is full of volcanoes. Another one in Greece. Greece does quite well. Spain picks up. Another one in Iceland, which I can't pronounce. I mean, they're quite pretty. I wouldn't want to go there. I really want to. St Ives in Cornwall, very popular. France comes in quite well. Crete, the Balos Lagoon. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I could go there. Number 5, Bournemouth, which is very good. It is like God's waiting room, admittedly, on the beach, but, it's quite nice. Very nice. Spain, La Concha at number 4. Portugal, number 3. Another one in Spain. But the top one is Splagia de Conigli, Sicily. But no, we didn't do too bad, actually. I'm having a look at the sort of... But I can't imagine why anybody would want to sort of check on what the beach was like before you go on holiday. Is that the... Oh, it's quite pretty, isn't it? The trouble is, it depends how far you have to trek to actually get to the beach. It's in Italy, yeah. I mean, I personally wouldn't want to, I'd want to sort of park the car or get a bus or something, so it drops you literally at the beach, and then you sort of go to... What? Get a bus, with a little bag, with little Speedos, and a couple of... You have to take a bucket and spade, don't you? There's no point in going to a beach unless you've got a bucket and spade, or a ball to play with. Either one you can blow up, or sort of a tennis ball or something like that. I do like the deck chair and the hanky bit. I don't want to sit on the sand because there's things in it, and I'm not sure. I don't know what things are in there, but I'm sure there must be. So here was this. Now, I mean, this to me is absolutely classic. I've seen this on other places, mainly in Florida. They have Americans have these parks, and there will be a place where you can have a barbecue. And they've got the barbecues built in, so you just literally light it and then sort of put your food on it. So they decided to try it on this seafront down in Poole. And they thought it'd be a good idea. And the seafront barbecues are down there. The first 3 electric cooking stations at £10,000 each. Now, the reason I mentioned £10,000 each is because they did a feature the other day in Country Life. And it showed you outdoor barbecues. And they had a nice one. It had a wooden thing. It had a little fridge built in, and then this barbecue and everything else. Do you know what the prices were? Starting from £50,000 for a barbecue. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, these ones here, installed along Bournemouth and Poole seafront, have been taken away after 10 days. The reason being, they were clogged with congealed fat and sand. Because people are dirty. People don't want to clean it up. Bob Lister says the 3 at Branksome are out of action. They were only in action for 10 days. The Lib Dem councillor Vicky Slade branded the grills a vanity project, claiming fat runs into a container, but the council had not arranged for them to be emptied. So when they realised that, they had to close the barbecues and do a deep clean. We are not Australia. This is Bournemouth. £106,000 the council spent on these things. Ooh. And also, if you're a veggie and somebody's cooked meat and sausages on these things, why would you want... But you wouldn't know, would you? You wouldn't know what somebody had cooked on it if you just wanted to do your... They'd have to be very well cleaned. There are 7 on the top of the Marble Arch Mound. Is that still open, the Marble Arch Mound? When I heard about that thing, they were charging to go on it, and they went, no, it's a bit of a disaster. But they've seen these things work in Australia. They do all their cooking and everything else, because people, like, for some reason in Australia, don't ask me, I can't quite work it out myself. Why do they have barbecues there? And yet you go to the Gambia, and I don't think you'll be finding barbecues, and yet the weather's exactly the same. No difference. A Bournemouth council spokesman said, we apologise for the fact that the 3 beach barbecues were closed for a few days. This was due to staffing issues. The other 7 grills are due to open shortly. I wouldn't want to cook my food. That's like somebody popping into your kitchen saying, any chance of using your oven? And you go, well, who are you? Well, I live down the road. I don't like barbecues anyway. I really don't. The idea that you can sort of cook chicken, but of course, people go, oh, look at the flames, it's all doing very well, and they put lighter fluid on and everything else. The Marble Arch Mound is back open. It's free, though, isn't it? Didn't they make it free? I'm pretty certain it was. I can't think of anything worse. I seriously can't. I don't know. In fact, I didn't even know about it, so they must have done it whilst I didn't know. It cost £6 million? For what? And it's just a mound. £6 million? Good Lord above. And you climb up it then or something? Or has it got a railway that takes you to the top? Oh, it's got stairs. I don't think so. A stair. How are you supposed to get up there? If you're disabled, you can't get up there, can you? But they are trying to tempt people to go up it. The actual forecast has been 3.3 million, now an estimated 6 million. Melvin Kaplan resigned with immediate effect, the council said. Visitors were charged between £4.50 and £8 to climb it. Listen, for that, I'd want Sherpa Tenzing out there and carrying me up there. Can't think of anything worse. Total cost of £6 million. Dear Lord above. Apparently, the council leader, Rachel Robathan, said the mound opened too early and we've apologised. It's a pile of rubbish. What are you on about? £6 million for a pile of... Too early for what? For a pile of dirt that you have to climb. Are you mad? Oh, truth, honestly. Honestly. I mean, it apparently part of the council's £150 million investment in the Oxford Street district. So here we are with Granny. We're taking it down Oxford Street. You want to climb the mound, Gran? Sorry? Do you want to climb the mound, the stairs? It costs £6 million. Sorry, that was a waste. Oh, I can't believe it. £6 million. I mean, that is just... They say Central London has a battle on its hands. We want to get people back into the city. What, with a dirt mound? Are you mad? Why do you get Thomas the Tank Engine in to drive round up and down Oxford Street? Or have trams, old-fashioned trams, you know, go to the London Transport Museum. A mound of dirt costs £6 million and they put trees on it as well. I mean, I've never seen anything so stupid in my entire life. It even looks disgusting. It's just... And I live in London. Don't like that. Don't like that at all, I'm sorry. I want... You know, I mean, the only way to get to the top of it, and it's not like you're going on the big wheel, is it? Is climbing. Well, I couldn't manage that. And I'm fairly sprightly, sort of. Steve, when we were in Peru, we had alpaca steaks. Listen, will you stop writing this poor creature off? Goodness sake, it's still with us. Will Guyett wants to know if I sold any old gadgets at the car boot sale. I didn't. No. I tell you what, I just literally sold DVDs and stuff. I know. Stuff like that. I mean, I've taken stuff down to my brother before now because he likes a good car boot sale. But I just did DVDs. I had loads of them. What? What's the matter with DVD? I made about £60. Probably supposed to declare it. Kim says sand fleas. There you go. I knew there was something. Don't want them nibbling at your nether regions. We've got them on our Scottish beaches and they do bite. Selling DVDs out the back of the Bentley. I took that out. I had a pasting table which I covered with a nice decorative cloth, and then I put the DVDs and arranged them. And CDs as well. But people haggled over the price. They'd go, oh, can I have that for £1? And I'd marked it, because I put stickers on everything. £3, £2, £1.50, stuff like that. So when they said, oh, can I have this for £1? You go, no, it said, what does it say on it? It says £3. Get your money out. Steve, we have barbecues on the beaches because we're convict peasants, says Shane in Sydney. You can't go out anywhere at all, actually. Steve, Ian Payne nearly had a fit over the Marble Arch Hill while you were away. I mean, I've seen it. And Kevin the Milkman says, I drive past the Marble Arch Mound every day. It's made from scaffolding and plywood, and I still haven't seen Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Lala or Poe hanging around outside of it. Teletubbies. You could have that. That would make it marginally more entertaining. But what a... £6 million? I can't believe it's £6 million. What a waste of money. Why didn't they spend more money getting the illegal food sellers off the street, selling their disgusting, riddled with all sorts of diseases, sausages and all the other stuff that they sell? £6 million for a piece of scaffolding and earth. Are you mad? Not surprised they had to let people up for free. Who'd pay for that? I mean, if it was a lighthouse, I could understand it. But it's not even a lighthouse. It's just a pile of dirt at Marble Arch. Honestly, I'm so worked up about that now. I shouldn't be worked up about it. Calm yourself down, Steve. You're not going to go... If there was a slide, I could have taken my Auntie Enid up and just pushed her off the blooming thing and watched her go whee like that. I mean, you know, admittedly, I don't think she'd survive till the bottom. But it's ridiculous. Do you know halting wildlife decline protects 750,000 jobs, says an MP. When I first read it, I thought, it's not Diane Abbott again, is it? She's not very good with sort of figures or anything else. But the dormouse is in imminent danger of extinction. The poor old... Because they get eaten, don't they? Owls and things like that see them, and they can see them, and eagles and stuff like that. Kestrels, of course, top of the list. I sometimes drive down the motorway. Well, you have to. It's the only way to get to my brother. And you see these kestrels hovering over fields. You never see that as you drive... Oh, just me again. No, you see them hovering, and they'll sit, because they obviously got great eyesight, and then they just go, and they go into this dive, and they're a bit like Tom Daly, but without the Speedos, and they pick up dormice. That's the thing they do. There you go. Extremely sharp eyesight. They can spot a beetle from 50 meters away. I could. I went to the concert, but I was way at the back. But I still managed to see them. I wasn't that blind. So they can spot a beetle. And also they've got little, they sort of follow a little path and they see them and they home in on them and they literally dive down, grab them. It's like, have you seen the eagles that do fishing for fish? And they see the fish. Obviously fishing for fish, what else? Hardly a World War II unexploded bomb, and they fly over the water and they sit and they literally just dive down, they put their talons out and they pick it up and the fish thinks it's a funfair. And then, whee! Where are we going? You're going to be eaten.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Apparently kestrels can see mice wee from where they are, and they sort of follow a trail. Mind you, I saw one on the television, and it was a snake that was obviously feeding, and apparently it was a rat or a rodent, whatever it was something. They seem to follow the same trail every night. They do the same. It's like foxes will do the same thing. They very rarely wander away from their own territory. So the one that we've got in Twickenham, because we had one run over, and didn't see the bus coming. And the other one, it would go up one side of the high street, cross over, come all the way down the other side, go into the car park, go round all of it to see what it can find in the way of food. Because there's always food on the streets. Always food on the streets, because people just sort of eat things and they drop bits of kebab and everything else. But they can see, kestrels, ultraviolet light. So hence, they can detect the urine trails. But they had this snake, and it was sitting there, and it was just waiting, and this rat-type thing went past it, and the snake watched, and then it obviously found its food, took it back, and then it went out again, and at that moment, the snake struck. And it coiled itself back and just went like that, and it was very fast. And this rodent leapt into the air, as you would. Like somebody's sticking a needle in you, you're going to sort of leap into the air. And then all the snake did, it just retracted, and it just followed the trail because it knew that the rodent was going to die, and it just waited until the end, and then it sort of found where it was. Very sad, isn't it, when you think of all these things going on in the country? If you're a little dormouse or something like that, you want to sort of have a nice life. You don't want to think that there's going to be something that's going to drop from the heavens. Not that they know it's the heavens, but you think they'd be sort of, well-versed in the fact, don't go out, it's dangerous. That was the one, wasn't it, where they had the stoat in a field in this country, and rabbits go out in the morning. If you go through the park by Hampton Court Palace, through the back, there's rabbits all over the place. And this particular stoat tries to attract the rabbit. And so the rabbits are la, 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 they're playing around. And this stoat pops up from behind a little bush and then ducks down again. And the rabbit go, what was that? What was it? Because rabbits are a bit curious. And so the stoat pops up again, looks down. And so the stoat is basically trying to get the rabbit intrigued just to come a bit closer. And then all of a sudden the rabbit thinks, uh-oh, stoat. And it runs, and this stoat shoots after it, the like of which, like that David Attenborough programme with those snakes which are chasing on this beach. Did you see that one? Oh, it was unbelievable. I thought it was made up. I didn't realise it was real, but this stoat catches the rabbit. And these snakes on this beach, I mean, that would frighten the life out of me. Imagine trying to film something like that. Absolutely unbelievable. If you didn't see it, you have to go to YouTube, and it's these iguanas. But on this particular beach, this was on planet Earth, there are what seems like millions of these snakes. And they all go out and they chase the iguanas. The iguanas run like heck. Up the rocks, down the rocks, and the snakes are following them. And the snakes have got their jaws open trying to... Have you seen that before? It's frightening, isn't it? And there's one who actually manages to get away. But they have to run the gauntlet of these snakes. And when I first saw it, you get snakes all intertwisted and intertwined together. I don't like snakes. They frighten me. Every time, I'm sure if I walked across this beach, there you go, look, the snake is now coming up behind. I'm sorry, you're not watching this, are you, in your car? But the snake was coming up behind the iguana. And the iguana, it's not moving. And the snake can only detect movement. If something doesn't move, the snake doesn't know. The moment it moves, you're in trouble. I love stuff. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Joseph in Bethlehem says, I'm going to bring some joy to your programme. 127 days, 17 hours and 20-something minutes till Christmas. Oh, Mary says hi. Because he's in... What? He's married to Mary and he's in Bethlehem. That's where he lives. But he always tells us every year. Because somebody said to me, isn't that a bit ironic that Joseph and Mary would be in Bethlehem? I said, I don't think so, no. Seems perfectly normal to me. Steve, you don't need to go to the Alps anymore. We've got the mound in Marble Arch. I'm told it's only temporary. I blooming well hope so. It's ghastly. Ghastly. January. Oh, dear. It's like waiting for the railway station. Now I have to walk all this extra space to get to platform 21 and 22, which is very inconvenient. Why can't they put conveyor belts on for people like me? You know, we can have a moving walkway or something to get us onto the trains. And they're apparently doing work, so we have to sort of suffer with this thing. So it's temporary, says Raphael. Thank you. Which is good. We have communal barbecues here on the Costa del Sol in some recreational areas. You provide your own charcoal, says Carol, who's in Benalmadena. Which sounds lovely, doesn't it? Sounds great. I wonder what your weather's like this morning. It's got to be good, isn't it, really? Steve, in Oz... says Roger, you have chicken or shrimp on the barbie. Why do people put... the mound is due to remain open until 9th of January, after which time the trees will be distributed around Westminster in local schools. Oh, how exciting. OK, we wasted £6 million of your money. Would you like a free tree? No, not really. I don't, actually. Thank you very much indeed. I don't know. So, the sulking Sussexes. I wish they'd go away. I'm so bored with them. I really couldn't care less, honestly. She thinks she's being very clever by sort of trying to bring the royal family down, but it won't work. They're bigger than you. And the ousted president of Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani, broke cover last night and says he hopes to return home soon. He couldn't get out of the country fast enough. But he is denying claims that he fled with £123 million. Bit like the Marcoses. Do you remember the Marcoses? God, dear me, honestly, they couldn't get stuff onto the planes quick enough. But this one here, days after escaping Kabul and leaving his people to the wrath of the Taliban, he's now in the United Arab Emirates. Well, he must have taken some money. You can't have not take it. How do you survive otherwise? I don't know if he's seeking asylum, but it's interesting that he said he actually came out and got out to the country just as the Taliban were coming in the front door to try and find the bumper cars, which they had so much fun playing with. You know, stoned out of their mind on heroin. There they were on the bumper cars and using his gymnasium. Well, to be honest with you, I've never seen such a bunch of people who look so ill. Also, the MPs, very interesting. I've now seen it on the television. The MPs yesterday in the House of Commons, and it was very interesting to see some people talking. Only in the Labour benches were they wearing masks. Nobody else was wearing masks. It was really in fact, I'm looking at a picture of them now. There are a few isolated cases, but mainly it was predominantly Labour who were wearing the masks. All the other people weren't. They put staff at risk by not wearing the mask in the Commons. Boris Johnson, most of his front bench, chose not to cover their faces. And you look at the picture, you see a few isolated people there, but the majority of them not wearing masks. Go to the Labour side, look. You can see them wearing the mask. It's noticeable, isn't it? Very interesting. I've got a mask. I put my mask on when I leave the building. You know, sometimes I pull it down if I'm sort of, because I get a bit, I'm not asthmatic or anything like that, but I just sort of do that because sometimes you want to breathe. And sometimes it's a bit difficult. Well done. Andrew Lloyd Webber's musical finally opens in the West End to packed houses. This is Cinderella, and it's doing well. And near a full capacity crowd for the first time last night, which is brilliant. Brilliant. So I'm very, very pleased for them. Because you can go to theatres now. You can go to theatres and you can go and see things, which means I'm hoping that they're going to put a pantomime on at the London Palladium this year. Because it's always, you know, there are loads of pantomimes around the country. As you know, I always run through a list of them. But the Palladium one literally has the biggest stars in it. I mean, they all have a star, but the Palladium just seem to have loads of stars. And if you've never seen it, I've seen it a couple of times now. It's brilliant. It really is. It's big. I mean, I think it's aimed at adults. I don't think pantomime is for children. I don't think children, because they don't know who these celebrities are, unless it's somebody from CBeebies or something like that. They wouldn't know who they were. And I think if you're on CBeebies, you're not allowed to do pantomime anyway, because you're sort of contracted. They have a funny thing, don't they? That's why some people come out of EastEnders, for a holiday, so they can do pantomime, earn a bit of extra cash. Phil Mitchell, yeah, he does that. When was the last time you saw a pantomime, Joe? Did you see a pantomime? Long time ago. 15, 20 years ago. Oh, you should go. They've improved vastly. They don't do the "it's behind you" bit or anything like that. But the costumes at the Palladium are great. I mean, it really is fabulous. They've got an orchestra and all the big names. God knows what they earn, but a small fortune, I should imagine. But Cinderella is good as well. And the Cirque du Soleil, but it's not Cirque du Soleil. This is Cirque Berserk. I think it's appearing at a theatre near you. And they put it together, I think, from another circus, which is very nice indeed. I like all the tributes to Sean Locke. A secret battle with cancer, although Joe said that he'd seen him on the television a short while ago and he didn't look very well. But I see sometimes people like that. He said, some say the glass is half empty or half full, but to me that's irrelevant because I'm having another drink. He says, the RSPCA said you should check under your bonfire for sleeping hedgehogs. I couldn't find any, but luckily I had some in the freezer. This is all the stuff here. Yeah, I mean, some of them, he says, no, I can't do that one. And that one's offensive. But he just seemed to appeal to everybody. He wasn't flash with it or anything. But the last picture was in December 2020 of a charity video, and he didn't look very well then. That was the one that we saw. Yoghurt. Apparently seen as healthy. I shall be telling you in a moment why many of them are not. And how much sugar have they got? Oh, you wouldn't believe. I shall tell you all about it in a moment.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. Somebody says about Prince Harry, I'm fed up with him. Yeah, well, I mean, I just can't believe that in a family, somebody could be, who's supposed to have been brought up properly, is not respecting the Queen or anything like that. Well, good for them. Let them do whatever they want to do. We don't care about them. They're stuck in America. They can stay there for the rest of their lives. I don't care about his Invicta Games. I don't care about anything. Seriously, I don't. Children's yoghurt. According to the paper, they have found children's yoghurt with the same sugar as 16 biscuits. I mean, seems quite frightening, doesn't it? I always thought when I was younger that yoghurt was healthy. So if you had a black currant yoghurt, that would be quite healthy, and strawberry yoghurt. But apparently one brand contained as much sugar as 16 biscuits, and nearly 2 in 3 pots provided at least a third of a 4 to 6 year old's recommended daily intake in a single serving. So here they are. Top of the list is... No, I mean, I can't even believe some of these are actually yogurts. I mean, to me, they're like sweets. Nestle Rolo Mix-In Toffee Yogurt. I mean, that just sounds like it's full of sugar. And it is. 22 grams of sugar, which is 5 teaspoonfuls. 5 teaspoonfuls. It doesn't sound healthy at all, does it really? The next one, Yoplait Petit Filou Greek-style fruit layer, strawberry and peach and raspberry. That's got 14.7 grams of sugar in it, which is 3.5 teaspoons. That's like, we used to do it years ago, if you pulled into a motorway service station, you had a cup of tea, but the sugar would be sitting on the table, sugar cubes, and you pop them in your mouth. The Collective for Kids Chocolate Puds, whole milk yoghurt, 3 teaspoonfuls of sugar. And so it goes on. M&S Taste Buds Organic Yoghurt Pots Multi-Pack, raspberry. Almost the most boring flavour, I thought, raspberry. That's got 2.5 teaspoonfuls. And then they've got Nestle Munch Bunch Double Up Strawberry and Banana Fromage Frais, 2 teaspoonfuls. Yoplait Peppa Pig Strawberry Fromage Frais, 2 teaspoonfuls of sugar. I mean, it's a lot of sugar. And Yo Valley, Little Yo's Organic Fruity Favourite, Strawberry, Peach, Apricot and Raspberry, 2 teaspoonfuls of sugar. It's quite a lot, but it's the same companies that seem to pop up, Yoplait and Yo, but it's the Nestle Rolo Mix-In Toffee Yogurt, which sounds unbelievable. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've had sort of sugar-free yogurts or low-fat yogurts, and to be honest with you, I don't think they're actually as good for me. So I don't have yogurts very often. Low-fat ones, yeah. But the trouble is, the whole idea of having it with the sugar is because you can taste the sugar and it makes you feel a bit better, doesn't it? But I'm sure if you give it to kids at an early age, I mean, I didn't do, because I used to have school meals, but some kids, and we made them sit at a separate table, used to bring in food from home. So their mother had made them cheese and pickle sandwiches, and in there would be a couple of chocolate biscuits and sort of and a packet of crisps or something like that. And I remember thinking at the time, chocolate biscuits, maybe not. But I tell you, I mean, I couldn't remember what we had for school dinners, but they must have been worked out that it was good for us. It certainly didn't involve chocolate biscuits, that's a fact. We used to have that dreadful stuff, tapioca. Ugh, goodness me, honestly. Must have been a very poor school, I should imagine. Here's a lovely thing, the UK's hottest homes. And some of them are really nice. There's one here. It's Restringent Creek near Falmouth. The house has 5 bedrooms, steps to the waterfront, and it's £2.5 million, which is lovely. There's one in Devon, which dates back to the 14th century, and it's 5.95 million. Cumbria, you get a really big house, 5 bedrooms, and magnificent views over Windermere for 2.4 million. And then you get one here, a residence in a rural spot but close to London. Its state-of-the-art kitchen overlooks the garden. As opposed to what? This is in Essex. It's 15 million. But I found a nice one. There's room for 16 at dinner in this classically styled but recently built mansion in Surrey for 30 million. I mean, it looks like it's an old mansion. Imagine, though, you're all by yourself and you're sitting in there at a table that seats 16. Rattling around in there. Going to feel a bit silly, aren't you, really? Why having a boring job can lead to the onset of early dementia. I've always said to people, if you've got a boring job or you don't like it, get the heck out. Go and find a job that you enjoy doing. It might not necessarily be maybe the one that pays the best, but you've got to keep your mind active. So finding your job interesting could help to protect you against dementia. Those with mentally stimulating and demanding careers are a third less likely. There's me. Mentally stimulating. That's what I get every morning. I get it for free. It's like if you're a dancer. You know, you want to go into a West End show because you're going to be keeping fit every night, you know, for the duration of your contract. Lovely thing here. This is Wimborne Road in Wimborne in Dorset. It's a new cycle lane. It's 11 feet 2 inches wide. The road is 9'5". They're obviously very keen. Dorset Council said it wanted safe infrastructure for alternative green forms of transport, which is a pile of old rubbish, because there's no barrier that is stopping somebody crossing into the cycle lane. You know, a 38-year-old woman who works at a garage on the B3073 said 2 lorries smashed their mirrors trying to pass each other on opposite sides of the road. It's an absolute shambles. It's another very expensive. This is where the council loves spending money. This one is £120 million. Perhaps we should bring Dorset Council up to our mound and show you what £6 million looks like for a pile of scaffolding which is coming down next year. But this isn't protecting cyclists at all. Because if there was a barrier down the middle of it, like you've got down the middle of motorways, then I could understand it, but it's not. And they've said, is it wheelie necessary? Wheelie necessary. Okay, little play on words there for bicycles. So the cycle lane is wider than the road, and who's on it? One cyclist. 120 million. You should be very proud of yourself. You know, going down. I keep meaning to get a bicycle, and I'm just not gonna get round to it. I don't think. Well, I don't think so at the moment. Also, happy birthday, Matthew Perry, who played Chandler Bing in Friends, got engaged to his girlfriend last year, but they separated after the Friends reunion. He's 52 today, so many happies of the day. And a month earlier, he launched merchandise, including a sweatshirt with the slogan, "Could I be more me?" He did check into rehab twice whilst filming the sitcom. I never got Friends at all. I just thought they were way too old to all be living together like chums. You know, you can understand younger people. There was a bit on Essex, and they were trying to find somebody to move in with Arge, and of course nobody wanted, because he's a bit needy. You know, he said they said, you just want somebody to move in who's got a car to drive you around. He went, no, like that. And I thought, well, born on this day in 1940, died last year. Johnny Nash, the singer. Steer it up, and I can see clearly now. Lorena's gone. Remember that one? That was very good. Thank you. Also. Oh, in 1919, Afghanistan gained independence from Britain. How grateful were we? How grateful were we? And what does a slush fund mean? You know, you hear talk of a slush fund nowadays. Apparently it refers to tainted money used by political parties to fund their objectives. Originally a nautical term, as the slush was the grease skimmed off when boiling salted meat. That was sold and the proceeds kept for the crew to spend. There you go. You live and learn, do you not? But, yeah. Johnny Nash, bless his heart. And also, August the 19th, 1992. My favourite person, the Duchess of York, was facing unprecedented embarrassment with the impending publication of intimate holiday photographs showing her with her Texan friend, John Bryan, and is said to have been taken last week in the south of France. In one, he seemed to be kissing the Duchess's big toe. Now you know why Prince Philip never liked her. She was an embarrassment to the royal family. In fact, she hasn't stopped being an embarrassment, actually. In fact, the whole side of the family, the whole of that side of the family have been an embarrassment. Terribly embarrassing. But never mind. But I wonder by the time we get to tomorrow morning, what will we be saying about Geronimo? Because it's for some reason, it's got to be after 4:30 today. Why that would make any difference? It depends if they get a judicial review. But we'll wait and find out. I have a feeling that I'll be sitting here tomorrow morning saying Geronimo is still with us. Because I can't see that it's going to sort of disappear in any other way. Harry and Meghan on the front of every single paper, but the Mirror runs, and all of the papers do, tributes to Sean Locke, who died at the age of 58. Plus, Harry Dunn and the driver, Anne Secoulis, face to face with my son Harry's killer. And this is Charlotte Charles heading to the Americas for the showdown. Good luck. On today's free little bit extra podcast, Harry and Meghan appear to be picking a fight with the Queen. I'll tell you who I'm backing. Changing Rooms is back on TV, as naff as ever. It could be final D-Day for Geronimo, but I wouldn't put money on it just yet. Things change dramatically, and I have a feeling this one could run a bit longer. But you know, I leave it until the last minute because I like that drum bit. Dum, 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 dum. It's good. I was watching. Good morning, by the way. Good morning. I was watching Elvis Presley, the opening to a show. And it was really good. It was Elvis. He'd walked along the back corridor. He sweated profusely. And somebody, just as he's about to go on stage, they sort of mop his brow and all the rest of it. And he goes on. And it was quite impressive. But then it just ended up with him singing, which was quite nice. Geronimo's still alive. The little group of people who had tried to save him have dwindled to 9. They're just standing there with their little plaques and everything else. I fear the end is not that far away. And the third jab booster, only for those at risk. The war hero sent more than 5,000 cards by strangers. I quite like it when we do that in this country. I think we're very good at things like that. Lee Ryan up in court, driving offences from Spain. He was beamed into the court from Spain because he was caught driving his Mercedes 4x4. And then when he was fined 1,500 quid, he said, I haven't got any money. He said, I haven't worked. And I was thinking, well, sell your car, stupid boy. Sell your car. We're going to get the money one way or the other. You're not going to get away with it. He said he hasn't worked because of the pandemic. Well, loads of people worked throughout the pandemic. Obviously, people who were rubbish didn't work. And he's rubbish, so he didn't work. He was caught up in, where was it, Peterborough. And I remember thinking, what's he doing in Peterborough? So for a man who hasn't got any money, he's driving a 4x4 Mercedes. And he's obviously putting very expensive petrol in it. So if you can do that, mate, you can afford to pay your fine. But he said he hasn't worked, and the judge, quite rightly, said, well, loads of other people worked. He said, well, I haven't. I thought, no, because you're rubbish, that's why. What would you put him on? What could you put him on? Yeah, Emmett. He's been in EastEnders, briefly. It wasn't much cop at that. And he's got 3 children to support, so obviously not. Amazing, isn't it, really? So-called Ladies' Day at the York races. My God, you want to see what they've dredged up? Oh, my goodness me, I tell you, they look rough. You get these people, and they go to the race meetings. They go, oh, today's Ladies' Day at Ascot. And out they trot. All these dreadful people. Sheep, a lot of sheep. I thought it was a very good impression of a sheep, actually. Ba, ram you. And they all turned up wearing these horrendous outfits, which they obviously get from catalogues. And some of them, I mean, when you see them at the York races and in the papers today, I mean, my God, these people shouldn't be allowed out. Well, if they are allowed out, paper bag over the head jobs, they were really terrible. The Taliban militants have burnt down the amusement park. because they've all had a ride on the Dodgems and they've been on the big wheel and they've done all the other things, but then they suddenly realise, oh God, it's a Western thing. Quick, burn it down before people suss us out that we're a bunch of frauds who deal in drugs. The old poppy harvest is what we like. They're also going after anybody who lived in Afghanistan, who is Afghani, who has worked for either the UK or the Americans, and they're going to kill them. It's as simple as that. This from the so-called lying little, very worrying group of people called the Taliban, who said, no, women are going to be all right. They shot dead a woman the other day because she was going out without her burqa on. You sometimes wish, looking at the Taliban, because they're an ugly bunch, that they'd go out wearing burqas, don't you, really? Because, dear God in heaven, every one of them look exactly the same. But they've been going from door to door to help find people who help NATO and US forces. So a document has claimed. Also, a lot of the Taliban are wearing baseball caps. I think you'll find, dears, that's a Western influence thing, isn't it? I thought you didn't like the Western influence. Look at them standing around. They've got their sunglasses on, because that's a definite product of Afghanistan, and they're clutching their Kalashnikovs. Happy birthday to Sylvester McCoy, and also Jacqueline Suzanne. She died some years ago. She wrote, in fact, lots of ladies listening will know Jacqueline Suzanne. She wrote Valley of the Dolls, which was about Neely O'Hara. It was about a singer addicted to tablets and weight and things like that, and it was very good. She also wrote a book called The Beauty Queen, which was, there's been a couple of books, actually. One of them she wrote about a ghastly woman in America, and she used to promote orange juice. And I can't remember what her name was, but she was a homophobe. She also claimed to be deeply religious, and she had T-shirts printed with Killer, so-called, for Christ and stuff. Anita Bryant, her name was. Anita Bryant, I've just remembered. A revolting, disgusting piece of work who, sadly, is still around. She's 81. She ran a Save Our Children campaign, and she's an anti-gay rights activist. And so what happened was everybody boycotted the orange juice she'd promoted. She really was a disgusting piece of work. And she was sort of saying about the sins of homosexuality and the recruitment and child molestation. She was a bit sick in the upstairs department. She didn't know what she was talking about. She really didn't. It's so strange, isn't it? Every time, people like her talk about, the molestation of children, which is an abomination. It turns out that the majority of people who are doing it are heterosexual. Certainly got nothing to do with gay people. Check the facts, and you can find them out very, very quickly. And then she also wrote a book. She ended up with a chocolate brown poodle, Jacqueline Suzanne did, the writer. And she wrote a book about it, and I think it was called Not Tonight, Josephine, or something like that. And her husband, who was Sidney Sheldon, very well known in America, a very well known writer and director, and they wrote about their adventures with this dog. He hated this brown poodle, this chocolate brown poodle, but she wrote such a good book about it. I mean, for animal lovers, it's worth seeing if you can get hold of a copy, because it was really funny. He would say, this little thing would appear at the end of the bed in the morning looking at you. He said, and eventually his heart melted. But it was her other books. She wrote another one which was loosely based on Jackie Kennedy, about a woman who had married the future president of the United States of America, who was assassinated. And then it turned out that everybody thought she had loads of money, but she didn't have any money. She didn't have any. The Kennedy family were tight as whatsits. You could have heard them squeak. Presided over by Rose Kennedy, the matriarch, and they had a history of all sorts of things in the family, and they kept her under the thumb. They didn't want her to have money, and so what did she do? She did the ultimate sin to the Americans. She went and married Aristotle Onassis, the Greek shipping magnate. And unfortunately for her, she didn't realise, but he had a girlfriend. And she was called Maria Callas. Maria Callas was a very famous opera singer. And so in this book, which was a fictional account of somebody who might or might not have existed, on her wedding night, and he'd literally flown all her friends in for the wedding. There were white horses, people got diamonds as gifts and everything else. And so she sat there in full makeup, the hair done, and her sort of neggly-giggly thing, a bit showing the most of it. And then she waited for him to come into the bedroom to do the whatever it was. And he came in, he said, OK, I'll see you tomorrow. And she went, I'm sorry? And he went, yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. And she went, but are you not going to sleep with me tonight, kind of thing? And he went, no, I have a mistress. he said, and so she said, what did you marry me for? On the wedding night. Yeah, I mean, put it this way, he'd been with Maria Callas for years, this book loosely based on it. And it was very interesting because he said, listen, he said, I married you, he said, for the prestige. He said, I'm not interested in sleeping with you. And Jacqueline Kennedy then ended up, after he died, because he had a daughter, actually, who was... There's all sorts of jokes about her, which we won't go into. But he left a small fortune. She went back to live in America, and she got cancer some years later, and she died. But she was a very interesting person because she insisted on the day of the assassination that because they then handed over power to the next incumbent president, but she insisted on walking at the front of the line following the coffin. She kept the blood-stained suit on. She was wearing the blood-stained suit, and people looked on that as... I mean, she was very good at cultivating publicity, but as opposed to changing into another suitable thing for it. And then they brought out a book in America. I don't know where I'm going with this morning. I've got no idea, but anyway, they brought out a book of the autopsy pictures of Kennedy on the table with the top of his head removed and everything else, because he got hit and it took the top of his head off. But she got covered in the blood, but she insisted on wearing it. And I think it was, I can't remember who the next president came in. So was it Johnson, Lindbergh Johnson? And his wife said, it's not right that she's in front of us and all the rest of it. You're now the president. And I thought nobody was going to argue. And so she turned up to the funeral with the two kids that they had. And it was all done. I mean, it was quite something. It was quite something. And then for ages, you know, the Lee Harvey Oswald thing and all the rest of it, it just went on and on and on. But anyway, it only reminds me to tell you that Jacqueline Suzanne's birthday would have been today, but she died some years ago. So there you go. Together with Sylvester McCoy. Do you remember where you were when he was assassinated? No, I don't. I can remember coming home. We lived on an RAF base up in Lincolnshire. RAF Coningsby. And I came home from school because all the RAF people lived on what they called the patch. And so there was the runway and all the things and the NAFI. And then there was this big sort of housing estate for the RAF personnel. And we had a house which was exactly the same as everybody else's. And I remember coming home from school and my mother was crying in the kitchen. And I said, what's the matter? And she went, Churchill's dead. And it was enough. Churchill. Yes. Yeah. Have you heard of Churchill? I do beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. We mentioned something. No, we've moved away from Kennedy. You should know this programme by now. We start on one theme and move to something else. I had such a good day yesterday. Such a good day. Seriously, I sort of took it in my sort of head to sort of wander around a few garden centres, deciding on what I was going to be buying. And then last night I thought, I've decided to let the baskets go. The hanging baskets. I've decided to let them go. And then I thought, I can't. So I was out there watering them again, just as the blooming weather turned and it started raining again. Ridiculous. Honestly, where are we? Look at the state of me. But I did get my hair cut. Got my hair cut. You didn't even notice, did you? You didn't even notice. Yeah, you did. Well, you should. You wouldn't embarrass me if you said anything about me having a haircut. But no, I was quite pleased about it. I feel such a relief when it's done. 1 all over and 0 on the sides to blend it in, as she said. And then they always ask you the same thing. Would you like your eyebrows done? I thought, no, thank you very much indeed. You've never been asked. They do that automatically round our way. They do around your ears, in case you've got any sticky out bits, like your ears, I suppose. And then they always say, shall I do your eyebrows? That's quite a normal thing. And some of our hairdressers do wet shaves. I've never been brave to take my trousers off, but some people are quite good at it. But I can't do it. I'm not going to do it just yet. Extinction Rebellion, 2 more weeks of protests. Oh, how dreary and boring. How dreary and boring. I wonder if there's as many of you as there are of the Save Geronimo, the same 9 people standing down on the farm with their little placards, homemade. And apparently they brought their cars down as well now. Ooh, daring. I think he's doomed. I wonder how they'd feel if somebody, some wicked soul, took a barbecue down and said, all right, we're just waiting, because I don't know whether or not... Can you eat alpacas? I mean, I don't know whether or not they are an edible food. In certain parts of the world, because they've got lots of alpacas, they might eat them. We shall find out after this.
Yes to new must-have hair care. Yes to new salon style at home. And yes to new premium hair care brands now available at Boots. Find 10 new brands to elevate your routine, including L'Oreal Professional, Wella Professional, Redken, and so much more. Plus, you can still get your much-loved favourites, including Philip Kingsley, Coco and Eve, and Bumble and Bumble. So, for new premium haircare brands, shop online at Boots.com. Available online only, subject to availability. Delivery charges may apply.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, the music, the Elvis concert is the Also Thus Sprach Zarathustra, which was taken from 2001 A Space Odyssey. Do, 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 do. Remember that bit? And Elvis came on, they went do, 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 do. I'd have loved that. I went on stage to the music from, it was Black Pearl from Pirates of the Caribbean. Dum, 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 dum. Mind you, it beats the opening to the programme we used to have some time ago, which was The Bitch Is Back. I thought, yeah, I'd do it as a living. Very, very thankful, thank you. Alpaca meat. I know you were quite worried about the question of can you eat alpacas, and the answer is you can. It's lean, tender and almost sweet, not only rich in proteins, but also low in fat, and has the lowest level of cholesterol of any meat. He's got to go. He's got to go. I mean, you could take a barbecue down there and they could, then he'd have served a useful purpose. But yeah, all over the internet, alpaca meat, and you can buy it. And in certain parts of the world, they wouldn't have anything else. They would just have alpacas. It's like, when you go to the Arctic Circle, they've got reindeer. What do they eat? Reindeer. Alpacas have been a domestic livestock species for 6,000 years. The Incas didn't have cattle, they had llamas and alpacas, and they have continued to be on the menus across Peru, Chile and Bolivia ever since. There you go, and they've got reports from people on why they eat alpacas. Of course, I'm not assuming that all the people protesting against the writing off of poor Geronimo would be vegans or vegetarians, but, it is edible, and apparently it's the best meat that you can get. So there you go. I mean, I personally wouldn't want to eat it because I see them as sort of fluffy things. They look like cotton buds with legs on, and that's about as far as it goes. But it's going to happen whether they like it or not. They can stand there all day, and the moment it's all finished and the animal has gone to wherever it goes to, all these people will just disappear and they'll start carry on feeding pigeons, I should imagine. Morrison's hit with a fresh takeover bid by a US private equity firm. $7 billion. The board have recommended that they take it. £7 billion. And edging the company towards a takeover of the Bradford-based grocer, because that's where it started. It was originally, there was another one, it went up to 6.7 billion. Started at 5.5 billion, went up now 7 billion. Which is just about where we were yesterday, and so now somebody's come in and the board have said to take it £7 billion. The takeover has prompted concerns from MPs about the potential for new owners selling off property assets or reducing the rights of workers. Yep. Well, we don't own Cadbury's anymore, do we? That's not owned. That's owned by an American company. Or most of our companies are owned by overseas firms. Most of them private equity companies who've got that sort of money to invest. And people might complain about it. But, that's the way it's going. That's the way it's going. Stella, I've been there, been to those garden centres. They were okay. My grandmother, says Shane, took me to see Lyndon B. Johnson in the 60s when I was a kid. He visited Sydney because we were in the Vietnam War with the Americans. Oh, right. Waj says the weather's gone cold now. It has. Prompting me to tell you for about the umpteenth time that you ain't going to be seeing no sun over the bank holiday. I think you're going to have to put up with rain and overcast. Although, actually, we did get enough sunshine yesterday to charge up my solar lights. Somebody wrote to me and said, typical sort of person, otherwise known as being a TROLL. One of those sort of people. The sad and the lonely and the ones who smell. That's what they are, the trolls. But they become obsessed. And this one wrote to me from Liverpool, if you please. It was in pencil, so I'm assuming they wanted to reuse the card again. And some of them were so thick, you can't believe it. Like we had one the other day who's saying, it isn't the Taliban who make money out of selling poppies, it's the Mujahideen. And I thought, there are stupid and then there's really thick. People who can't even read, which is very... But you want to see some of the spellings we get on some things. I mean, some of them are quite frightening. 7 billion, says Roger, take the money and run. Absolutely. Lee says, Geronimo the alpaca can't be eaten as it's bovine TB positive. Well, it might be. But we don't know yet because they've executed a few before and they turned out not to be positive once they'd done their test. So we don't know because they won't do a third test. They've just said that. I don't know why they keep prolonging it for another 24 hours. Who cares? I don't think people care. This sort of alpaca, they've said it's isolated, but it's not. It's not in a separate barn. It's just in a separate enclosure. But the other alpacas can come up to it, but they tend not to. So perhaps they know. Perhaps they know. And Steve says, Nick, do your barbers light a flame and waft it at your ears? Mine do. No, they have it on one of the... It's a Turkish thing, that. And it's where they sort of do it for... I don't know what they're doing it for. But little pendulums. Oh, right. Okay. So they're hypnotising you, basically. I just want to go in there and go one all over and then sort of a zero just round the ears. And it takes 10 minutes. So quick and easy. And feels so much better about it afterwards. So, Turkish singeing, how to remove hair with fire. I personally wouldn't want to have it done. I personally wouldn't, but I'm watching somebody here. There you go. And they sort of basically just sort of put this fire in somebody's ear. Well, they sort of waft it over. Whether or not it makes... These are hairs, I think, round the outside. You can get a little machine. I've just bought a little one, for doing nasal hair. And it was like £9. Really good. It's got a light in it as well. So you can see where you're going. But I'm not sure about this sort of... But people seem to know what they're doing now. He's got hairy neck. Has he? Oh, right. That's what they do. In fact, he seems to have quite a bit of hair in all sorts of places he shouldn't have. But there you go. So, just in case people were getting worried about it's raining men... they've now changed it to it's raining them. And so it's sort of, all sorts of pansexual and everything else don't feel excluded. I don't know why they've started dragging that one up now. And they've got a trans person who's singing it, an American. And it's. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know where we go with this thing. It's raining men becomes it's raining them. Says nothing to me, I'm afraid. Nothing to me. Another one was says. Have you thought about a Steve Allen sandwich toaster for make some noise? Welcome to Thursday, the 19th of August. Could be Geronimo's last day on Earth. Yes.
At Honda, we've been listening out for inspiration.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-levels.
Last year, many under fives were hospitalised.
You're listening to our podcast of Steve Allen on LBC.
Do you know, I leave it until the last minute because I like that drum bit. Dum, 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 dum. It's good. I was watching... good morning, by the way. Good morning. I was cattle. You don't know. Alpacas might actually have it, but it doesn't affect them. But they can... And you find somewhere cheaper to get a nice cup of coffee. And you can go from here. I would walk... You'll see that over the road used to go straight down. Now it goes round to the left. It's. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know where we go with this thing. It's raining men becomes it's raining them. Another one. There you go. This Steve Allen sandwich toaster for make some becomes it's raining them. Says nothing to me. I'm fire. I personally wouldn't want to have it done. I personally wouldn't. But I'm watching somebody here. There you go. And they sort of basically just sort of put this fire in somebody's ear. Well, they sort of waft it over. Whether or not it makes... These are hairs, I think, round the outside. You can get a little machine. I've just bought a little one, for doing nasal hair. And it was like £9. Really good. It's got a light in it as well. So you can see where you're going. But I'm not sure about this sort of... But people seem to know what they're doing now. He's got hairy neck. Has he? Oh, right. That's what they do. In fact, he seems to have quite a bit of hair in all sorts of places he shouldn't have. But there you go. So, just in case people were getting worried about it's raining men... they've now changed it to it's raining them. And so it's sort of, all sorts of pansexual and everything else don't feel excluded. I don't know why they've started dragging that one up now. And they've got a trans person who's singing it, an American. And it's. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know where we go with this thing. It's raining men becomes it's raining them. Says nothing to me, I'm afraid. Nothing to me. Another one was says. Have you thought about a Steve Allen sandwich toaster for make some noise? No, Sonny, no, we haven't thought about that at all. And never will. Just thought I'd tell you that. Also, Wait a minute, I just lost this other one, actually. I'm working on JFK's old London house at Princess Gate. Can't say too much, but if you Google it, you'll find that it's going to be a super mansion. More expensive than number 1 Hyde Park, says John in Witton. More expensive than number 1 Hyde Park. Number 1 Hyde Park. Oh, what, the Wellington Museum? Well, I don't know. I mean, there is a Chinese bloke, isn't there? Here's JFK's house, Princess Gate, and it looks quite nice. I don't think it's as big as number 1 London, which is that's what it's called. No, it's not called 1 Hyde Park. It's called number 1 London. But there was another one. There you go. This building is owned by a Guernsey-based company, a joint venture between Christian Candy-owned CPC Group and Sheikh Hamad bin Yassim bin Yabba Al and all the rest of it. In 2010, a penthouse in the development was rumoured to be sold. Oh, no, this is Bowater House. This is Bowater House, isn't it? The 50s office block. And it's 1 Hyde Park. They said it was 140 million, but we were never too sure whether that was just a load of old baloney, actually. And they were going to open a car showroom in the building, and so they have. They've got a car showroom in the building, but not all the apartments are sold in that. It's next to the Hyde Park Hotel. In fact, and you get the services from it. Number 1 London, though, is the Duke of Wellington's house, and you can go round that. That's open to the public. You can go. I've been around that. That was very nice indeed. But Apsley House. Why does it have the address number 1 London? Because there used to be a toll gate there. And so that was it. That's where London started. And if you look at early pictures, you'll see that over the road used to go straight down. Now it goes round to the left and you go up to Hyde Park Corner. And so it's changed. But that's where the toll gate was. And it was number 1 London. That was the first house in London. Then it went down Piccadilly. And I know, useless information, isn't it? But it's kept me in employment for 42 years. I can't complain about it. There was a woman, a bit thick, and she's in the paper. I'll tell you who she is a bit later on. But she made up a harassment campaign against herself. She started writing letters abusing her and all the rest of it. She wasted 570 hours of police time. She's obviously as thick as a brick. She needs help, but they've decided, as opposed to help, she needs to go to prison. So they've sent her to prison. Love it. I love it. I mean, fancy making up a harassment campaign. You know, somebody's written this to me. So she kept phoning the police saying somebody's written this. Somebody's, written all over her house and her car windscreen and that kind of stuff. And she was just a compulsive liar. These people, they've got more than 1 or 2 screws loose. Seaside resorts, a few of them now are banning deck chairs. They think they could be used as weapons. I don't know. I mean, people want a deck chair, don't they? They're not the most comfortable things to sit in. I'd rather have why can't you find a settee down on the seafront? Make it better. And the teen who nicked Mr. Hancock's hat says, come and get it. You're a vile piece of work, aren't you, love? You thieve it from him on the tube, and now you'd go in the paper. Yeah, come and get it back. Ghastly old baggage. Poisonous sea snakes. I mentioned sea snakes before. I don't like them because they can give you a very nasty bite. Over in Australia, I think if you get done by, a box jellyfish, you can. Some of them are quite serious. You can be severely ill in less than 5 minutes. It's that bad. And their tentacles stretch for one of them 36 metres. 36 metres. That's a bit frightening, isn't it? Really. But they may be attacking scuba divers, sea snakes, because they want to mate with them. It's going to be very good. There she. Who's this? Georgia Lewis from Rayleigh. One of the girls out partying. A bit old for that kind of thing, aren't you, love? You look a bit ancient. God in heaven, I mean, have you learned how to do makeup properly? So here she is on the tube, got me false eyelashes on, and I. Yeah, you're lovely. So they stole his hat. You know, really charming. Can you have a look at that other picture of her again? Let's have a look. Here she, no, down, there you go. I mean, you really need to try and get some expert help on doing your makeup, dear. Makes you look less tarty. You know, it'll make you look nicer and get, I'm not sure about the hair, but really. And the big hoop earrings. I'm sorry, and cheap panel doors. I'm sorry, MDF's so out in this day and age. Obviously not much money, so you better stay the way that you are at the moment. Steve, oh my goodness, says Nick. I walked past the mound near Marble Arch the other day. What an eyesore, and 6 million quid. I know, we were horrified when we discovered yesterday it was £6 million. Originally it was going to be about 2.5 million. Yeah, which is great. Roger says not just any car showroom, it's a McLaren showroom. I know, I pass it every day when I come in. Every single day I sort of try and open my eyes for that. I'm not interested in cars. I'm seriously not. People, you know, you do get some people who love them, but they've got some of the minimum car price, 190 grand. Great, but doesn't interest me. Steve, I don't think number 1 has a postcode, says Michael. I don't know. I just know it's known as number 1 London, and everybody knows what it is.
Leadership is about driving change. That's why we're pleased to introduce the first ever all-electric BMW i5. Unmistakable BMW driving dynamics blended with instant electric performance. Innovative technology that elevates every journey. And if you order before the 31st of December, you'll receive a complimentary home charger or £750 of public charging credit. Discover the joy of moving forward. Search BMW i5. Pod 0.7 kilowatt home charger and standard installation. Charging credit valid 36 months. Full T's and C's at bmw.co.uk. You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
You know the girl who nicked Hancock's hat? We've just found out who she looks like. Janice from the Muppets. Absolutely the spitting image of her. I'm sorry, dear, but you ain't no model, unless you're going to get all your kit off. And the pink handbag with the blue dress? I think not. But as I say, it's lovely. And also, putting your little jean jacket over the door. I mean, at least you could have found something better to model against, but not a good picture. But no, you are Janice on The Muppet Show. And everybody agree with me. What do we got? Oh, another dreary picture of Rita Ora. What a boring old woman she turns out to be. Plus, it's official now. Bobby Cole Norris has left Towie. Thank God for that. Perhaps the programme will improve. Really, nasty little piece of work. Changing rooms. Drop immediately, I'm afraid. It is so ghastly. So ghastly. And television, writes Ali Ross, became significantly less funny on Wednesday when we learnt of the death of Sean Locke. Have you noticed Channel 4 had decided, to save them making any new programmes, just to recycle anything that Sean Locke was on? So that's what they did yesterday. They started putting them out. They sort of laughingly call them tribute programmes. It's just a way of not having to pay for other stuff, I suppose. And residents have sprung to defend a busker who was ordered to clear off by an angry priest as he played to shoppers strolling past a cathedral. Addressing the cleric in a letter to a local paper, guitarist Marvin Naylor said, "Without an excuse me, you became aggressive and intimidating, saying I was on church property and obstructing the entrance to the cathedral. You're wrong on both counts." Local Kim Gottlieb said he was the best street entertainer in Winchester, adding he should play the Albert Hall, and Paul McNeil says, "What would Jesus have done?" The trouble is, don't assume because somebody's wearing, the garb of a priest or a bishop or anything like that, they're exactly the same as you and me. They're no different. They're not any nearer to heaven than you and I are. It's as simple as that. They're going to go to exactly the same place. But that's very nasty. But there's a piece on YouTube I discovered. It's an American, and he's filming in London, and this bloke comes up. He looks like he's a bit of a thug, and he pretends he's a policeman. And he starts, "Stop filming. I'm telling you now, stop filming." He isn't wearing anything that vaguely resembles anything. He's got a pair of shorts on and a T-shirt. He doesn't have any identification, so you know he's a fake. And this bloke's going, "Don't touch me. What are you doing?" He says, "You're not allowed to film. I'm telling you, stop filming now." And he was one of these peculiars. Life's real peculiars. Anyway, to cut a long story short, it goes on for ages with him telling him, "I'm telling you now, I'll have you arrested." And the bloke's going, "You're not a policeman." And then real police turn up and they start having words with him. And he skulks away like a little girl, like that. Because he was one of those peculiar people who pretends that he's a policeman. As I say, one or two sandwiches short of a picnic, I think. The lights are on, but nobody's home. Steve says, "Shane, it's my birthday. I turn 63. Oh, goodness, really? Oh, well, you might as well forget about life. 63, good heavens above. Terrible." He says, "I can't go out because of lockdown, but I do enjoy listening to you." People used to say that to me. They say, 63. I bet you've started sort of walking past funeral directors going, "Oh, that's a nice stone. I quite like that one, I want to be there. I'm totally of the opinion that when you die, that when you pass on, you can see what goes on. You're sitting on a cloud with, somebody else who might have passed on recently, and you can watch what goes on at the funeral, see what people say about you. It's all going to be fantastic at mine. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd probably get angry watching somebody else doing my show. That would be the thing that would upset me more. I definitely want a plaque in the studio, the Steve Allen Memorial Studio. He sat in there for years and years, He loved this place like it was his own. Which actually, of course, is absolutely true. I don't think that you can do this job, laughingly called a job, if you don't enjoy doing it. You can't bluff. You can't bluff speech radio. You might better bluff music radio. I've heard a few people bluffing music radio, where we're all jolly, jolly happy. And it's really great to have your company this Friday morning, 20th of August. And here we go with the Beatles. And you listen to somebody and you think, I don't think you could actually, because it doesn't work if you go into speech radio and you start trying to do the same thing. It doesn't work, actually. It doesn't work at all. Chris says, not interested in cars? No, never have been. A car is just a functional item for me. It's just a functional item. That's all it is. It just gets you from A to B. And the more comfy it is, the better. And my car is very, very comfy. In fact, sometimes I'll just go and sit on the back seat just for the hell of it. It's really comfy. It's got loads of room in there because it's God knows how many feet long. But it's comfy. It's very fast. And it's nice. It's nice, and it went sailing through its MOT, which was lovely. Having a cuppa, Steve, listening to my favourite radio show. Oh, Jenny, who's that? Who's it? Tell me who it is. Love your stories about London. Hope to visit soon. See a show, lunch in the crypt, and walk down the South Bank. Fab. Yeah, London. Just the walking bit's good. You could start here in Leicester Square. You could see our building, which is huge, 1,000 people in it. On a good day, and lots of work going on, some hotels. The cups of coffee around here are terribly expensive. I wouldn't recommend that at all. I'd recommend you find somewhere cheaper to get a nice cup of coffee. And you can go from here. I would walk down to Trafalgar Square. If I had enough time, I'd do the National Portrait Gallery, which is well worth going to, and it's free. And then you come out of there, you take a picture of somebody throwing themselves in the fountain. You walk down Whitehall. You see Horse Guards Parade on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, the banqueting house, out of which one of the windows Charles I walked to his execution. That's what it's famous for. The bank, although it's got a lovely ceiling, beautifully painted ceiling, and you look at it in a giant mirror. They've got a mirror on the floor. Then you walk down to Parliament Square, and you have a walk round there. If you go off to the right, there's Birdcage Walk, which is very nice. So called because that's where people used to sell their birds in cages. Or as I prefer to call it, the Love Islanders. And they've got some nice houses there. Charles Dickens had a house. They sold birds in birdcage. The Chinese do the same thing. People take their birds out to meet other birds. So they have meetups. They take them out in little wooden cages, and they hang them in the trees, and the birds talk to each other like, oh, what sort of week have you had? I've had a very nice week, thank you for asking. What's your owner like? Very nice. Get me nuts every day and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, and Birdcage Walk. And the street is named after the Royal Menagerie in Avery. So, and that was located in the reign of King James I. King Charles II expanded the aviary when it was all laid out, and it formed part of the marathon course in the 2012 Olympics. So, also, apparently, by the mid-19th century, the walk had gained notoriety as a cruising ground for gay trysts. I ask you honestly, there is nowhere safe? Heavens above, a tryst. I haven't had a tryst for ages. I had a Milky Bar once, but it wasn't quite the same, which is very nice. A two-headed turtle in one shell is a find here. The four-eyed baby loggerhead was discovered by experts during a routine nest excavation. They do it where they sort of do that. It's not an old one. It's sort of recent. And so that's a bit peculiar, isn't it? And a pair of... I can even read this story on a Friday. A pair of randy emergency workers was sacked after they were caught having sex in the back of an ambulance at a football ground. Really? Emma Croydon was spotted driving a car into Portsmouth FC's car park behind the stretcher fetcher, then got into the back with the male driver. When two security guards approached the ambulance, they found the couple in a state of undress with the man's trousers undone and shoes off. Oh, well, that's it then, isn't it? Taking your shoes off. Oh, doomed. It heard that the CCTV footage showed the ambulance swaying from side to side. Miss Croydon, who claimed the ambulance's service procedure was flawed and dishonest, brought a claim of unfair dismissal. Didn't quite work, actually. The panel dismissed her claim, saying she didn't know why the security guard would lie, and the CCTV supported their account. So there you go. They should have been fired. Dirty pair. Ugh. Honestly, can you imagine? In an ambulance as well. What else we got here? Busted's Matt Willis. He's married to Emma Willis, and they're very good, very nice couple. And here's a picture of Little Mix. They've got an album, Between Us, featuring some of their greatest hits. I don't think poor old Jessie Nelson will be able to do that, you know. And here's Jessie's album with one hit on it, a very minor hit, because that's what she's hoping for. She thinks that all this publicity and the pictures and of her half naked will sell records. It won't, dear. It won't. And of course, what's out today? Come on, I told you this a few days ago. Matt Goss's single is out now. Okay. I know. If it was made in vinyl, you could have made it into a fruit bowl by the time we get to the end of the programme. Just heat them gently and they sort of fold up quite nicely. So his single is out now, and I think there's an album. It's called Somewhere to Fall. Please make up your own jokes. Good old Matt Goss. He'll be heading back to America very, very shortly. Do you think they sold his merchandise when he was working at Caesar's Palace? Here he is trying to do a moody picture, but the trouble is, whereas David Beckham could do a moody picture, Matt Goss just looks like he's got somebody's dead ferret stuck on his head, and he just looks miserable. We want him to smile, be happy. Goodness sake, honestly. Try and be happy. I just don't know why. No, I mean, I'm not a smiling person. I just go through life quite easy. Nothing phases me in life. I just wander through. Years ago, I would have sort of worried a car being dirty and stuff like that. Now I couldn't care less, because I can always sort of go and get things done. And if ever it goes in for servicing, they always clean it. Ben always cleans it, washes it and dries it, and they do the interior. I don't think I've done the interior for ages. I've got a little vacuum cleaner. There's a surprise. And I can hoover the inside of the car, and that's it. But when I smoked, the inside of the car used to get terribly messy. Terribly messy. You'd get ash because you'd flick it out the window and it would go down the side of the car. Then you get bits inside the car. So I don't get anything like that at all. And because I've got Connolly hide, I don't even bother wiping it over. It's just you don't need to do anything. It's just leather. Yes, Connolly hide is leather. And it's in cream. And it just doesn't get dirty. It really doesn't. Even though I've loaded it up with all sorts of things. Great stuff. I feel sorry, and I'll tell you about her in a moment, for a lady called Laura Armstrong. She got a parking ticket. You won't believe where she got it, so I'll tell you in a moment.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science, to name a few. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Kim says, I'd love a walk around London. Do you know, you can literally, you don't have to go down Whitehall. You could go right and walk down the Mall, which is, you've got St James's Park, down there as well. Don't do it at night time. The police patrol with dogs. I just warn you now. I got caught out years and years ago. I was with a friend and we were cutting through to Birdcage Walk the other side. It was about 2 or 3 in the morning. And of course, you're not allowed to go through the park at 2 or 3 in the morning. I don't know, because it's a private park. It's open during the daytime and there's no way of we just started walking through and all of a sudden we heard, stop, don't move, don't move. And I thought, oh my God. And there was a dog. The policeman with a dog. And the dog was, the usual dog. Then you think, oh, it doesn't like me, I can tell. He said, don't move. He said, what are you doing? We said, we're just cutting through the park. He said, you're not allowed through the park. There are notices there that say, do not walk through the park at night time. So no, I wasn't drunk. No, heavens above. It was one of those days where, I didn't drink till much later in life. 12. And, no, I didn't drink. I didn't drink at all, actually. My brother was drinking before I was. We used to have Sunday lunch, family lunch, which people don't seem to have nowadays. And there was always wine, but it was always German wine. My father liked Liebfraumilch because we'd lived in Germany, or he had for a few years. And my brother used to have that, or he might have a beer or something, whereas an orange juice. Pathetic, isn't it, really? But I loved it. Anyway, here is the story of Laura Armstrong. She's been given a £100 fine for parking in her own space in a gated facility. So if you live in a gated community, like they have them in America, you want to park in your own space, you've got your own space for parking. And that's what she did. She said, my permit accidentally slipped from my dashboard and I went down in the morning to find a £100 charge. Well, because, to be brutally honest with you, Laura, and I can understand the frustration and saying you're going to fight it, and you'll probably win, I should imagine, because people know you live there. But if the person comes round who issues tickets, sees a car in there with no permit on it, parked, they don't know. What are they supposed to do? Go around knocking on doors? No. She said, I thought once I said I was the owner, the charge would be revoked, but I was wrong. Oh, they've already said it wouldn't be cancelled. Never mind. Laura from Worcester said most people back down when these companies start talking about bailiffs and things, but I'm not going to. I'll go to court if it really goes that far. She said she couldn't see the need for the car park to be managed, as it's only accessible to residents with a door fob. Oh, please, naivety, my dear. Anybody can get in. Anybody can get in. There's all sorts of things. Most of these car parks, we used to have a barrier on our car park, but then one of the shops discovered that they could open the barrier. They didn't need to put a card in, which we all had. They put a metal tray on the ground, and it was an electromagnet thing. Lifted up the barrier. And they would drive through, then they'd go and pick up the tray, the barrier would go down again. Yeah, I reported them straight away. Then we took the barrier out. It was a lot easier. Yobbos. Parking Control Management Limited would ask for a comment. Well, come up with a comment. Don't be silly boys. Don't be silly boys. Here they are, defenders of Geronimo. Helen has vowed to keep fighting. And she says here, the whole world is looking for saving Geronimo. Unfortunately not, dear. Unfortunately not. Very sweet. Very sweet. But her militia blocked entry to the farm by padlocking a gate and parking a black Volkswagen behind it. She said that on Nick Ferrari's show yesterday. The attempt to fend off a visit from the government's firing squad. It gets more dramatic now, doesn't it? First of all, the execution. Then going to be put to sleep. It's going to be euthanized. Now it's the firing squad. 12 of them. A bit like the Caucasus. They're standing there. Ceausescu's. Oh, yeah, well, that was that's on YouTube. The filthy, disgusting Ceausescu's. And they were sentenced to death by the court. And, she was a mouthy old bag. But they literally took them straight outside. They were tied to posts and they were shot dead. Immediately. They hated them that much. A lot of other people went the same way. But she says that we have a fleet of vehicles on hand. They'll arrest you, dear. Don't be stupid. If this comes from the court, and the court have said that animal, has to be shot or, under the firing squad or hanging or whatever they do. I don't know what they do. Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of something else. And so they've given it 24 hours and it's going to run out at 5 p.m. today. And so apparently battle plans could involve putting Geronimo amongst 4 other alpacas in a pen to confuse the hitman. Oh, right. So we've got one with it. You can just infect all the other ones as well. What a brilliant idea. You're more stupid than I imagined. Veterinary nurse Helen said, we've got to keep doing what we're doing, fighting hard for an innocent, healthy animal, which has been tested positive twice. You're not learning this, are you? She's only got 134,000 signatures. Which ain't a lot, really. And she's talking about, the whole world are sympathetic to this. Unfortunately, they're not. Go onto the internet. They'll tell you how to cook it, but they won't tell you how to save it, which is the way it goes. I think they've dragged it out too much. I think they actually should have, said it's tested positive, because if this bovine tuberculosis spreads through the country, farms will be closing left, right and centre. It's as simple as that. Many people will lose their livelihoods completely, and all because of your arrogance in not believing anything that you hear. The court have said it's going to be destroyed. It will be destroyed. It just depends. The trouble is, it just depends when. And I don't know why they're dragging it out. Did you know 10 to 15 minutes a day of meditation improves students' concentration? Don't be silly. Pint of lager will do that for you. They don't need to do meditation. But I do love a picture of Pope Francis. The pontiff took time off to play table football. He's 80. I told you, these are just he might be the Pope, but he's just an ordinary person. Just an ordinary person. He's 84. And this table's design aims to encourage disabled people to take part. So there you go. Argentine-born Francis is a fan of Buenos Aires club in San Lorenzo. In June, he blessed UEFA President Alexander Ceferin before the 2020 began, Euro 2020. I quite like the idea that the pontiff's quite human. I think that's quite sweet, actually. I like him. I like him not as much as the one about 2 or 3 popes ago who looked like the Pope. There was a very nice one. Was it John Paul? I liked him. He made me feel a bit more comfortable about things. He looked like the Pope. This one doesn't. I mean, he's 84. He didn't look 84. Yeah, but there you go. Pope John Paul II. Look at him. What a lovely man. Poor soul. When he died, or when any of them died, they have to sort of lie them in state in the basilica And so people are in there, and he's sort of there with his new shoes on and all the rest of it. But he was wonderful. Apparently, that's interesting, a phial of Pope John Paul II's blood has been stolen from a church in Italy. Some sick people out there, aren't there? But they did have him on this sort of catafalque thing. And, I mean, he was old, but I just thought he looked nice. I just thought he looked very nice. And I'm not even Catholic. I just think it's quite a nice idea. Most of our vicars seem to shout at people. It's a busker. Go away. No. I like that idea. Telling a priest where to go. Go away. Go away. We don't want musicians round here. Kumbaya, my lord. I mean, I don't see why, churches... I thought churches encourage music. They need to find out who this is. Did you ever see the film Catholic Boys? Oh, you should see Catholic Boys with Andrew McCarthy. Very good film. Based loosely on fact of a Catholic school where one of the masters was a sadist and enjoyed beating the boys. And this has been borne out on numerous occasions. The Catholic Church has had no end of problems with priests who have, I mean, to put it politely, erred. I mean, there was the Catholic school in Canada, wasn't it, where the priests were abusing the boys, and the boys tried to complain about it, and they couldn't because nobody believed them. They thought they were just making it all up. And it turned out somebody from a newspaper finally believed them and said, listen, one of you's got to come forward and tell the story of what happened. And none of them wanted to do it. They were too frightened of the repercussions. Eventually, one of them agreed to testify, and then the others followed, and they found the priests who had committed these assaults on them, and they met their comeuppance. One of them was married. He'd moved to Alaska or something like that, and he was married with children. And then came the knock on the door from the police. And there was another one. There was a newspaper. It became a very famous film about the abuse of Catholic boys, and I can't remember what it was called. Was it the Boston Observer? And again, they'd done a really in-depth thing to find out what was going on there, because people were just covering it up. They would sort of pretend they were hiding under the cloak of ministry, and it didn't work. It did not work. A dad is in danger of losing a second leg to sepsis after stubbing his toe on holiday. I hate stubbing. Have you ever stubbed your toe? Oh my goodness me! Isn't it the worst thing ever? It is the worst thing ever. I don't like it at all. I really don't. I worry about things like that. It's like I was watching some people the other day diving off a cliff into water. I said, say a rock appears. I didn't like it at all. I've got a lovely flat for you with a grandstand-like view of Lord's Cricket Ground. In fact, there are loads of flats around Lord's Cricket Ground. I've been there loads of times. And you could sit on your balcony and watch the cricket. If you've got a pair of binoculars, this one here is a 2-bed apartment on the 11th floor of a building that towers above the pavilion end. And it's gone on the market, 2.72 million. Seems very cheap. 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and it boasts a uniformed concierge. For those people into a bit of the old uniform, we like that, don't we? Yeah, uniform. Good evening, sir. Good evening, madam. You're paying for it, though. It comes out your service charge. So don't ever think it's a service. They're there, but they do it, and they just sit there half the time. There's places round here. I've been past, as I come along the little back road here, Orange Street, to drop me off. There's a security man who's sitting at a desk in a window. Most of the time he's asleep. Seriously, I mean, I can understand, because it must be quite boring. Well, our boys are constantly awake. They're too old to go to... Sorry, they're too young to go to sleep. Seriously, I feel quite ancient wandering through the reception. Despite leaving less than a week in, Shannon Singh... God, you're not still around, are you, dear? Blimey, I thought your career had finished. She's one of the most recognisable faces in this year's Love Island. And she thinks Teddy and Faye will sneak the win. Yeah, well, it'll be fake, won't it? And the bookies fancy Chloe and Toby, or Liam and Millie. To be honest with you, who cares? I've got better things to worry about. Like, they've announced the Christmas pantomime this year at the Palladium. Guess who it is? Well, apart from many of the usual suspects, they've signed Donny Osmond. Donny Osmond has been signed up for the pantomime I can't remember, he's the king of Panto Land or something like that, prince of something. Whatever it is, I was looking at a picture, I went, oh, Donny Osmond's going to do it. Now, that'll pull in the Donny fans, but most of the young audience won't know who he is. But all of Donny's fans went, Donny. There'll be a lot of wet seats. I'm telling you. No, seriously, there will be, because people spill their drinks. They'll walk on stage and, it'll be like that. Steve, what about another one? Oh, the film was Spotlight, says Pat. Spotlight. Get it out. If you've not seen it, get it out. It'll change your mind about lots of things, including the...
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Whoopee. You can jump up and down and say, thank goodness it's Friday. You might have had a week which has dragged. Our weeks go by really, really quickly. In fact, sometimes we get to 6 o'clock and we go, I can't believe it's 6 o'clock. You know, we've been here for sort of 3 hours and it's gone by really, really fast. So it's very nice to have your company. And Steve, somebody else telling me the film was called Spotlight. It's worth watching. Also, the film Catholic Boys with Andrew McCarthy, because it's got a kicker at the end, which turns the table on the brutish priest who enjoyed beating people. And one of them was a fat boy in the school, and he had a note from his mother saying, "You are not to beat my son." And this particular Catholic priest who was teaching, what he was teaching, I can't remember, it's immaterial, but he said, come over here, bend over, and he said, please, sir, he said, I've got a note, please, brother, I've got a note from my mother he said, ripped it up. And that's when he got attacked by one of the other boys, and that's when he lost it completely, and he got caught out very quickly. But Spotlight is very good. Very, very good film. It just goes to prove. Sometimes you get some really cracking journalism, which is, you know, when young boys were in that terrible position in the seminary, they had no idea that they were going in there and that they were going to be abused. And so eventually a journalist convinced them, please do this. But the church were desperate to get away from it completely. Wouldn't it be lovely to buy a castle in Kent with 130 acres of land, says Roger, for only 11 million? Oh, if I had 11 million, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? But I wouldn't want to live in a castle. I'd be a bit frightened by that. I would be. There is a castle for sale at the moment. I wonder if it's the same one, actually. And there was one in Country Life this week. There was a converted church in Country Life this week. Wow, that was nice. This castle here is very nice. That is the one, isn't it? Historic Country Estate. Show me a nice picture. And, oh, it's lovely. But look at the size of it. I mean, you could put a family of about 30 in that, and you still wouldn't see anybody. Put up for sale. It's your opportunity. The purchase also includes the bistro restaurant and holiday cottages. It's got a swimming pool and a great hall, a spiral staircase and 2 towers. All for 11 million. All for 11 million. Very good. Look at, I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. And it's probably, I should imagine, it dates back to the 13th century, and I'm assuming it's licensed for weddings. On a clear day, you can see the French coast. Why you'd want to, I can't imagine. It's very dreary and very dull and very boring. But one of the original castles was built by the Romans in 270 CE. It's Grade 1 listed, and it's got additions onto it. Oh, and it is a thriving wedding venue, so you could make your money back on something. Who wouldn't want to have a wedding? I mean, it's a lot of work, I know. Any landlords listening will tell you, we're up at this time of the morning, Steve. You've got to get, the stock in and the lorries and all the rest of it. I like that programme. What's that programme on the television at the moment? Which is sort of, it's lorries that move big things like trains. And you watch them negotiating these little narrow lanes in this country. You begin to wonder how they do it. They do it very well. So 11 million, we think, and said, well, why don't we all club together? I can put in $1 million. Anybody up me on that? Yeah, 10 million from the producer. You know why? Because he won the lottery. And you know why you don't know that? Because he kept it secret. I know, because, I picked some of the numbers out for him. And so he did. I think Will Guyatt had a little win, didn't he? I'm sure I read somewhere that Will Guyatt had done very well. £10, whatever it is. Steve, will you be on the radio Sunday, says Martin? No, I don't work weekends. I have my weekends off now. I rest. So I rest from today at 7 o'clock all the way through till Monday. Ian Payne's on Saturday and Sunday from 4. So you're familiar with Ian Payne, so you get him. I've been doing it for 7 years. I think, to be honest with you, I'd kind of earned a rest after all that time. Did you see Never Take No for an Answer, the Italian boy who took his donkey to see the Pope? Might have done. I can't remember. It kind of rings a bell. Kind of rings a little bell. Also, if the alpaca has had TB for the past 4 years, you'd think it would either have symptoms or be dead, wouldn't you? It hasn't, so it hasn't got it, said Jim. There you go. That's how ill-informed some people are. That's how ill-informed people go, oh, it hasn't got it. Well, it's tested twice positive. So, who do you believe? Who am I going to believe? The people from DEFRA or you? And the answer is, I'm going to believe the people from DEFRA. Because if it gets out, and when they've said they're going to put it in a field with 3 other alpacas, well, I mean, I think we know what it looks like now, don't we? It's sort of woolly and it's got a long neck. Actually, talking of woolly and long necks, I was watching, what was I watching? I was watching something on the television. Oh, that's right. It was Eamon Holmes. He was eating again. Phil Vickery was there doing things with all vegetables, making it look really exciting. Well, Eamon couldn't shove it down his throat quick enough. And then on the fashion item, they've decided there's no point in Eamon Holmes sitting there on a fashion item. He's not interested. He looks as though he's gone to sleep. So they kind of removed him from the situation. And they took him out. So Ruth did it by herself. They sort of picked him up, popped him to one side because he's fairly old and his feet hurt. We know that because I've seen the adverts on the television. Richard and the Wirral, no, not at the moment. No, I'm resting. I'm resting. I like the resting. To be honest with you, it's given me. Oh, it's my friend on the television, Joe Pike on the television. I love Joe Pike. Do you know he doesn't age, does he? With makeup on, he looks even younger. I must tell him. I must send him a text later on. He's probably listening, actually. They had a thing the other day. Oh, somebody picked up on it. Somebody picked up on the fact that Loose Women yesterday was pre-recorded. When they went to the thing, Eamon Holmes said, and now we're going to find out what they're doing on Loose Women. There was no interaction between the two of them, and they brought on Stacey Solomon, and somebody said, I knew it was a pre-recorded programme because Stacey Solomon had put up on Instagram that she was off on a photo shoot. So she couldn't have been there. What a whiz. I mean, it's like some of this show is pre-recorded. Mainly the first bit. I mean, I have to be honest. I mean, who the dickens wants to start at 4 a.m? You don't do that, do you? You sort of... so I generally pop in a little bit later, so I always pre-record it after I finish the programme. So that's why you'll never hear at the beginning of the programme anything from any of the newspapers. The simple reason, I can't guess it. I can't guess it. I have to sort of try and sort of work round it, and I come up with what I call general things. But loads of people do that. I mean, you don't think Nick Abbott's live, do you? He's not live. He's pre-recorded. The calls, they're all friends. Seriously, they aren't even proper people. I mean, and as for Nick Ferrari, I mean, I couldn't tell you where he is at the moment, but I haven't seen him in this building for years and years. There used to be there's a columnist in one of the papers, and he did his column from Spain. And I mentioned it on air because somebody had said he does it from Spain, and he wrote in and complained. Because he didn't want his bosses to know that's where he was doing the column from. Used to be with LBC. Celebrity Master Chef, whatever. Oliver Proudlock apologised after the vague references to the Holocaust. I mean, he's obviously completely stupid and thick as a plank and doesn't realise that people don't want to hear stuff like that. He was talking about the boy in the striped pyjamas, and he obviously didn't realise what it was. And if he did, then he's even more stupid than I thought he was in the first place. And I'm going to tell you about the battle over a grassy patch. It doesn't end well, because with all these neighbourly disputes, somebody somewhere is going to lose. You can't have them both winning. It doesn't work like that in this country. And somebody lost on this one, and it's cost them a severe amount of money. There's been people who've argued about these Leylandii trees, the ones that start off very small and cute, and then they grow to about 60 foot tall. And people who had lots of problems with those, and then right of way, and you can't drive down this thing. And once you start a dispute with a neighbour, then it really has only one way to go, and that's down, because nobody's going to win on it. Somebody's going to lose an awful lot of money. Somebody's going to be very depressed. My Betty's back from hospital, which we're very pleased about. So we're very thrilled that she's back. We're sort of thinking she might have had to have a stent, but she hasn't. So they let her come home. So that's good. So she's taken it easy. She was always very active. She's 92. And she was very active. I mean, always gets involved with this and that, and she'll go to this sort of place, and she'll do crosswords, anything to keep her brain active. Hardly ever watches television. Isn't that funny? Me, I can't live without it. I cannot live. If somebody said to me, we're going to take away your television and your phone, I think I just have to go and I can't do crosswords. No, I'm not that sort of person. I'm not interested. I only learnt the other day about Sudoku. Because you told me what it was and how the numbers went in, and then he's sort of, mad. What do people want to do something like that for? What's the point? What is the point of it? Who invented crosswords? Was there somebody originally? John Crossword, yes. Because he was married to his wife and they'd never had a crossword. Theatre fans have been warned. At the Globe Theatre. Have you been to the Globe Theatre? You must go and check it out. It's worth going, just have a look around it. It's on the site of Shakespeare's Globe Theatre. And they've been warned about upsetting themes in Romeo and Juliet. They've even put a number down for the Samaritans in case you're affected. What is going on? What is going on? It's Romeo and Juliet by Shakespeare. Okay, did they have Samaritans in Shakespeare's time? I don't think so. I've never heard of anything like this before. There's been loads of productions of Romeo and Juliet, and nobody's ever said, oh, no, if you're going to be upset, this is the number of Samaritans. Who in God's name is going to be upset about Romeo and Juliet? Oh, dear. Couch potatoes up to 7 times more likely to suffer a stroke. And the grieving family were devastated when the cemetery staff wanted to bury the father in the wrong grave. They had to go and dig another grave. They went, can we put him in here? He went, no, he didn't want to go there. He wanted to go here. So they told, I'm being cremated. Whether I want to be or not, I've decided that's what's happening. And then my ashes can be scattered to the 4 winds. Fantastic, I love it. In here. We're not going to tell anybody what it is. We're going to have it built into the walls. And the heroes and the villains of the online shopping boom revealed in a new survey. All of that and your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Debbie says, I believe the gentleman that's just texted in, the TB tests have been proven to be unreliable. I don't care. I'm going by DEFRA. I'm not interested in what anybody else thinks. You can read all sorts of rubbish on the internet. And all sorts of things. And people say, oh, of course, it hasn't come down with anything. How do you know how bovine tuberculosis affects animals? I think you can be a carrier of bovine tuberculosis, and I know no more than anybody else, and then you can infect other animals. It doesn't mean to say that we got rid of badgers in a cull. They didn't start sort of wandering around falling over and stuff like that, but they can spread it to cattle. You don't know. Alpacas might actually have it, but it doesn't affect them, but they can infect other animals that they come into contact with. It's going either way. Whichever way you look at it, they've decided. Sandra says, which is exactly what Boris' father Stanley said on LBC in Geronimo's defence. He's supposed to have had it around for 5 years, for goodness sake. If only Boris would listen to him. Yeah, but as I've just said, it's a case of he might have it, but it might not affect alpacas. They might have bovine tuberculosis, but it only affects other animals that they come into contact with. We don't see alpacas dropping dead, do we? If he's had it for 5 years, had it for a long, long time, so that's what it is, actually. A DEFRA spokesman said that we are with everyone, in this, situation. It's a terrible disease. It's for this reason that the testing results and options for Geronimo have been carefully considered. It's been through the Animal and Plant Health Agency and its veterinary experts, as well as passing several stages of thorough legal scrutiny. Because it might be a carrier. Lots of people can be carriers of something, but it doesn't affect them, but they can infect other people. And alpacas, like COVID. It's exactly the same. Only this time it can affect animals. And because it's bovine tuberculosis, it would be infecting cows and things like that. And pigs and everything else. But it might not affect the alpaca. The alpaca might live forever, but it's still got it in it. It's like, in it. It's like, what were we saying? What's that person we know, what have they got? They got tonsillitis. That's right. No, but a friend of mine said, avoid them like the plague. It's highly contagious. For humans, highly contagious. And I believe that in the case of the alpaca, I believe it can carry it, but it doesn't necessarily affect it. That's what I think it is. I could be proven wrong. But listen, I prefer to take the word of DEFRA as opposed to anything that you'll read on the internet. Anything that you will sort of believe. It's as simple as that. Shane says, I'm the same. I have the TV on all the time, live by myself, have it on when I'm listening to you with the sound down. I was listening to LBC on my television the other day. I suddenly realised I've got 734 channels on my television, and I said it because I went backwards as opposed to it got to channel 1, which is always BBC, and then I flipped down. It said 734, and I remember thinking, "Good Lord above!" And it's all these different radio stations, and the second one down was LBC, and then it said LBC. And he put up a picture of the presenter. So at the moment, if you're tuning in on your television, it's 732 on Freeview. You get a picture of me, which is really lovely. Photoshopped. I don't think there's anybody who doesn't have BBC as Channel 1. Isn't that funny? BBC, I get Channel 1, BBC 2 is on Channel 2, and ITV is 3, Channel 4 is on 4, Channel 5 is on 5. Although I've got a friend of mine who hasn't been able to pick up Channel 5 ever since its inception. He can't pick it up. I said, you're not missing much. And launched by the Spice Girls. Was it really? Good Lord. They did 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We went to the launch of Channel 5 because I was on Five's Company, one of the first chat shows on the channel with Nick Knowles and all the rest of us, and they invited us to the launch, and there were loads of semi-famous people there, but nobody knew who we were because we weren't famous. We were just people who were presenting a programme, and they were all the press were taking pictures of all these minor celebrities who were having, but they weren't interested in a picture of us. We ended up doing better than them. Certainly lasted a lot longer. Which are good. Yeah, Spice Girls. Spice Girls who? That's what I say. Yes, one of them was on floor 4. She was the most popular one. The only person was Emma. She'd walk outside the front door. There'd always be a little group of fans waiting outside. I get the same in the morning. Generally police. And I used to get a lot of police officers. In the early hours of the morning, I'd be coming in and they go, "You're Steve Allen?" I'd say, "Oh, here we go." They'd always have to have a picture taken with me, arms round, the usual little thing, put your hand in handcuffs, right, you're nicked, and, walk you through the park. We remember you from walking through the park. Monica says, during the foot and mouth crisis, my friend's cattle never caught it, even though all the farms round her had it. Her herd of 200 still were killed. Well, you have to, because it's very dangerous, and bovine tuberculosis we spend £100 million a year trying to keep it at bay. Can't risk it. Cannot risk it at all. That's nice. John says, lovely Blackmore and Langdon begonias this year. Huge. They are huge, aren't they? Very nice. Very nice. Oh, blimey, they are huge. Look at that. Oh, they had a woman. Actually, I'm looking. I was watching Gemporia last night when I got up, and I don't know where they get these people from, but they have to sort of do machine gun patter. Unfortunately for this poor old woman, her hair was great, her makeup was great, her glasses were great. Her fingernails were the most disgusting I've ever seen. They were all false nails on there. And when they did a close-up of her holding this bit of tat jewellery, it was a case of you could see the original nail underneath. Her false nails over the top. I thought perhaps she can't afford it, bless her. And they would go, she was selling, what was she selling? Something from Australia, and it was really collectible and very, very rare, $29.99. So really expensive stuff. But it was her nails. Every time the camera did a close-up, I'm going, no, get her to get her nails done properly. They've got a few of them on there. They either can't do their makeup. One of them sweats profusely. And the other one with the nails, she had this ghastly nail varnish on there. But the nails were stuck on so badly. A bit of the glue had gone over the top of the nail. You could see her other nails sideways underneath, and they were all gnarled and horrible. Oh, ghastly. Goodness sake, love. Your presentation wasn't much better either. But at least you're trying. Steve. How about a Groovy Gang supermarket trolley token keyring for your next fundraiser? A kind lady lent me one the other day when I forgot to take a £1 coin with me. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to do my shopping. Really? Oh, I don't know why they charge you £1 for a shopping trolley. Stop you nicking it. I mean, it's really not that exciting, is it? Who wants a shop? What are you going to do with a shopping trolley? I mean, the worst ones, I see parents putting their kids in them with their dirty feet. And on the trains in the morning, on my train, you get a lot of yobbos with their feet up on the seats. Night buses, exactly the same thing. People with their feet up on the seats. Dirty little peasants. Dirty people. And I used to take photos of people with their feet up on the seats. And shame them. It's a case of... And sometimes the bus driver will play a thing, please do not put your feet on the seats, and they do it on the train as well. But they're very reliable, the trains. It's just I've got to walk so far to get on the blasted thing. But Blaze, thank you very much indeed for that. Just bought a comedy called Don't Drink the Water. It's a follow-up from On the Buses, where Blakey goes to live abroad with his sister, says David. I've heard of Don't Drink the Water, but I don't know enough about it. I don't remember it. They talked about it on Clive Bull. Did they really? Why? Why did you talk about it on Clive Bull? You were talking about rebooted. Rebooted programmes. Right. I did a thing with Stephen. Don't Drink the Water, British sitcom produced by LWT and created by Ronald Chesney and Ronald Wolfe, who wrote almost every episode. Oh, Stephen Lewis. That's Blakey. Goes to live in Spain with his sister Dorothy, played by Patty Coombs. And 13 episodes, 1975, 74 to 75. So it didn't last very long, actually. Number of series 2, 13 episodes. And it had people like Patty Coombs in. She used to do Celebrity Squares. And Bob Monkhouse would say, hello, Patty. She'd go, hello, Bobby. She was lovely, lovely Patty Coombs. Derek Griffiths, there's a talent. Dear God in heaven. I mean, I've never seen a man who can literally work an audience. Seriously work an audience. He was known for his early days at Play School. Alongside Brian Cant and Johnny Ball, he appeared in Crown Court as an accused fraudster. What a talent. He originated the role of Lumiere in Beauty and the Beast at the Dominion Theatre and played the... Oh, that was something I was going to ask you. I was going to check, actually. I'm sorry, I've just realised something I'm supposed to be asking the producer. Because he knows technical things, where I don't know technical things. I've got something that I want to send to everybody in the building. Do you know how to do that? On email, yeah. Do you know how to do that? You're so clever. He's so clever, honestly. I don't know why we've got him. He's far too clever for this programme. And the rest of the herd need to be tested, as apparently kept in a field next to the others. There is only a fence separating. There's no... They said it's isolated. It's not. It's not. Did you ever work at Romford Market? No, but the father of my godchildren had a stall at Romford Market selling ladies' clothes. Quality ladies' clothes. Very classy ladies' clothes. Very, very classy. Because what would happen is that a shop like, for example, River Island would see an item and they would ask a company to make, say, 10,000. If they didn't send 10,000, they would send them back. They would then sell them off to market traders. The idea was they were supposed to cut the labels out and then sell them, but loads of people didn't cut the labels out. So you were getting proper River Island stuff, but like a third of the price. Very clever. Yeah, so you can send something to everybody in the building, can you? You're very clever. Honestly, I'm very impressed by that, because if I don't do it, I should get into trouble later on. I've also got to sort out today. Somebody told me this. I don't know whether this is true, because I haven't investigated it enough. A friend of mine said, why don't you claim your pension? Your state pension. And I said, OK. And we tried to do it online and we couldn't manage that. So I'll have to phone up and find out. And then somebody said to me, why are you claiming a state pension? You're working still. And I said, well, it'll be nice to get an extra £600 a month or whatever it is. And they said, yeah, but you'll be taxed. You'll only get half of it, because if I was not working, I would get all of it. But because I'm working, I'll be taxed. So it doesn't really seem worth it, does it? I might as well wait till I stop working, which isn't going to be any time soon. But I've got 2 other pensions, which I can take lump sums out of. I get confused by anything to do with money. I have to rely on accountants and people what help me out, because they know better. Another one which says, a lot of people guessing what we're going to do for Christmas. And so far, we're not. Somebody... saying, with film One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest beside the Sound of Music and Mary Poppins, let's see Philadelphia, Reservoir Dogs and Scarface, says Lorraine in Tooting. I don't believe there's anybody called Lorraine in Tooting, because I know Lorraine in Spain stays mainly in the plane, but I don't believe that there is Lorraine in Tooting. I've been to Tooting. I know these things. I bought some lollipops the other day, which I've kept in the car, and my other pair of shoes arrived. You know, remember I told you I ordered a pair of shoes? I found a pair of shoes in the car, and I remember thinking, oh, blow, I've already ordered a pair of shoes, which is not so good. But, no, not plimps. No, they're... Oh, I can't lift my leg up. But look, they're nice. Brogues. He's so old-fashioned. But he can send a thing out, which is very sweet, very sweet. More of your texts and emails coming up in a moment. Plus, Dennis Law talking on dementia. He said, so many friends have been through it. He said, but I'm just going to tell the family now that there are tough times ahead, so we wish him the very best. And Stuart Lubbock's father has vowed to fight on after a man suspected of murdering his son was released without charge. Terry Lubbock, who has cancer, says, I will continue my fight for justice. He's terminal. He's terminal. But so now we're back to square one again. We're back to square one. We don't know how Stuart Lubbock died. We just know that he was found dead in Michael Barrymore's pool in 2001 after a party.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Friday. And Roger says, can you imagine how many people would be affected if you did decide to stop working? It'd be a national crisis. Well, don't worry. No danger of that at all. So, as somebody said, to me once, it's always nice to have a job that you like doing and you get paid for. And you go, doesn't get any better than that, does it? It really doesn't. I was trying to find this story of this couple who really have got themselves into a terrible situation. It's a neighbourly argument, but unfortunately a neighbourly argument that one couple. Oh God, honestly, a dreadful picture of people at the Yorkshire Ladies' Day at the Yorkshire Festival. People wearing the most inappropriate outfits. When they put something on, do they not look in the mirror and go, "I look really ridiculous in this"? I mean, honestly, terrible, absolutely terrible. The teenager, here she is, who ran off with Matt Hancock's hat, said, come and get it if he wants it back. I wouldn't go anywhere near her, Matt. OK, we've seen the picture. She looks like Janice out of the Muppet Show. It's very scary. A Victorian boy dangling a discarded COVID mask they think is another artwork by Banksy. How come nobody ever sees him doing these things? I mean, some of them look quite complicated. But, Alan Carr's husband is getting rehab and therapy. He fell off the wagon. They call it falling off the wagon. He just went back onto the booze again, which wasn't very good. Dennis Law has told of the agony of facing up to his dementia diagnosis. He's 81. And he says, you hope it won't happen to you. He even made jokes about it whilst ignoring the early signs because you don't want it to be true. Apparently, a 2019 study found that pro footballers are 3.5 times more likely to die from dementia, a statistic linked to repeatedly heading a ball. It was like boxers, isn't it? Boxers could probably, get exactly the same situation because they're constantly being hit left, right and centre. Not so good. Boys of 66 and dementia, and they've run through a list of the people who've actually had dementia. I mean, loads of different people. The family of Nobby Stiles, it's been a very difficult time, and there was loads of other people who will say, why did you keep moving it when I'm trying to read it? I'm trying to read it, and you keep moving it around. I only got as far as Nobby Stiles, and we didn't even get the rest of that one. Because I can't touch the computer, I'm not allowed to. It's not in the contract. But so all these people, Martin Peters, Nobby Stiles, Ray Wilson and Jack Charlton, all suffering from memory loss or dementia. 4 of the team have got it. John Stiles, Nobby Stiles' son, told somebody, says, I've been informed that in the squad it's quite a few more. That's way above the statistical average. I'm ready to give this is people from the World Cup winning side from 66, but I reckon if you tested boxers, you would find exactly the same statistics, if not more. Steve, if you don't claim your pension now, you'll lose all the money. You can only get it backdated for 12 weeks. It's better to have half now. Well, I don't want half now. I think that's I don't want to have pay tax on it, to be honest with you. But of course, I might have to do that. Love Island favourites Jack and Liberty have split days before the final because it's all fake. The only official couple on the ITV2 show called it quits in the villa. Liberty ripped off her microphone. She had a bit of a Queenie strop, ripped off the microphone and came up with a few utterances that nobody was aware of. She tore off the bracelet that Jake gifted her when he asked the blonde to be his girlfriend. You remember who Liberty is? She works in Nando's. She's a waitress. Liberty Poole. She works as a waitress. Don't know how she affords all those clothes, but there you go. And the breakup has led to their final epic date being axed. Who cares? It's the worst I've ever seen on the television. Oh, next to changing rooms, which was pretty bad. Best thing for builders while office staff attempt martial arts is yoga. I really don't see builders doing yoga. I can't see that at all. I don't think it's going to happen. And a cop dashed to rescue a body from a pond only to find out it was a dummy in a blue Avatar onesie. We've had that before, haven't we? People sort of rush out, they go, oh, we think an animal's dying. It turns out to be somebody's toy teddy bear or something like that. And eating a hot dog slashes 36 minutes from a healthy life, but a handful of nuts gives you 26 minutes extra time. That's the one to go for. It's the handful of nuts. Gordon says, I love my job. 34 years driving trains. Yeah. Yes, I mean, I absolutely agree with you. If you've got a good job that you like, why not continue doing it? Yeah, first instalment, change rooms, 1.3 million. Down from 11 million its heyday. You know why? It was rubbish. Absolute rubbish. A total waste of everybody's time, money and effort. It was just awful. Awful. You don't need it. Don't try and resurrect programmes that we don't need. I know people do, and they get a bit funny about it, but they were sort of saying, oh, it's good. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought the final makeover looked absolute garbage. Absolute. I could have done better myself with a pot of paint, as opposed to sort of worrying about what they're doing on it. It was just awful. Hair down the walls and a picture of Laurence Llewelyn-Bowen on a door. Ghastly. 1.3 million. I mean, that's about the worst figures. I think. Oh, it's not even possible. Heavens above. Yeah, barring EastEnders, who weren't doing particularly well either. But never mind. The man with the golden touch. The name's Daniel Craig. He is the film world's highest paid film star. He's just being paid, how much do you think, to reprise his role as Bond in Knives Out? It's a sequel. £73 million is a good guess. It's $100 million. He's getting $100 million. The next one is Dwayne Johnson, $50 million for Red One. Will Smith for King Richard, $40 million. Denzel Washington, The Little Things, $40 million. Leonardo DiCaprio, Don't Look Up, $30 million. And Mark Wahlberg, Spencer Confidential, £30 million. But £100 million for a film. I mean, that's not bad, is it? That's not bad at all. I could do that. I could do that. I could be James Bond. I could be Thelma Bond, I think. American troops are sent home if they suffer 3-head impacts during conflict-like services like Afghanistan. And Banksy's aren't complicated, Steve. They're just stencils. But how does he manage to do it and nobody seems to see who he is? I mean, they seem to be in very public places. You know, unbelievable. Steve, if you run out of fuel, you can get help from your recovery service. They can't bring you electric. Also, if you get stuck in a flood or rising water, do you make the water live, therefore making it dangerous? I don't know what you're talking about. It's very sweet, though. And if I run out of fuel, yes, I said, but I never run out of fuel. You should never let your tank get that low. Full of bits. Don't want that. I was taught that many years ago. Many years ago. And so I always keep the tank. My car tells me, put fuel in. Hello? Anybody listening? Put fuel in. That's what it tells me. I like a nice cup of tea in the morning. I like a nice cup of tea with my tea. Steve, Muhammad Ali had dementia, says Shane. Yes. And I deferred my state pension from November 2018. My wife advised me because I was still working, not for which was the best way. I should have paid half in tax. Maybe I should have claimed about £300 a month for 33 months. If my maths are correct, I haven't collected 9,900, says Rob. I'm in the process of collecting my state pension. Well, I've got the state pension and 2 other pensions which are both matured. Which, to be honest with you, I didn't know I was that old, but apparently I must be. So I've got 2 other pensions and then the state pension. But I have a feeling that because I'm still working, I'm going to be paying tax on that. I don't think they can just give you money. But I shall speak to them a little bit later on. A woman convicted as a Salem witch. Remember the Salem witches? The good news is she's set to be cleared. 328 years on. 320. She'll be thrilled. She's the only accused witch whose convictions have not been overturned in the years since. And Elizabeth Johnson Jr. is condemned at the age of 22. They hanged them all. But she's going to be exonerated. A class of American teenagers have fought for over a year to get her freed, which is very good, isn't it? I'm very pleased about that. So, congratulations. You can claim your full pension if still working, can I? But I don't have to pay tax on it. Really? Hello? That'll be nice. Or you can wait and you'll get a larger amount. Whee! I could do with a larger amount. Because I've been eligible for it for... What age do you get your pension? 65, is it? 66, is it? Oh, right. Oh, well, I've been eligible for a year. In fact, coming up for 2 years. What would I rather have? The larger amount? Honestly, I don't know what to do with it. What's the point? Stick it in a jar. In a bathroom. which is what I've got at the moment. I've got a jar in the bathroom full of all my change. And then what I might do today is take it. You can be forced to retire at a certain age, blah, 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 physical construction industry. Claiming your pension while working. There you go. You can claim your pension as long as you've reached state pension age, the age agreed with your pension provider, if it's a personal pension or workplace pension. Well, I can do it all. I could, in theory, take the old lot out. Yes. See ya. As if. Don't worry, you're safe. I have a contract to fulfil. Happy birthday to Sylvester McCoy, 78 today. And he was the Scottish actor who played the 7th Time Lord in Doctor Who. And he was the Radagast, the wizard, in the trilogy of Hobbit films. He trained to be a priest. His real name is Percy James Patrick Kent Smith. But you know him as Sylvester McCoy. Percy Smith. I wonder how he explains to the pension people, this is my real name and this is my working name. I wonder how that works out. You know, perhaps he must have it differently, because I think if you change your name, unless you've done it by deed poll, you know, you work as a name, because Cilla Black was really Priscilla White. So hers must have been a little bit complicated. Priscilla White, yes, that's what she was, but she became Cilla Black, and she was the cloakroom attendant at the Cavern. That's where she was first seen. And, I mean, my real name's Mickey. M-I-C-K-E-Y-M-O-U-S-E, Mickey Mouse. Steve Allen, Mickey Mouse. But then, so he must, because the only thing you can't change it on is your passport and your driving licence. So, isn't it funny? So he's really Percy James Patrick Kent Smith. How interesting. Alan Reed, who was the first voice of what? What was he the first voice of? He was a US actor. Real name, Teddy Bergman. But he was the first voice of Fred Flintstone. That's what he was. The catchphrase, yabba dabba doo. I like that. I met Wilma, Jean Vanderput. She came over to this country. I know it's not real. She's just a voice. But he also starred on radio opposite Al Jolson and Bob Hope, and appeared in 50 films, including Breakfast at Tiffany's and Viva Zapata, alongside Marlon Brando. So if you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. I hope you have a fantastic day, loads of cards, loads of presents, and a slap-up meal at your local Nando's. Oh, sorry, you can't go to Nando's. They're closing them left, right and centre.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. I can't find this story. I find it one time and then the blooming thing vanishes again. It's a story about the warring neighbours and a piece of grass. We shall tell you about that later. But here is, if you're looking to buy something for a loved one that really is iconic, and this one's a little bit expensive, but you won't get the opportunity ever again to buy an Elvis jumpsuit. This was an Elvis jumpsuit, and it's going under the hammer for the first time in 30 years. It'll cost you about £275,000. The matching cape is set to fetch £29,000. He wore it during the gigs in Madison Square Gardens in 1972, and for the last 30 years it's been in the hands of a private collector. The 320 lots in this Hollywood and music sale include Marilyn Monroe's black sleeveless wiggle dress from the 1950s and Audrey Hepburn's black woven wide brim hat. But this Elvis costume is, I mean, if you're an Elvis fan, I mean, it's not the most attractive of his jumpsuit. I thought they looked a bit gay. I mean, the trousers with sort of flares with an insert into them as well. I didn't think they looked good, but I suppose of its time, that's what people wore. And he always used to have the big high collars up. I look quite good with a big high collar up. But anyway, $275,000. Now, that's the starting bid. This thing, I think, could go over $1 million. Easily. It's an Elvis jumpsuit. It's been in private hands for 30 years. It's amazing. I've also got a car. You'll like this one. It's going to be sold at the Imperial War Museum in Duxford on September the 8th. And it was a classic car owned by late RAF Battle of Britain hero Douglas Bader. It's a 1954 Elvis coupe, supplied new to him, and it could fetch £85,000 at auction. I mean, it's quite something. He shot down 22 planes despite having lost his legs in an air crash. But and so somebody's obviously kept it and looked after it, and all these cars can be restored. But it's quite a nice thing to have. £85,000. What would I rather have? The jumpsuit or Douglas Bader's car? To be honest with you, I'd probably rather have Douglas Bader's car, because I'm never going to... I mean, for 85,000. Do you think if you actually sort of put the jumpsuit on, it would make you feel as though you were Elvis? Do you think that would be the way... No, probably not, actually. That's probably just sort of some bizarre thought going through my mind. What else we got here? Please save our kids. This is over in Afghanistan at Kabul airport, where it was said yesterday that mothers were throwing their children over the barbed wire. And, most of the people will be getting out. They've said that they will get out. Is Carol Kirkwood a witch, Steve? You'll like the gag. She said we were going to have sunny spells today. Woo! Well, you got quite panicky then. Is she a witch? Yeah, I've seen her riding a broomstick into the studio. I'd always, when I watched them doing... Is it Quidditch that they play in Harry Potter? I remember thinking, how did they do that? Because to actually stick something that size between your legs, as you know, and then sit on it, must be... is it blue screen or green? I don't know what it is. They're not flying... Oh, it's not real? Well, that's ruined the day, hasn't it? God, blimey, honestly. How to completely destroy Friday. You'll be telling me next the staircases didn't really move at Hogwarts. Oh, that's okay. And the portraits actually moved and looked at you and spoke to you. That's okay. I would love to do spells. Wouldn't you want to do spells? We were saying the other day. When did we say it? Can't remember. A few days ago. If you could have a superpower, what would it be? And the most popular one, invisibility. For the obvious reason. I don't know why. I just sort of... And then I thought flying, because I used to dream about flying. And I've never bothered with having dreams analysed, because I've always thought it's a bit of old rubbish. But I used to have very similar dreams. But I did dream that I could slowly rise off the ground, a bit David Blaine-ish, but without any sort of added extras. And I just thought, that would be a gift to have, wouldn't it, flying? I'm just going to fly home. I'll be back in a minute. And you just sort of rise from the ground. Apparently, flying dream meaning. When you say have a flying dream, it means you have freed yourself from daily hassles and obstacles. The dream symbolises personal freedom, willpower, hope and lightness of being along with embracing new possibilities and living life to the fullest. That's me. That's absolutely me. I am one of these people. But I don't have daily hassles and obstacles. That's the only thing that's not right, because I fly. But no, I'd love to. Can you imagine if you could just make yourself invisible? If you could just do that, and 1 minute, your boss is talking to you, the next minute you just go, and it looks like a bit like Star Wars or Star Trek or something like that when they disappeared. I quite fancy that, actually. To dream of being invisible represents feelings of not being noticed, recognised or acknowledged. Right, well, that's rubbish, isn't it? I mean, straight away, it doesn't apply to me in the slightest. But definitely, trying to withdraw from a situation or the realities of life. Well, you can't have it both ways, can you? Very nice. A speechless Harry and Meghan pile in on Afghanistan. Did you see them the other day? They came up with honestly, they really are. She's just a third-rate actress, and he's a little boy from the royal family who wanted to opt out of it because he just couldn't cope with everything. Poor little soul. Poor little soul. Lee Ryan got done in court the other day for a driving offence, fined £1,500, and he said he spent all his savings in COVID. I don't think he had any savings. But he lives in Spain and he drives a white Mercedes 4x4, so he's got to have some money, hasn't he? How did he fly to Spain? How did he put petrol in his car? But JP's found him guilty of failing to identify the driver, and he failed to respond to notices requiring him to say who'd been driving. Well, I filled both of mine in, and so far, nothing. So at least I've done it on the programme and told you that I've done it, so I've got proof, as they say. But I told you when I first did it, because I remember being quite honest about it, saying I got flashed at by a camera at 5:30 in the morning, and filled in the form, sent it back. So I'm very quick with these things, and the stamp on it, sent it back. Then they wrote to me about 4 weeks after that, saying you haven't responded to this. And I thought, well, I did. So I filled in another one, sent that off. Still nothing from them. I don't know what's going on. Perhaps it's a way of getting more money out of you when you go to court, going, well, you didn't fill it in. And I go, I did fill it in. I'm a radio presenter. Of course I filled it in. Let's find out. More stories on the... 8-foot jellyfish have invaded the Costa del Sol's shores. 8-foot jellyfish. Up to 20 an hour are being scooped up in Marbella. Don't touch them. It's not so much the jellyfish, it's the bits underneath them, which can go... Look at the size of them. They're absolutely huge. You know, I mean, bring a net if you're thinking of going swimming. Some of these tentacles go back for what? Well, they said bring a net here. It says it's that bad. Tourists are being warned a brush with them can cause very nasty stings. And some of these tentacle things, which stretch out behind them, can go for 36 metres. I mean, look, they're absolutely enormous, these things. Lion's mane jellyfish, which are the biggest ones, and their bells reach up to 8 metres. Across, isn't it? That's 8 metres. Good Lord above. I don't know. We used to see them in Hong Kong. There you go, 120-foot-long jellyfish that loves global warming. I don't even know what they eat, actually. Do they eat fish? Humans, yes. They're coming to get you. Perhaps they'll eat Quidditch or something like that. I don't know. But they're there. So if you're thinking of going to Spain's Costa del Sol, jellyfish, and of course people stand there, but don't go anywhere near them. I promise you can be really badly damaged. Lifeguards are using bin bags to scoop up the jellyfish, which are dead, but their stings still live on, I believe. Just telling you. Just in case you're going to go and sit on a beach, you go, oh, look, a jellyfish. You know, and you go, don't touch it. Kylie, don't touch it. Kylie. It's always Kylie, isn't it? You can always tell. Whitney, yeah. Or whatever the current name is at the moment, that's what parents will go, oh, I think we'll call our kid Lee Ryan. And you go, no, really not a very wise idea at all, I don't think. What have we got now? We've got Ed Sheeran. He's released an album, but he's promised to take things to new heights with his next record. He's only just bought himself a mobile phone. Which is quite something. And the people lining up to protect Geronimo, they're a sad-looking bunch, actually. It won't take the police long to get them in handcuffs and separated well away from the alpaca. And Helen is still with it. You don't think it can transfer to humans, do you? I mean, I never thought about that. I don't know whether bovine TB does that. And a football star called Aaron Wan-Bissaka has been charged with driving his Lamborghini whilst disqualified. What a silly little boy. Driving without insurance. Honestly, these footballers become dimmer by the day, do they not? And a lion bounds up to the bars of a cage, but there are visitors inside. It's a plexiglass box, and you can get right up close to a lion. It will come and sit on the box. I mean, to be honest with you, if you could actually get at the people inside, it would go for them. It's at a lion sanctuary in South Africa. Mind you, it beats these ghastly people who go and shoot these animals, doesn't it, really? Oh, I was going to tell you, Carly Buckingham Smith is the woman who sent abusive and threatening text to herself. Just been sent to prison. Perhaps that'll teach you a lesson, won't it? Definitely. And a mortgage advisor sacked for moaning about having to work long hours has won £23,000 compensation. So there you go. I'd say, yes, I like that idea, complaining. And a woman who was badly burnt from some KFC gravy. Good Lord.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Till 7, Monday through Friday, and it's the 20th of August. I can't believe it either. I cannot believe it either. So, 20th of August, and then we've got September, then October, then Bonfire Night, and then Christmas. It's not very long, is it? It's going to creep up on us. But at least many of the pantomimes will be operating, including the one at the Palladium, which I think is going to have Donny Osmond in it. Because I read it and I remember thinking, I've got lots of people who listen to my programme who are big fans of Donny Osmond, very big fans of Donny Osmond, and I think it'll be really good. It's I think you'll have to wear a mask, but you don't need to socially distance. So, mind you, we don't know what it's going to be like by that time, do we? We have to be a little bit careful with it. But all the other pantomimes, and it's an opportunity for a lot of people in showbiz to actually earn some money. They've not been able to earn money for ages and ages because they've cancelled productions left, right and centre. So for people to earn money, and it's not just the actors and the actresses, it's the dancers, the singers, the orchestras, the crew of the theatre, the box office, people who work the bars, theatre management. I mean, literally hundreds and thousands of people out there who are just waiting for things to get back to some sort of normality. I found the story of this neighbourly dispute. And it's a blogger who called a townie couple thieves and bullies in a row over a patch of grass. The retired pair said they owned the tiny triangle of grass and track in front of their home, but a neighbour claimed it was a village green. Okay, and when you look at a picture, it's a piece of greenery. I mean, I don't know if it's theirs or it's not theirs, but anyway, the dispute grew into a furious bust-up, and yesterday the High Court ordered their abusive neighbour to pay libel damages to them of £15,000 plus legal costs of £66,000. In 2015, former accountant Bridget Kelly and ex-dentist Richard Wozniak retired from the south to the 50-strong village of Roskill in the Lake District. They turned a ramshackle 3-bedroom cottage into their dream home. Dr. Wozniak developed his passion for wildlife photography, and Miss Kelly took up church bell ringing. I like a bit of campanology. All in favour of that, and helped stage the nearby village panto. Within 2 years, they were embroiled in the row. Neighbour Chloe Randall insisted the patch is a village green, which residents of Roskill and surrounding villages had been accustomed to using for hundreds of years. In her online blog, Concerned of Roskill, Miss Randall, who denied libel, branded them townies and accused them of being bullies, thieves and liars. You're paying for it, darling, aren't you? You're paying for it. Miss Kelly told Mr. Justice Sewell they were accused of having colonised the green. She said they were told they would be dealt with by community law and would not be welcome in the community. This is what this old bag wrote. Miss Kelly said she felt her life was ruined, with her rural dream ending up in a nightmare. Dr. Wozniak said they were isolated and shunned by former friendly neighbours, and the campaign made him depressed and lose weight and sleep. The judge said only about 50 saw Miss Randall's website. This is Chloe Randall, hereinafter known as the old bag, who complained about them and called them all sorts of names. She said, I weigh the very fact of its locality and the likely consequent intensity of its effect on the publishees and the claimants. He said Miss Randall's passion for rural affairs got the better of her. Ownership of the green is still in question, but unfortunately she libelled them. She libelled them, called them thieves and bullies, and so silly old bag Chloe Randall's got to cough up £80,000. That'll teach you, love. You won't do that again, will you? Mind you look a bit frightening, but that's the trouble. Everybody goes, oh, isn't it lovely living in these little rural communities? You know, oh, no, it's not. Do you remember there was a classic one a short while ago? People were getting notes on cars and shoved through their doors, saying what awful people they were, and you know they were being watched and all this kind of stuff, and it ran through the whole village and nobody could work out. It turned out to be a bloke who lived in the village, an old age pensioner who was just sick in the head. He wrote all these things. He was really nasty, not quite as nasty as Chloe Randall. As I say, cough up the money, love, cough up the money, because you cannot libel people. And so they were quite right when they took it to court. If somebody wrote and said you're a thief and a bully, you know, over this patch of grass, that was immaterial. It wasn't the fact that it was over the piece of grass they were complaining. It was the fact that they were called something they weren't. They weren't thieves and they weren't bullies. So they took her to court and she paid the price. Poor old Chloe Randall. Perhaps you can have one of those GoFundMe pages, darling. I personally wouldn't care less about you at all. A Second World War pilot in the papers today. This one helped save Russia from the Nazis, was given a fitting funeral. He got a Spitfire fly pass, because we got somebody earlier on who was going for a Spitfire flight today. Which actually, I mean, frankly, I wouldn't do it. I've seen the film Battle of Britain. I'm sure it's all very clever, but it frightens the life out of me. Steve, me and my brother and sister, says Joe, once went to Spain with my mum, ran into the water not knowing it was full of jellyfish. No, you've got to... the only time I ever saw a jellyfish, it was on the beach. It had been washed up in Hong Kong on Repulse Bay. And the only reason I remember it because we only went to two beaches, South Beach and Repulse Bay, and it was just one of those sort of things that you didn't touch it. We knew from an early age, don't touch it. And they also say, and here's the advice: do not wee on it, because your wee has got alkaline in it, and the chances are you can make it even worse. Because I was always told that if you've got something like that, you know, wee on it, because that's very good indeed. They also say, you know, if you've got athlete's foot in the shower, well, obviously on your feet, wee on your feet. I mean, I wouldn't recommend this, you know, but I mean, some people do, don't they? Some people have a wee in the shower, you know. I mean, not communal ones at all. And Steve, did the speeding camera request not allow you to respond online? No, it just said you fill in this form, so I filled it in and sent it back to them. Twice. Invisibility would be awful. People would be bumping into you, says Josh. No, they wouldn't. Because you're invisible. You can just sidestep them. You could walk down the road And also if you were flying as well. Flying and invisible. But the invisibility, I mean, it conjures up all sorts of things, doesn't it? I mean, you could actually sort of be invisible in Harrods or something like that, and then they could lock the shop up and you've got the whole shop to yourself, being invisible. You just sort of wander from department to department. But of course, when you picked anything up, the security guards will probably think it was flying because they just see the object rising in the air. I knew a guy called Paul Keeve, and he did the special effects for The Invisible Man, which ran at Theatre Royal Stratford East and went all over the place. And they had to sort of come up with all sorts of things so that when he took the bandages off the head, there was no head there. And people were going, "Oh, it's amazing, how does he do that?" I can't tell you. Did you know that Dennis Nielsen recorded his thoughts in his cell? This is the serial killer. And the Memories of a Murderer, the Nielsen tapes, is on Netflix now. Most tapes were sent to the journalist Russ Coffey. He says everybody in the Nielsen case comes to a point where they decided Nielsen was bad, not mad. You just have to know him long enough. And society didn't create Nielsen. That's what he'd like you to believe. But we've got to take responsibility for creating the prejudice society that allowed him to kill over and over again. And he only got caught because he was flushing people into the drainage system. I mean, he's been told, you know, that he would serve minimum 25 years. Then it was a whole life tariff, because I've never understood in this country why we go a whole life and it's not life. I think, as far as I'm concerned, life should be life. He died, I think, 2018. 72, went straight to hell. He murdered, they say, at least 12 young men and boys between 1978 and 1983. And 2 London addresses, North London addresses, which he lived in. His victims would be lured there. And he would then keep the person, and he would wash them and bathe them and cover them in talcum powder and everything else. And then he suddenly realised that he was sort of running out of room. So I've seen the actual cooker that he had in his flat and the thing, because I went to the Scotland Yard Crime Museum, which is not open to the public. I mean, to be honest with you, you'd be blown away by it. They've got stuff in there that you can't even imagine. And it's there for police officers, for serving police officers, so they can go there and try and find out if there are any similarities between, you know, crimes that have been committed and new crimes and stuff like that. So they had all sorts of things, you know, and Nielsen was one of those people. Presumably buried within the confines of the prison. I think that's, I don't know. I'm really not sure on these sort of things. Other stories, lots of people talking about Sean Lockstill. Oh, the good news is, do you remember we worried the other day because he left a wife and 3 children? And I said, I hope he earned a lot of money and left them provided for. And it turned out he left about £3 million. So, you know, they won't have to worry about anything. I mean, to be honest with you, £3 million ain't that much when you've got 3 children and somebody else. I mean, if she was working, that would be different, but I'm not sure if she was working. But no, at least he left some money for them, so they should be okay, and hopefully the mortgage would be paid off, which is very good news. Corrie star Sue Devaney wants to go back to college and train to be a therapist. They had somebody on the television the other day. They were on used to be the Matthew Wright programme, and now it's Jeremy Vine's show, and they had somebody on there, and I can't remember her name, but now she's down as a therapist. And I remember thinking, they had Nina Mishkov on there. People used to call her Miss Cow. It's Mishkov. Don't know how people can't pronounce it. She hasn't aged at all, really. She looks exactly the same, doesn't she? Did you see it? Who was the other woman? Somebody Turner. Lainey Turner, Lacey Turner, somebody like that. Can't remember. But I mean, she was down as a therapist. And I didn't know that at all. I got stung, Steve, by a Portuguese man-o'-war on my leg, says Julian. Excruciating pain for days. Yeah, people don't realise. They go, oh, aren't they clever? You know, you watch them, so no, steer well away from them. Lots of injections. Eve says jellyfish in Liverpool docks. Isn't it funny nobody's ever come up with the idea you could eat jellyfish? Having told you earlier on that you can eat alpacas, it is apparently some of the best meat. It's the most, you know, it doesn't have anything in it. It's just very, very good. Very, very good.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Lowry Turner it was, says Roger. Yeah, I couldn't remember her name. She'd done everything, but now she's a private nutritional therapist and clinical hypnotherapist. She used to be a fashion journalist and television presenter, but that work presumably dried up. But she began her career working for The Observer. They always say if you wanted to get into journalism, join the Standard and write for the Diary, because it got you into all these places. So all these society girls, these would sort of go out to do something, be published in the Standard Diary, and then they got their NUJ card, which was good. In 2006, she was criticised in the Welsh Assembly, where she was accused of homophobia for an article that was published in the Western Mail column entitled, "However much I love my gay friends, I don't want them running the country." Funny thing to write. Funny thing to write. But she started at GMTV. She'd been on the Right Stuff. She used to be a regular, but they hadn't used her for ages and ages. And she's been married twice and has 3 children. Blimey, didn't look old enough to have 3 children. But it was Nina Mishkov, who doesn't seem to have aged at all. How old's Nina Mishkov? I mean, hope to God she's not listening. 64? Something like that? 64, 65? 75? Nina Mishkov? Blimey. Is she still with... her spouse is still Grant. I remember when they started going out. I used to see Nina all the time, because she came in once and she'd been to this place where they could test what you were allergic to. And it turns out she was allergic to a soap powder and different things. She's 75? Good Lord above. Well, looks amazing. Looks absolutely amazing for 74. Well, there you go. How wrong can you be? How wrong can you be? Anybody been watching Craig Revel Horwood on the Craig and Bruno's Great British Road Trips? I mean, seriously, you've never seen anything like it. It's the most camp programme. And P.S. Ree Bruno claiming the view from Glencoe rendered him almost speechless. Chance of be a fine thing. He's got one of those things. I mean, at one point took all his clothes off. I think a very unwise thing to do. You know, when you get to a certain age. So deck chairs. A seaside council has missed out on £200,000 in income. £200,000 after deciding not to rent out its deck chairs in case they're used to attack staff. I mean, unless you're making the film Quadrophenia again, where they ripped up, Brighton seafront and were throwing deck chairs and everything. Who does that now? It's in Bournemouth, blamed on antisocial behaviour. Bournemouth is the only place I've ever been to where I went to the toilet. They always have, in all seaside towns, they have lovely gardens. And there'll always be a flower clock or something like that. And they had blue lights in the toilets. Blue lighting. And I remember thinking, I don't look great in blue lighting. It's not one, even though I had a shower once that changed colours in the head, depending on how hot the water was. And do you know why they had blue lighting in the toilets? Go on. I'm testing the producer. You might know at home the answer to this one already, but I'm testing the producer. Why would they have blue lights in the toilets? Do you know, Nick? It's to stop the junkies. Because with a blue light, they can't see their veins. And so it's to stop people, heroin addicts, which they presumably got from the Taliban. I'm blaming the Taliban on everything because I frankly couldn't give a forex about the Taliban. So they all disappear, Well, you never know, actually. You never know. How are they checking all these people flying into the country? Do you think we've got some Taliban members? I've heard... did you download the David Lammy programme, which I told you to the other day? Which was very interesting, hearing a woman who was quite clearly a supporter of the Taliban. Somebody very worrying, I think. And Sophie says, "Morning, Steve. Just over a week till I go back to my school job." Are they on... Are the schools... They're on holiday, aren't they, at the moment? I wonder why the yobbos were out on the street. She said, "What about a beautiful Christmas bauble for your charity? You love Christmas so much. It would be fitting." Steve, they make you put £1 in the trolley bus. You have to go back and put the trolley in place. That's right. Yes, you do. You put your trolley back in, push the thing in, and then it gives you £1 back. Otherwise, people leave trolleys all over the car park. I tell you what people leave all over the place in London. Rented bicycles. You'll be and even out at Twickenham, you'll be on your way back on the 316, and in the middle of nowhere, there'll be one of those rented bicycles sitting on the pavement. And I kept thinking, where are the people? Why don't they leave it outside their house? Doesn't it make more sense? You rent these bikes, you can leave them wherever you want. I'm assuming, yeah. I mean, but they're all tracked by satellite. A few homeless people have started nicking them and riding them around London because they've just broken off the thing at the back. You don't get your money back if you don't return it to the right place. Really? Well, there's loads of them round our way. Mind you, we've also got those stupid things, the dangerous scooters that kill people. We've got those. There was somebody going up and down the road while I was waiting for my car this morning. And no lights on and not even a legal scooter. Not a police car in sight. Honestly, I feel like joining up myself and going, you're nicked, come here, we're taking it away, all right? Now go away. Dangerous people. Dangerous people. So that story, so Chloe Randall is the name that goes down. She's a rather sort of hard-faced woman, but she's now going to cough up £80,000. That's what the court decided. That'll teach you. Do you have problems with online shopping? I don't have any problems with online shopping. It always seems to arrive. Sometimes it might be, a day late. They say, it'll be arriving today or by 10 o'clock tonight, and sometimes it's not because they can't gain access. The worst ones, the heroes and villains, the worst performers, according to Witch Magazine. Now, I have to be honest, I've read Witch Magazine for years. And if ever you want a magazine that will tell you what's best, they'll do things on washing machines, the best value, the best things. So when they do something, I take it as gospel because they're a consumer magazine. The worst ones, Carphone Warehouse, Sports Direct and Homebase. Marks and Spencer and Screwfix top the survey. Screwfix. We have a Screwfix as the best, yes. They asked 5,000 consumers, scoring a paltry 1 star out of 5 for overall performance. The Range, Homebase, Sports Direct, Funky Pigeon, Scan, Appliance Direct, Debenhams and Carphone Warehouse. I can remember getting very annoyed. So I went into, it was Carphone Warehouse in Richmond. It's not there anymore, so it doesn't make any difference. And I wanted just a charger for the car. You plug it into the cigarette lighter, charge your phone up. I've always had them. And he said, oh, yes, here it is. It was, whatever it was, £19.99 in those days. He said, can I just have your address? No. No, you can't. Why would you want my address? And then he said, oh, can I have your postcode? No, that's the same thing. That's the same thing. I'm not giving you my address or what for? Here's 20 quid. Either you want 20 quid for this car charger, or I can go somewhere else. I can buy one elsewhere. And I've got exactly the same thing in a sunglasses place in Kingston. I bought 2 pairs of sunglasses, and can I just have your address? No, of course you can't. Don't ever give your address to anybody. And so she said, you'll need it for the, just in case they break. I said, no, I'll have the receipt that you're going to give me, because I put it on a card. It's as simple as that. I put it on a card. I will keep that receipt. That will be my my guarantee. You don't need my address. You really don't. So if anybody asks you in a shop, do not give it to them. Do not say, I tell you what, I'll take my business elsewhere. And walk out. Walk out. I didn't walk out because eventually he went, oh, I'll just put down our address. I said, I couldn't care less. I really became a bit sort of belligerent about the whole thing. I said, you can put down whatever you want, but you're not having my address. Why? It's like in the street. Number 1 London, or give them the address of the BBC or Buckingham Palace. That's fairly popular. That's the postcode. And they go, oh, is there a flat number there? Yeah, the whole place. I always try and trip them up. It's legalised begging on the streets, and we have laws against begging on the streets. Absolutely, you can't go up to somebody and start begging. You really can't. As I say, we've got this family in Kingston. They're there every day. They're very well groomed, very well washed, nice clean hair and all the rest of it. And they're sitting there, oh, money. Bless you. And they're holding their hands up as if in prayer. And they're a bunch of crooks. Because you see them on their mobile phones and on their fags down the side corridors when they take a break from sitting on their bums doing nothing. It really annoys me. Never give money to chuggers. They earn more money than you'll earn in your lifetime. Do you know the average chugger? Do you know how much they earn? 12 quid an hour. Do you earn 12 quid an hour? No. That's how bad it is now. So if ever they go, I tell you what, if you really want to annoy chuggers, when they're talking to somebody who's stupid enough to stop and listen to them, just stand next to them and they'll go, can I help you? And you go, no, I'm standing on the pavement. This is a public place. Really, I tell you. Oh, it can make you quite anarchic. Steve, you mentioned blue light, says Tracy. And you just made me laugh. Well, that's all right, because she's not getting over a cold. Oh, no. Don't do colds. Actually, we should be due that jab, shouldn't we, again? For colds and coughs and sneezes and wheezes and stuff like that. So happy birthday, Sylvester McCoy. And what was that? Oh, people are still talking about Silly Lily Cole in her blue burqa. What a stupid person, honestly. Honestly, these people, you sometimes wonder where their brains are. But I did laugh at the last Salem witch, about to be cleared 320 years later, after she was hanged. I mean, what is the point? What is the point? As I say, unless she's got family still around. Charles says, school's back soon. Start buying uniforms now. Oh, we've got a school uniform place in Twickenham, Stevenson's. And they've had people queuing out. They won't let them go in the shop. They can only let so many people in the shop at the same time. And they've got tents for people to try things on. I don't know why. There must be a load of people trying things on. I'm not sure about that. But they do very well, actually. Albert says, e-scooters up and down a one-way street in Croydon. 2 police officers did nothing. They won't, and yet they should do. We've taken 1,000 off the road already. That can only be the best thing. They're dangerous. I've said the worst ones are the ones where you get 2 people on a scooter. Seriously, in and out of the traffic, you think you're mad. You're mad. You're going to lose your life. Never mind. Perhaps they don't think.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 25 minutes to 7 is the time. Steve Allen with you until 7 o'clock this morning with early breakfast. Nick says, I worked as a chugger for the Canal and River Trust. Great job. £9 an hour on a 0 hours contract, but able to work next to a canal every day. Yes, it's gone up a little bit now. Gone up a little bit. Chris in Brentwood says, as a serving police officer, I can tell you the Black Museum, as it used to be called, I think it's now called the Crime Museum, is very interesting. I've been there 5 times over the length of my 15-year service. Such exhibits including Dennis Nielsen's oven, wardrobe and kitchen utensils, death masks belonging to Crippen and Burke, and the true identity of Jack the Ripper, which is strictly confined within the walls. Yes, I knew the man who looked after it. The collection is now housed at Scotland Yard, but is soon to move to a station at Wapping. Yes, it's never open to the public. It's open to serving police officers. And they had all the death masks around the wall, the Crime Museum. So it's criminal memorabilia. So, I mean, I spent a very happy afternoon because it was quite macabre. They had, walking sticks with guns built in them. They had they had all sorts of things which were associated with crime. And they had a noose that killed Leslie Whittle. Leslie Whittle was somebody who was abducted, I think, by the Black Panther. I'm pretty certain. And it was the noose that was around her neck. She was put into a drain in the ground. She was on a shelf, but she didn't know she was on a shelf. And so when eventually she fell off it, of course, she died that way. But there's everything. They have everything in there that was to do with murders and abductions and things like that, from photographs to the actual items. And it was there so that serving police officers could go and check on something. So if they had a similar crime, they could look and see how it worked. And it was very popular. I mean, I think actually there is a fictional Black Museum inspired by the actual one inside the Grand Hall of Justice in the Judge Dredd comics strip, believe it or not. But they've got stuff from the most prolific counterfeiter. They've got evidence from the 1918 badge and button murder known as the Eltham Common murder. Also Ruth Ellis, last woman to be executed in the United Kingdom after being convicted of the murder of her lover, David Blakely. They've got all these cases have got stuff in there. And also they've got letters allegedly written by Jack the Ripper. The most recent exhibits include the pellet filled with ricin that killed Georgy Markov in 1978, a model of the possible umbrella that fired the pellet, the fake De Beers diamond from the Millennium Dome heist, and Dennis Nielsen's actual stove, which I sort of saw. I mean, you can't touch these things, but they're all there for serving police officers. I mean, they have stuff in the Museum of London, but nothing like this. But we all remember the fake Jack the Ripper, because when we first heard the recording of him saying, "You're still trying to find me, aren't you?" And it was the Yorkshire. Was it the Yorkshire Ripper? Yes, it was the Yorkshire Ripper. Jack the Ripper was a bit before then. Sorry, but they were then. It was played on the radio. We must have played it about 5 times an hour because we thought it really was, until we discovered it wasn't genuine at all. But the Jack the Ripper, the photographs exist of Jack the Ripper, the original one, in the East End when London was shrouded in mist, and there are photographs of what he used to do to the people. They would go in and take photographs, and it's quite amazing that the photographs exist. Wearside Jack was the man who pretended. His name was John Samuel Humble. He pretended to be the Yorkshire Ripper in a hoax audio recording, and he sent this taped message, spoken in a Wearside accent, and 3 letters taunting the authorities for failing to catch him. The message, which was recorded on an audio cassette, caused the investigation to be moved away from the West Yorkshire area, home of the real killer, Peter Sutcliffe, and thereby helped prolong his attacks on women, hindered his potential arrest for 18 months. And of course, the police missed loads of opportunities to catch Peter Sutcliffe. And it was only, and he'd been questioned before, Peter Sutcliffe, it was only when they went to question him again, and he's in the car, and he said, I need to go to the toilet. And he got out, and he went for a wee around the back of a building. And they got him back to the station. Then one of the officers went, let's just go back to where he was. And they then found the hammer, because he'd left it at the scene there. And that was the only reason. They'd missed all sorts of things, I'm afraid. Steve. Another one here. The boot mender in Twickenham was killed a couple of weeks back. Yeah, about 4 weeks ago, I think now, on an e-scooter. Yep, Tony. He was. Steve, they want your life history just to pay a bill or make a phone call these days. Well, I told you the other day I had a terrible trouble with First Direct. I couldn't remember any of the passwords. Obviously, I know something like, mother's maiden name, but they were done such a long time ago. Unless you write them down and put them somewhere, you forget all of these things. They say it's to protect your data, says Jacket. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Steve, I work within Bentall's Kingston Cosmetics Hall. We don't want to take your postcode any more than you wish to give it. However, it's an absolute requirement and monitored daily. Really? What's a requirement? Well, you're not having my postcode. I wouldn't give you my postcode if your life depended on it. What, you're buying an item? I've been into that cosmetics hall and bought loads of stuff. Never had to give a postcode. Why would you want to give a postcode? No, I don't believe a word of it. Don't believe a word of it. Sorry. Steve, do you know why our COVID vaccine seems to expire on the NHS app? I don't have the NHS app. I have to be honest. Because I just worried that it sent out random things to say to people, you need to self-isolate. Meanwhile, over in Biggin Hill, Michael Dennis, the Black Cab poet, says, living in Biggin Hill as I do now, I regularly see the Spitfire taking people on trips. Makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end every time I see it. Makes me feel exactly the same when I watch the film Battle of Britain. It's got everybody in it. Every British actor you could ever think of. The music is sensational. The planes are fantastic. The dogfight is amazing. And it's just one of the most wonderful films you could ever watch. It's so British that it's untrue. It really is. I mentioned it the other day. You'll go, oh, blimey, look, there's so-and-so, there's so-and-so. And it was good. What those RAF pilots did for the Battle of Britain, you wouldn't believe. They were fighting the might of the Luftwaffe. And when you looked at the amount of planes that were coming over London and how people got through it, that's why it's so important. We always keep their memories alive, because without them, and as they said, was it Churchill, so much owed to so few by so many. That was the reality of it, because we owed them everything. I mean, Londoners came through everything, and mind you, people in Liverpool suffered everywhere. They were bombing the docks, they were bombing just about everything, and people came through it. It was quite remarkable. We're very resilient in London. I still think London's changed though. Everywhere I go now, it's cranes everywhere. I mean, how many more luxury properties do we need to build? Who buys them? I can't believe that people who've got this much money, they go luxury flat. You never see them saying second-hand rubbishy old flats for sale. They never say that. And the price of flats nowadays, you want to live in London, I always say to people, because I'd forgotten first time round, when I went from a house to a flat, I remember thinking, because the flat was very good value, I mean, it's increased tons, which is great, which is good. I wish I'd bought more at the time. I should have bought 4, but I didn't. And I remember thinking, oh, right, you're flat. And then you go, how much is the service charge? And you go, service charge? You go, yeah, who do you think's paying for the lighting on the landings and the electricity and the cleaning and all the rest of it? And there was one flat in London above the Wolsey, 100,000 a year, the service charge. The producer lives in a 1-bedroom flat worth 500k. They're paying him far too much money, of course, as you can well imagine. He then said to me a minute ago, he said, how big's yours? And I said, your pardon? And he's got a 55-inch. By Jove, I tell you, you'd have a field day with something like that. And I said, well, I don't think mine's that big. But I mean, a £500,000 1-bedroom flat. But if that's the starting price for things, that's what people have to pay. Because there isn't anything, unless you get a bedsit. And I've never heard of people, but you buy what they call a studio flat. And that basically will be a crummy little place for about 300,000 quid. And it's all crammed into a space the size of a matchbox. Very expensive. And Steve says, Raj, they asked for your address to send newsletters and other junk mail. We were asked to do it when I worked in retail. Well, I wouldn't give. I don't want any junk mail coming through to me. In fact, if ever you get junk mail, just put return to sender, put it back in the post box, let them pay for it the other end. And Steve, smashing week as always. I love your take on life, and you go and own the weekend. I'm going to this weekend. I enjoy my weekends. I really do. Mind you, I enjoy every day. I don't think there's a day I don't enjoy. I've got to stay in town this morning for let's just call it a chat. And it was very nice. It doesn't matter. It's nothing to do with here. It's something else, which I'm looking forward to doing. And then I should go home. And I think I don't know what to have for tea tonight. I was thinking in the early hours of the morning, sausages. I could have sausages. What did I have yesterday? I can't even remember what I had yesterday. It wasn't steak, was it? You know, it's terrible, isn't it, when you can't remember these things. Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Monday. We've had the weekend. That was it. I mean, to be honest with you, I was telling Darren about that old department store. It's not a department store now. It closed down years ago, but it's got lots of little antique shops in, and it's literally just up the road from a fish and chip restaurant in London called the Seashell. And it was very good, but we noticed this huge Christmas tree in one little of these shops. There are lots of little shops. You know what it is? You've probably got one of these places near you. And he sold antique Christmas decorations and plates and bowls and lovely things. And some of the decorations were up to, I think, about 75 quid for these antique things. Some of them from Russia. Can't imagine Russia celebrating Christmas, can you? But there you go. I'm sure they do. The alpaca's still alive. God knows for how much longer. And now, the people who were doing the Ring of Steel have now taken their tents down there as well. How lovely. That's exciting, isn't it? Not really, no. I mean, to be honest with you, the woman who owns the alpaca, who brought it from New Zealand, has said that she will, follow the letter of the law, whereas the people in the tents appear to be a little bit more bullish. Sort of saying, we will stop DEFRA and all the rest of it. I think DEFRA should just send a drone in. Make it a lot easier, because they can't fight a drone, can they? But I have a sneaking feeling it's going to go a little bit pear-shaped again. Little Mix star Perry Edwards has given birth to a baby. Shocking news, isn't it, really? Unmarried, of course, but her boyfriend is a footballer, so that's all right. So she had a baby. How lovely. The heatwave starts now. Great. We like that. And Jamie Redknapp is expecting a baby boy. Well, his girlfriend is. I don't think Jamie Redknapp is. That'll upset Louise, won't it? And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, I quite liked somebody. He was attacked by a school bully 20 years ago. Okay, this guy was sitting outside a pub, and the bully walked past him. So he beat him up. He gave him 2 black eyes, and he's been let go. The court decided, sorry, if somebody bullies you at school. I never got bullied at school. I know people who did. I could talk my way out of a paper bag. I thought it was ever so easy to do things like that. You did get people who sort of were bullied by generally the fat boys. The fat boys were always the bullies because they were so whereas if you turn around and like that, they went down like a sack of potatoes. They really did. And also the fat boys always had bags of sweets to hand out to people who might bully them. I mean, because to be honest with you, everybody got bullied at school. Every single person, unless you were in a gang. Well, that's a bit sad and tragic, isn't it? It's a bit like the trolls nowadays, who seem to be diminishing because they're putting more in court and they're destroying them. They're absolutely destroyed because once you've been outed as a troll, you lose your job immediately. No company would ever want to employ somebody who was operating as a troll. It's just not in their best interests at all. Got a story about Josephine Baker, tikka masala, and there could be 2 days left to get these refugees out of Afghanistan. Already at Kabul airport, 20 dead. The Taliban went into a village. They shot, I think, 7 people dead there. 2 of them were hacked to death. They're quite sick people, actually, the Taliban. That's why I was slightly upset by a BBC radio guest who sparked outrage. She's a bit of a sad person. She claims every Muslim she knows is celebrating the Taliban victory. Well, I tell you what, Sweet Pea, why don't we stick you in a plane, take you over there and drop you off into Kabul? OK, you go and live over there. We don't want you. Horrible person. And I quite liked the... what was the one that I did like? Oh, yes, there's a story about one of the Queen's guards down at Windsor. Not so good. And a popular Cornish cafe has rejected a bid from Costa Coffee. They want to own it. How much are they offering? £750,000. That's not bad. It's only a little tiny cafe. Only a little tiny cafe. And I thought that seemed like quite a good thing. But they've said, no, they're not interested. I don't know. I haven't read far enough into the story. I'm just sort of thinking, if somebody offers you £750,000, I mean, frankly, I would snog them from here to Land's End. 750,000? Oh, if you're gay and you're in Afghanistan, please don't tell them. The Taliban don't like gay. You'd never guess it, would you, really, being the world's largest gay club? So I've never seen so many places, sort of men with beards looking like a reject from the Village People. And but they don't like gays over there, and there are quite a number of sort of gays who are operating under the radar. One of them, he's so scared, he said, "I'm not going out." He said it's too dangerous because the Taliban, I always think, if they're anti something like that, they're hiding something within themselves. Do you not think so? I do. I've looked at the Taliban. They're all linking arms around each other's shoulders. Very camp, very camp. And for Tom Cruise, one tikka masala is not enough. I was talking about tikka masala the other day. I was quite excited, actually. Quite excited. And Don Everly has died at 84, but believe it or not, because his brother died some years ago, the mum is still alive at 101. I was thinking about that the other day, actually. People sort of say, how long do you expect to live? I said, no idea. Not a clue. I mean, the way I'm going, it could be tomorrow. I like to think about things like that. We've got 2 weeks of chaos from Extinction Rebellion. Oh, we're just so anarchic, aren't we? Oh, we're just so amazing. Yes. Why can't they go and do it in a field in Enfield? They've already started setting off their little smoke bombs and everything else. I hope these people don't claim benefits. I'd love to take them away from them and go, oh, look, how are you going to live now? Oh, I know. Mummy and Daddy can look after you. Bank of Mummy and Daddy, which is very nice. Other stories running in the papers. Dreary old Love Island drones on. Yes. And people are now trying to work out who's actually going to win it. To be honest with you, who gives a stuff? Who cares? I couldn't care less. It'll be a bimbo and a himbo, okay? That's what I can tell you. You'll either have that foul-mouthed Faye, the one who, I think she swore, I forget how many times in the course of one thing, but she obviously thinks that this is a future in whatever. I've got no idea. 24.4% back Chloe and Toby. 24.1% back Faye and Teddy. She's the old bag who works in a letting agency. She's a little naff estate agent down in, I don't know, somewhere. I'm sure they must be delighted with the language she uses on the television. Do you think she's got a job to go back to? I bloody well hope not. And 4.1% back Kaz and Tyler. So for that read, no chance at all. So it could be Chloe and Toby, but they're all fake. They all come out because they know damn well you can only make it as a pair. You can't make it by yourself. I noticed a programme the other day, and it was somebody who'd been on Love Island. She was the one who had the breakdown. Do you remember? She was an air stewardess, and then she went out with one of the blokes in it. No, not Laura. No, it wasn't Laura. It wasn't Amy. Amy, who then went to spend £100,000 having her teeth done, because apparently people had taken the mickey out of it. Well, I don't remember that at all. I just thought she was boring. But then she goes out with this bloke on Love Island, who I think is AJ's brother, Curtis, and then he decides she's quite clearly mad as a fruitcake, and so he ditches her. She immediately checks into rehab. And I'm thinking, you must have been dumped loads of times, dear, loads of times. And then she turned up in a programme the other day. They were looking at aircraft and people flying first class. And I thought, darling, you went on Love Island to try and make a career. It didn't work. They put you on Loose Women and you were about as useless as a chocolate fireguard. You couldn't hack it at all. You've not been around the world long enough. They spend all that money training you at British Airways, and then you think you want to be somebody who gets their boobs out. Well, good for you. Parents must be delighted, I should imagine. That was our daughter. And then she was talking about first class, like she looked as though she knew anything about first class. They've got a new SAS programme coming out. It was filmed last year with the old presenter of it, who was subsequently dumped from the programme. And they've got some real good names on it. Kerry Coke-Toner and Syra Khan from Loose Women. She was the one who walked off Loose Women and blanked most of them because apparently she didn't like them. I don't think they liked her either. A talentless old biddy of the worst kind. Every time I used to see her on the programme, I used to think, what do you do? What do you do? And the answer is she didn't really contribute anything to the programme. So she's got this sort of SAS programme. She won't do very well, like Kerry Coke. She won't do very well on it either. What was the other one? There's so many stories in the papers today. Oh, yes! Loads of people. The Saturday singer, Rochelle, they've had to, I think she's been sent to elocution lessons. Because I think they've actually tried to make her more refined as opposed to, right, how you doing? Because that's what they all sound like. It's a bit like The Only Way is Essex, who apparently, some of the cast, about 10 members, are rebelling because they've been dropped from The Only Way is Essex. Because, to be honest with you, I mean, most of them are as old as the hills now. What do they contribute? Nothing. We managed to get rid of Gemma Collins. Bobby Cole Norris did the decent thing before he was dropped and sort of, walked out, because I'm going to be like a presenter. Of course you're not, dear. Don't be silly. Like the same way he thought he was going to be a radio presenter. That never worked out either. But never mind. Never let it be said he's not a trier. Because he really was. But Rochelle, who they sort of think is a sort of a new presenter on the television, guess who's going to be presenting with her? They've actually run it in most of the papers today. Most of the papers today. Vernon Kay has joined ITV's this morning as a guest host. And I thought, oh, okay, so he's finally found a job, because he's been sort of floating around in the wilderness for quite a little while. And the more you read into it, you think, oh, great, so he's going to be 3 days. They've given him 3 days' work. Well, that's like taking the Michael, isn't it? 3 days' work, and unfortunately he has to work with Rochelle. He's going to wipe the floor with her. He's going to absolutely wipe the floor with her. It's going to make her out, because I think anybody who works with Rochelle, you just have to let her sort of sit there and sort of try and pretend she knows what she's talking about. It's like Eamon Holmes, isn't it? I mean, bless his heart. Every time there's a fashion item, he looks like he's gone to sleep. He has no comment. And it's silly to have him sitting there. Let him go back to the kitchen and stuff his face, because that's what he's happiest doing. Every time they have a cookery programme and Eamon is there, he cannot eat the stuff fast enough. Seriously, I mean, every time the camera cuts back to him, it has to be left to Ruth to do the link, because he's got, and he troughs. God, does he trough? But Vernon Kay will be very good. I think he knows how to do things like that. It shouldn't be any. But I don't want to hear him saying things like, "Oh, I've been a fan of this program since its inception." We don't. Nobody gives a stuff, darling. Okay, nobody gives a stuff. Just go on, do it, wipe the floor with her, and then somebody else will think, where they put you, I don't know. Where they put you, I don't know. Perhaps you could replace Alison Hammond. We were talking about Alison Hammond. I think I'll be talking about her on my podcast for today, because there's a picture of Amy Tapper, who was on Googlebox, and then, because she doesn't actually have any discernible talent, she's just on Googlebox commenting on television programmes, which is, just like watching a CD. And then she said, you've got to own your own body and all the rest of it. And then she goes on this sort of deep diet so she can lose lots of weight. So obviously she's not at all happy being overweight, which prompted me to say Alison Hammond could make a fortune if she started advertising, Weight Watchers or something like that, if she actually lost the weight, because she is carrying a lot of weight around. I mean, she can't be happy. Nobody is. Because somebody wrote to me some time ago and went, oh, because you're overweight. I thought, I'm 13 stone. I mean, I don't think that's overweight. I think for my height and build, it's pretty impressive. I think I'm doing quite well. In fact, when they weighed me the last time and I needed to be weighed, I was quite surprised, actually. They said, oh, it's so much this. And I said, what does that translate to? They went, 13 stone. I went, really? I felt I might actually start going to a gymnasium or something like that. No, not really. It's only because I've got friends of mine who've got six-packs. I work with people in this building who've got six-packs. And I always think that they must have no life. They spend all the time going to the gym, and they sort of, sit and they all sweat. It's very bad. It's very bad. Perhaps that's why, we're thinking of sending Prince Andrew to a gymnasium, just to see if he really can sweat. Because I believe he probably would be sweating. Anyway, if you've just woken up, nice to have your company. Welcome along to the programme. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, with you till 7 every day this week. Lord knows what we're going to be dealing with in a moment. I mean, it could be Waitrose the worst for fresh online deliveries, because I've always thought their stuff was great. In fact, the stuff I brought in this morning is Waitrose. Looks all right. I'll tell you what I did buy yesterday, and I forgot to put it in the fridge. I bought some little smoked salmon parcels, and there must be tons of water in there, because I looked at it this morning and they were sitting in water. I'm like, oh no, throw those away. Not going to risk anything like that. Definitely not.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. I trust you are well, Jordan. Sitting in the car coming in. My car was so early this morning. My car was half an hour early. Not that I'm complaining. I don't mind it. In fact, but so much so that even the young man on security, I call them young man because they are quite young. He said, "Oh, you've obviously got loads to do." I said, "No, the car turned up early." And it's either a case of you sort of sit there waiting until it gets the allotted time, or you just come into work early. It didn't make any difference to me. But it was quite good. But we raced down the road, full blown at 40 miles an hour. Because everywhere that I seem to go nowadays, it's 20 miles an hour. All round our way, 20 miles an hour. And I'm still waiting to get the thing back. So I mention it as often as I can because I think there's something going on here. Because I got done for speeding. Got caught on a speed camera. They send you the piece of paper. I filled it in, the license number, all the bit. Was it you driving? Yes, it was me driving. I've freely admitted it. I've told everybody on air. Send it off. Nothing. 4 weeks later, they write to me, "You haven't filled in this form." So they send me the form again. So I fill in the form. Send it off to them. I've heard nothing. And that was about 3 weeks ago. So, the next thing is I'll probably have a Nick, copper turning up on the doorstep saying, "Why haven't you filled this thing in?" Which, of course, I have because I've told everybody on air. Honestly, it's ridiculous. I'm more than happy. So my friend Jordan is shadowing his new job. I like that idea of shadowing. A friend of mine did it. I can't tell you for which radio station, but the people he was going to be working with didn't know that he was going to be taking over the job, and he said it was quite interesting. I thought I could do that as well because people were going, "Who is he?" They go, "I don't know." He's just sort of sitting in on the programmes just to watch. Because if you're going to take over a programme, and my friend Jordan's taken over a big programme. I mean, in terms of programmes, I think it will be classed as sort of quite big. But it's good for him. It's just that he's only just bought a house in Manchester. Literally, within a short period of time. So he's now had to move down to London. And I think he's moved to Walthamstow or something like that. Which is sort of, I don't think I've ever been to Walthamstow. I'm sure it's lovely, but he's sitting in the car. He'll be sitting in the back, trying to be awake, trying desperately not to lose his laptop again. Because you remember last time we told you about Jordan's laptop. He comes to see me on must have been a Sunday morning. Was it a Sunday morning, Jordan? I can't remember. And he gets here and he looks a little bit perturbed. And what's he done? He's left his laptop on the bus. He's left his laptop on the bus. And I said, well, I mean, luckily for him, he takes a picture of everything. So he had a picture which he took on the bus. So we were able to know what number bus he was on and where it was going. And it was heading to Streatham Bus Garage. And he said, "Can you mention it?" So I said on air, which must have been on, I don't know, was it the Monday? And I said, my friend Jordan, he had his sort of laptop. He left it on the bus. It's in a case, and it had all his program stuff on it, all the programs he was working on and everything else. Well, blow me down if the person who had retrieved the laptop was listening to this program and heard us mention it. And he phoned up and he said, "I've got his laptop here." Well, of course, you had to check. So we said, "What's his surname?" And he told us his surname. We went, "Oh, he's got Jordan's laptop." Jordan was so excited, he went out and bought a bottle of Prosecco for this man, cheapskate. And, 50 quid at least, but it was an old laptop. But he actually got it back. I mean, how often would that happen? It wouldn't happen at all. It's like, if we always used to ask the question years ago, if you sort of picked up a wallet on the street, you open it up, don't you, to see if it's got somebody's name and address in. Then you look around to see if there's any CCTV cameras, and then you put it in your pocket and you walk away with it. But when I used to work in nightclubs years and years ago, the one place we would look at the end of the night for people's wallets that had been nicked and purses was the gents' toilet. Because what people would do is take it in there, open it, take out the things they needed, and then throw the wallet in the cistern. And so that's where we used to go and find it, because hardly anybody, would ever hand a wallet in. You never got people saying, "Oh, I just found this wallet and it's got 300 quid in it." People would take it out and go, "Oh, that's the way I found it." That's why I say they actually look around for, CCTV cameras, because you see it all the time. But anyway, you have a nice day. So at least he's managed to get the driver to listen to the right radio station on the way in, which is good. Christina says, "I've just had spinal surgery." Oh Lord, and that sounds a little bit worrying. Steve says, "Roger, on Friday you said you're not into cars." No, I'm not. Absolutely not. I mean, Dale was into cars, and loads of my friends are. He said, you drive the best car for comfort, performance, and prestige. Just have good taste then. I mean, I just drive it because of the way it looks. I drive it because it's comfortable. I mean, I've had every car, from, Ford Populars to Minis to Rollses, and I just happen for the last 7, 8, about 12 years now to have been driving Bentleys. It's just the way it goes. So, I mean, it is a nice, comfy car. There are clubs, apparently, says Chris, in Afghanistan where men gather to watch young boys dance. Oh, there was a television programme. Did you not see it? Oh, my God. It was called The Dancing Boys of Afghanistan. And these were old perverts who lived in the mountains. And they would have these young boys dance for them. And then the old men would take them home. It's rife out there, absolutely rife, and it was called The Dancing Boys in Afghanistan. Check it out, because you'd be quite horrified. The Taliban going, we don't like gay people, but they're like young boys. That was it. Jack says, moved from Hull to London, so I should be spending the day on the tubes and the buses for the fun of it. Really? There's no fun on it. Mind you, it depends where Extinction Rebellion are going to turn up. I'm hoping in the middle of the Thames, but we can't have everything, can we? That'll be quite nice. Go on, paddle your way across there. Oh, I don't know, we're going to superglue ourselves. You see, I maintained the last time we had 2 pensioners. I mean, seriously, honestly, perhaps their medication had worn off, and they superglued themselves to the top of a train, thus, making the train... I'd have left them on there and driven the train out. As far as I'm concerned, cling on, darlings, cling on. Why should you disrupt the rest of us? We've done nothing to you. I'm sick to death of, because we're in London, they go, we have to suffer for it. And these people glue themselves to the pavement. Leave them there. Leave them there. Let them stay there. Let the traffic go round them. They'll soon want to go to toilet. They'll have to wet themselves, won't they? We had that. Didn't we have Extinction Rebellion? Oh, no, it was another one, who chained themselves to railings up at the airport. I'd have gone up there with handcuffs and handcuffed them to the railings as well and go, sit there all bloody day. I think that's the best way to do it. Ridiculous. And Steve, if Jordan is moving to Walthamstow, he'll never get his laptop back. Oh, I think he's got a new one now. He's got a new one. He's a good lad, actually. He's a good lad. And somebody says, locked into the spike, says Waj. Hope it's not another heat wave. Better not be, because neither myself nor Darren enjoy the heat. I don't function in heat. I'm absolutely terrible. I don't lie on beaches. I don't sunbathe. I don't do anything like that at all. Makes me ill. Makes me completely ill. Dale was an addict for it. An addict. If he went on a holiday, the sunbed would be facing the sun. Okay, look at the sun. And then the moment the sun moved around, he'd off the sunbed, move it round. I just sat at the back. I stayed. I was like a scene from Death in Venice, the film. I just sat under the awnings. In fact, whenever I used to go out with my godchildren when they were a little bit younger, and we went out to pubs for lunch and stuff like that, so there'd be about 3, 4, 5, about 7 of us, and they'd always say, all right, so we have to find a table with an umbrella over it for Uncle Steve, because he doesn't function in the heat. I hated it. I really hated it. It doesn't do anything for me now. If I sit in the car, it's got to have the air conditioning on, and I would rather sit there and freeze to death. Absolutely as simple as that. I'm not remotely interested in sort of... I mean, some people love it. My friend Lynn adores it. Adores it. She really does. Oh, we need to change the... Oh, it's gone. Went all dark, my screen. Oh, and now something else has come back. I don't recognise that bit at all. That's very odd. What are you putting up on my screen? I've got on one screen, I've got on me... Oh, I tell you what, no, you definitely haven't got it right. No. I tell you the other thing you need to do. We need to do the emails as well. So it's going to presumably send me a number that I shall have to give you. So I've got my tweets, but I don't have the script. I've got the weather now, which is lovely, but I don't have the proper script. We have to have a script on here. Well, it's not really a script. It just sort of tells you, old things. There you go. That'll be the nice one. But you'll need to log on to my website, which means I'll have to give you all my password. Have you got the password for my website? I don't know if you've got it. I'm not sure if you have. And then it will send me it's very clever, actually. I don't know how it fathoms itself, but it then sends me a thing saying, give us this number. And so I then have to tell the producer the number. He then puts the number in, then he can access my emails. We do it in the break, which is so much easier, isn't it? So we take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Josephine Baker, you might not have heard of. She was very famous Very famous. She was a black dancer in Paris. Very, very sexy. Very sexy. She is going to be the first black woman to be buried in France's Pantheon. I mean, she was a wartime heroine and a dancer, but it was all, very... I've got to give you... I'll have to give you that password. He thought he could jump the gun, actually. You can't actually guess my passwords. Apparently, my friend Ian over in America, I like to be in America, he said, I thought you'd like to know, Steve, for 2 hours this evening, QVC has been showing the joy of Christmas. Oh, how lovely. How lovely. Did you get my picture I tweeted of the Christmas tree, which was absolutely lovely? It really was lovely, because we went to sit. Christmas, yeah. It was not that far away. I mean, the 3 wise men will be saddling up the camels already, getting ready. It's a bit of a trek. To get there on time. Yeah, oh yeah, we do Christmas early on this programme. Very early. Although I'll tell you, I'm having trouble buying. I've had 2 of them, and the light goes in the middle, and it's called a water candle. And it's a good, solid foot long. It's got batteries in it. You fill it with water, and it's a little fountain. And I bought it off Amazon, and they don't have any anymore at all. Like, you can generally find them in some of the... garden centres when they have all the Christmas merchandise out, but it was my favourite thing, the water candle. If you find out who the company is, do please let me know.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Hope you had a good weekend. I thought it was good. I went out. I haven't had it. I went down to see a friend of mine on Saturday, and that's when we walked up to see the Christmas tree just up the road in Lisson Grove. But there's a little cafe down the bottom, very near the seashell, and we both got two breakfasts, which were cooked, there and then for you, including a cup of tea each and a fizzy drink, and it was 11 quid for 2, which I thought was really good value. I know you can probably get it cheaper elsewhere, but I thought it was good value because we were going to go to a big hotel on the Euston Road, and I thought to myself, and the friend of mine, he said the breakfast is really expensive in there. I said, do you think they serve people who aren't staying in the hotel? Because the hotel here, just outside our front door, they do a buffet breakfast, which is very nice, but it's bloody expensive. It's like 27 quid a head for a buffet breakfast. But they've got everything, smoked salmon and stuff like that. But there is a limit, I promise you, unless your name's Henry, to how much you can actually eat. It's like Chinese food. They go, eat as much as you like Chinese food, because after about, 2 platefuls, you've had enough. And they always go, whenever you go into this hotel opposite the front door of where we are in Leicester Square, they always go, have your room number? I go, no, I'm paying for it. It comes as a big shock to them. They've obviously never heard of people actually paying. Steve, E17, we're from Walthamstow, indigestion already. The Literary Campus Christmas Dancing Boys of Walthamstow sang Stay Another Day. I loved that song. I thought I liked E17. I mean, that Christmas song will go on forever and a day. As long as we're still playing Bing Crosby singing White Christmas, you'll have E17 say, stay now. And those big coats with those big hoods and everything else. I have to be honest, they were the most unattractive boy band I'd ever seen in my entire life. Apart from Tony, the lead singer. But the others, one was a roofer. One wasn't. One fell out of his car as he was reversing around a corner. That was a bit of a clever trick. And that was about it, actually. Steve, I've been to that cafe near the fish place. I used to get toasted cheese sandwiches from there when I was going into the studios opposite to do voiceover, says my friend Ian. I thought it was really good value, actually. It's been taken over. It's a different person. The person who had it sold it on, I think still lives upstairs, and sold it on. And then there was a murder down there. There was a murder round the corner. They're still looking for somebody in relation. Steve. Declan in Vienna says, I hope you're well. My mother owned an a la carte restaurant in Ireland. Once my father hosted a charity golf event. Naturally, the reception was at my mother's restaurant. As you know, in such an event, if there are 47 guests, there are 47 meals. Eamon Holmes was added to the lineup at the last minute, so my mother hadn't a meal ready for him. She was going through the a la carte menu, trying to find a solution. He said to my mother, forget that. I heard you make a cracking Ulster fry. I've never heard of an Ulster fry, but it sounds brilliant. And but he had, he said he had the whole lot. He said, the biggest fry I've ever seen on one. Oh, what's that? There it is. Oh, it looks lovely, doesn't it? You know what it doesn't come with? Chips. No blooming chips. I had chips yesterday with my breakfast, on Saturday. This looks lovely. The Ulster fry. And it's got that dreadful black pudding with it. But you can have two eggs. Here it is, the Ulster fry-up from Northern Ireland. Potato pancakes and soda bread. Fried eggs, bacon, sausages and black pudding. I wouldn't touch black pudding if you gave it to me as a gift. I'm liking ham, egg and spinach Dutch baby. That looks nice. That looks like sort of a giant pizza kind of thing, doesn't it, really? Packed with protein and nutrients, as indeed is alpaca meat. Alpaca meat is absolutely chock-a-block with all the good things for you. It's non-fattening. Apparently it is the best meat you can have. Don't tell Geronimo. Okay, don't tell Geronimo that I think what they should do, the people who are camping down there, when I say camping, not like the dancing boys of Afghanistan, but camping in little tents, I mean, would they be hurt if we moved a barbecue down? You know, would they be upset by something like that? Because I've never known anything drag on so much. You know, DEFRA have not gone down there. Are they really busy at the moment? We know that bovine tuberculosis is highly dangerous. We know it is entirely infectious and can decimate this country. We spend 100 million a year trying to keep ourselves free of bovine tuberculosis. And that's why, you know, when I see these so-called well-meaning people, I think to myself, are you aware that it could decimate farmers' livings in this country? We've had trouble before with it, and we don't want it again. Thank you very much indeed. 90 degrees, Steve, says Hassan. He's in Djibouti. I don't even know where Djibouti is, but we're going to find out. He said it's 6:30 a.m. It's already 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It's the Republic of Djibouti. And where are we near? Oh, we're near Eritrea, Yemen, Sudan, Ethiopia. It's an area, isn't it? Looks quite nice, actually. Looks very nice, except for the ship, which is sort of beached up on the beach, which is not so good. But he says it's expected to rise to over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Ooh, that sounds dreadful, Hassan. And humid, being coastal, sweating, feeling hot and bothered, general feeling of being roasted in an oven. See, I lived in hot place. I lived in Egypt for 2 years. I lived in Hong Kong for 2 years. And because I was little, I was able to cope with the heat because you went to school in the morning and then lunchtime you went to the beach. So we spent most of the sort of summer looking like little brown berries, which was great. And then the funny thing is all of a sudden I went kind of off it, like lamb. I went off lamb. I couldn't eat lamb anymore. I used to wake up in the middle of the night thinking, I'm going to be sick, I'm going to be sick, I'm going to be sick. And you lie there sort of willing it away. And then all of a sudden you think, nope, now I need to go to the bathroom very, very quickly. But so I didn't do heat. I used to get really, really bad. I remember sitting, I think it was, I'll tell you when it was before I was diagnosed as diabetic. And I sat in the Strand with a friend of mine in a Pizza Hut. And we had pizza and I started sweating. And he said to me, you all right? I went, yeah, I'm just really hot. Really hot. And we went to the open air theatre in Regent's Park, the open air theatre, which is very nice, very lovely. If you've not been, you must go to it. They have some really good productions. And I sweated throughout the whole thing. But for me, I'm a bit like Prince Andrew. I don't sweat on my body. I sweat on my head. I sweat on my head. Don't ask me how that works out. I don't sweat at all anywhere else. Yes, and, around the back of my neck, I could be absolutely soaking wet. So, of course, people sitting behind me must have been going, what's the matter with him? What's the matter with him? Although when the parents of my godchildren got married, I sort of gave a speech at the wedding, and I wasn't diagnosed at the time, and I was very hot. I'd made them put a fan in my bedroom so I could sort of sit there under the fan. I didn't know what it was, and I drank orange juice with ice cubes in it, thinking that would solve the problem. Made it worse. Orange juice you're not supposed to touch with a barge pole. Steve, you lift the gloom of these dark days, says Patty in Rhode Island, USA. Okay, after Hurricane Henri. Well, you have to lift the gloom. I don't understand why people are not happy in this day and age. I've seen people losing their tempers on YouTube mainly. Really unhappy people. Really unhappy. And you think to yourself, is there something the matter with you? Have you got more than one or two screws loose? Or are you just you're just miserable because life has dealt you a bad hand? Because life is what you make it. We were talking the other day, I was talking to some friends about having a job, and if you don't like it, go and find another job. Don't sit there wasting everybody's time. There's no point in having somebody doing a job if they're really miserable doing it. It's like this job I do, and they pay me. They pay me. I think it's an outrage, to be honest with you. you do something that you enjoy. All you've got to do is sit down for 3 hours, cups of tea, have a biscuit if you feel like having a biscuit, and then at the end of the month, like this week, they give you money. And it's just the best feeling in the entire world. I love it. I even enjoy walking to the bus stop. Not every day, it has to be said. But, the other day, I've got a great story to tell you about Coinstar. Now, you know what Coinstar machines are, don't you? You will find them in supermarkets, Sainsbury's, places like that. They have a Coinstar machine, and the idea is you take your change in, you push the right button, and it transfers. You can either donate it to charity, I think not, or you can have cash. And I went yesterday to Sainsbury's on the Lower Richmond Road to go and get my money changed up. And I'd saved up, and I've got a plastic jug. Don't ask me why it's in the bathroom, I suppose because I'll take my jeans off in the bathroom. And I put all my change in this jug. And when it gets to the top of the jug, I empty it into a couple of plastic bags, and I take it down to Coinstar, put it into the machine, and I get my money back in fivers and tenors and 20s. And I can save up quite a bit. In the course of a month, I could have saved up £200 or £300 because literally every day, I can't be bothered. I'm not one of these people who goes out and they go, it's £2.30, and I start counting out change. I can't do that. So I go to Coinstar, and I'm there, £9.50. I know that because I've got the receipt. And the Coinstar machine is on, so I push the button. Have you used Coinstar before? Yes. Would you like cash? Yes. And then it goes, and that's when you pour your money into the tray, and then you tip the tray up, and it goes into the machine, which is precisely what I did. And then I thought, wait a minute. So I stopped tipping the money in because it wasn't registering anything. It wasn't registering at all. And so I thought, wait a minute. And then it issues a ticket. So I've poured in money. Now, most of my money, I could empty the bag out in front of you now if I had it here, is £1 and £2 coins and 50p's and 20p. So, as I say, generally it's £200 or £300. So, of course, I didn't know what I'd emptied into the machine. Whatever it was, though, it was one, and it didn't register. It printed out a ticket. How much did it have on the ticket? 17 pence. So immediately I took all the rest of my money out, put it back in my bag, go over to the woman on the cigarette desk, and I explained the situation, and she said, well, you'll need to contact Coinstar. I said, but you've got the Coinstar machine in here. She said, well, you need to call them. I said, do you not make any money out of it? No. I thought, you liar. Of course you do. What's the point of having it in there? Well, you just put something. I'll tell you what, why don't I just sit in there, take everything out, and don't bother sort of paying for it. And I was sort of thinking to myself, how do I get out of this? Anyway, I said, can I see the manager? Well, the manager couldn't really be stuffed. He really couldn't be bothered. He just said, give him the number of Coinstar and let him deal with it. So I go back to the car, sit in the car, and I call Coinstar. And I get somebody, their call centre must be overseas. I'm only guessing because the person didn't have a particularly good command of the English language. I had to repeat everything because she didn't get the thing, and all, thank you for calling Coinstar. Very polite and all the rest of it. So I explained, and she said, I'll check the machine. They can do it remotely, even though the shop has keys. She said, how much money do you think you put in? I said, well, to be honest with you, I said, I don't know. I said, it could be a tenner, it could be 20 quid. I've got no idea. So anyway, so then she went through, can I have your phone number and this and address and all the rest of it. And she said, I'm very, very sorry about that. I said, but the machine is still on. I said, so it's not full, because I then went to another branch of Sainsbury's up at Hampton where we had trouble before. Do you remember the woman said to me, you can't have this much money out of here? I said, well, you've got the machine in there. You shouldn't. There's no sign on it. She was a right little madam, let me tell you. So I called the manager and we sorted that one out very quickly. And so I spoke to them and she said, well, she said, I'll arrange a refund for you. And you read out the number, it's on the bottom of the thing. They obviously want to check that I don't tell lies, which of course I don't. But when I spoke to the woman in Sainsbury's, I said, it's not very good customer relations, is it? Knowing that they had the keys for the machine, that they could have opened it up and seen where my money went. Because it certainly didn't go into the chutes. So it must have been in there somewhere. But anyway, she said, and we'll send you the money, and then you can have it transferred to your PayPal account or something like that. I thought, why don't you just put a tenner in the post, stick it in an envelope with an apology, for having a machine. And I said to the woman in Sainsbury's, I said, you should turn the machine off because other people might fall foul of this and put their money in and they'll have the same thing and you'll say the same thing, which is, why don't you go call Coinstar? You know, which is a good one. It's like sort of buying a, packet of Bird's Eye burgers or something and discovering there's only 2 in there and then going, well, you need to contact Bird's Eye. No, I bought it from you. You should have been more responsible at Sainsbury's. Not very good service at all, I'm afraid. Very disappointing. But I'll let you know how we get on.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Poor old Nicola in Whetstone. She's obviously on the... Oh. Interesting music. Oh, it's gone. 1 minute the orchestra was there. The next minute we played them off. Yes, poor old Nicola from Whetstone said the lead singer of B17 was called Brian. No, sadly not, dear. It was Tony Mortimer. God, in fancy not knowing that. God, I thought any old Tom, Dick and Harry knows who the lead singer was. It was Tony Mortimer. He wrote all the stuff. You're probably thinking about Brian Harvey, the one who fell out the car, went out with Daniela Westbrook, had a few, let's call them, emotional issues. Noreen says, Steve, hope you're well, had a great weekend. Sad news of Don Everly. I think we saw them twice, 95 at Brentwood. No idea why we went to Brentwood. It's a long way to go for a show. And I think we saw them in St Albans or Watford. Their mothers outlived them both. Yeah, she's 101. She's 101. I interviewed him as well. He came in here and one of our other radio stations, one of our gold stations, says he's coming in. Would you like to interview him for In Conversation? I said, absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes. Which was very nice. And Steve, do you ever watch TikTok? No, sadly, I've got a life. The hot plume in Djibouti will be over here by the weekend. 27 degrees, says Roger. Oh, God. Don't tell me things like that. I don't need to know that. I mean, I'm having a quick look, actually. No, not here for the weekend. I'm looking at the temperatures. Today, 22 degrees, cloudy with little bits of sunshine. Tuesday, sunny intervals, 21 degrees. Wednesday, cloudy, 21 degrees. Thursday, 19 degrees. Friday, 20 degrees. Saturday, 21 degrees. Sunday, 21 degrees. So, not great, is it? I don't think it's going to be here at all. Mind you, I don't want heat like that. I know some people go, oh, it's so exciting to say, why do you not like the heat? Because I want Christmas. I want it to be freezing cold. And I want people to fall over on the pavement. Why not? Heavens above, what's the point of having snow and ice? And I've seen it. Did you see the Barry Manilow concert? They started doing the Barry Manilow concert. Halfway through, they had to do it because they had a bit of an issue going on. But apparently Barry's still singing as good as it gets. Bless his heart. Steve, I had a traditional breakfast and crusty seeded bread, Forest Road, E17, brilliant cafe. Sounds quite nice. I'm very much into these little cafes because I know you can pay a lot of money, like this hotel opposite our front door, which is seriously expensive. But as I say, you can keep eating the food there. And if you go to a little transport cafe, but I mean, it's always packed solid. It's always packed solid. We sort of sat outside. I loved it. Loved every minute. Jack in Islington says, can you confirm you pre-record the beginning of your show? You mentioned it last week. Yes, it's most of it's pre-recorded. Yes, it has to be. It's the easy way to do it. You don't think I seriously want to get up at this time of the morning, do you? And come into the studio? No, I mean, today is Friday, and I'm recording the show in time for Monday. So that's how it works. It's an awful lot... Let's do a bit again. It's an awful lot easier when you do a show like that. It's amazing. Some people you can fool some of the time, and some people, like Jack, you can fool all of the time. What difference would it make to anybody if the show was pre-recorded? Because lots of television shows are pre-recorded. Especially most of the Christmas stuff. Definitely. And David in Putney says, Coinstar take 9% in the pound. I couldn't care less. I just want to get rid of all my change because we've only got £200 or £300. I mean, I could have used it in a Metro Bank because they have a similar sort of system. You empty all your money in and it gives it back. But I can't remember what my account number is. I don't have a card either, which doesn't help. A friend of mine, Rob, who's a local farmer, says, Kim, cracked up at me the other day regarding the Geronimo situation. That's what we're calling it now, the Geronimo situation. I was giving it the cutesy pet side of the argument. He was erring on the practical. I get it. It's just a hellish situation. They should have had it put to sleep. Sorry, to S-L-E-E-P, just in case it's listening, ages ago, because all they're doing is just dragging it out. This woman turns out to be a veterinary nurse, the woman who owns it. So I thought she was a vet, but she's not. She's a veterinary nurse. And they basically said, well, you can put it to sleep. assuming she's got access to injections that can sort of put animals out. But I just don't get why they're dragging it out. It's already been thrown out of the courts on 2 occasions now. It's tested positive twice. Why are we still sitting here talking about it? Doesn't make any sense at all, does it? Doesn't make any sense. And I don't know why, because it doesn't really help with sort of people getting themselves all worked up about it. And now the people who had their cars were going to do a ring of steel. I mean, I ask you, a ring of steel. They didn't look as though they could do a ring of roses, let alone a ring of steel. And now they're camping down there in their tents. What good is that? Looks like a rather smaller NAFA version of Glastonbury or something like that. Jack says, did you see the documentary about E17? Tony got all the money. Yeah, so he's got a fabulous house down in Essex. Fabulous house. It's very, very old. And you're right, he made all the money. He's got 2 gorgeous daughters. And I know because they went to school with one of my godchildren. So that's how we sort of know. I don't know them. I met the wife, gorgeous, absolutely lovely. But you're right, the others had to go back to their jobs. One was a roofer, one wasn't. And then there was Brian Harvey, because he wrote all the songs. He wrote all these stuff. And that's just, I don't know, that's just the way it works nowadays. It's like George Michael. He made all the money in Wham because he wrote everything. And also he was very clever that when he went solo, if you record a record nowadays and you're the writer of it, you get royalties for writing. So because it was in the days of singles, he would put the vocal version on one side and the instrumental on the other. So he used to get double bubble because he then amassed a fortune. I think by the time he died, about 60 million, which, you know, he'd worked hard for it. Unfortunately, poor George had issues and things like that. When he came into one of our radio stations years ago, I think it was Hard, and I remember looking at him thinking, God, you're thin. He was very, very thin, but it was you know, he had a very interesting life. But on many occasions, he kept coming off social media because he didn't realise, you know, that even though thousands and millions of people absolutely adored him, you get 1 or 2 trolls. You know, and for George, who was slightly fragile, I was watching. What did I watch over the weekend? Oh God, it was the best thing I've ever watched. Best thing I've ever watched in ages and ages and ages. Take That at Wembley, The Circus. Well, I bought it because it was cheap. It was on Amazon. It was about £4 or something like that. So I bought it and I sat down to watch it. And you get 2 CDs, two DVDs. One is them in the studio recording all the songs, and then you get this Wembley concert. And I'm telling you, it was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That they packed out Wembley with, I mean, there must have been 200 circus performers in there, people doing all sorts of things. They had drummers, and it was just amazing. It was their biggest tour to date, seen by over 1 million people, made a profit of £40 million. God knows what it must have cost to put it on. But it was the best thing I'd ever seen. And I wasn't the biggest Take That fan, but I thought this was so good. It was so disciplined. They changed costumes. The singing was good. The crowd were fantastic. They were absolutely, reminded me of some of my live shows. And obviously just not as many people as they got into Wembley. I'd never played Wembley. But, I mean, they were really, really good. I mean, if you haven't seen it, I would recommend buying the DVD. Because the first bit is all the circus performers coming out and doing things. And they've got a stage which opens up and an elephant comes out of it. It was just brilliant. I was so impressed. And they all get to sing their songs, and we didn't have to put up with ghastly Robbie. Because I think the last time Robbie went out with them, he was swearing left, right and centre, and there were young people in the audience. Bit embarrassing, really. Steve, the Metro Bank coin machines are free of charge. Yes. And Nick Entwistle says, you were better in rehearsal, Steve. Your best shows are when Sheila writes the script. Stop it. People are not supposed to know that. Honestly, I thought we were keeping that quiet, Nick. Get the scripts written by Sheila. I mean, that's why she sits down and she scripts. What's that word there? Oh, that's why she sits down and she writes the scripts for the programme. Actually, the funny thing is I did know somebody like that. I can't tell you who it was. It was a very famous person. And they started doing programmes on LBC, and they were given a pile of books by the producer, and they looked at them as if they'd never seen a book in their life, and they went, what's that? And they went, these are your interviews that you've got to do. They're having a programme with authors on and things like that. And so they went, oh, I don't read books. So the producer had to read the books and write all the questions for the person. Oh, that was unbelievable. I'd never do anything like that, it says here.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Monday morning. Apparently we're going to be in for a heat wave, although we can't see any evidence of it on the internet. We have looked. But they've said it could be up to 27 degrees. How ghastly. Can't think of anything worse. Anything worse. But I suppose as we go into September, then it's October, and then we get winter. But it's nice to have you come. Dreadful indigestion all of a sudden. I'm so excited because I had a cup of tea. And I shouldn't have done, really. So the Taliban are making their usual threats, murdering little bunch of girls. They really are. Not very pleasant people. And they've said they want people out as quick as possible. There are many people who are trying to get out of Afghanistan as quick. They don't want to be there. Why would you want to be there with this bunch of thugs? 20 dead already at Kabul airport. And I've told you about the gay members who've had to sort of go underground and are in hiding, but they'll go round to people's houses. They're trying to find anybody who's worked for the British government or the American government, and these people they will kill. They have no hesitation whatsoever. They're just pathetically stupid, and that's why when the BBC had a radio guest on who sparked outrage, as she claims every Muslim she knows is celebrating the Taliban victory. She's quite clearly not there in the brain department, is she? Poor little soul. And so the other one, the man who was sitting outside a pub having a drink, and the bully who attacked him at school walked past. He just couldn't let it go, and so he went up and he punched him. He gave him 2 black eyes, and the judges said no, well, you can go free. It was good. I never got bullied at school at all. No. I don't know if I was popular or not. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not really sure. It was such a long time ago. I've got no idea whether you were popular or not. I mean, the fact I used to give every person in my class £1 every day, is neither here nor there. So, no, I didn't. I don't think I ever got bullied. I was very good at talking my way out of any situation. It's not changed. I'm still very, very good at talking my way out of, as my mother used to say, you could talk the hind legs off a donkey. Or an alpaca, and hereby ends the next lesson, because I don't know what they're going to do about it. But no, I don't think we had any bullying at my school. I don't think so. I was particularly good at games. I was very good at English, very good at spoken word, very good at metalwork, very good at woodwork. I was a right little smarty pants. No, I was okay actually. I don't. Well, because they'd make you stand up and read in class, and most of my class were illiterate. And so it was easier if I stood up and they go, Stephen will now read from page 13. And of course, I had no trouble reading because I used to practice reading out loud. If I was in the bath, I'd read a book, but I'd read out loud until I made a mistake, and then I'd go back to the beginning and start all over again. So the one thing you have to be on the radio, if you do a program like I do, is you've got to be a good sight reader. And I'm a very good sight reader. It's quite sickening, really, because sometimes you hear people stumbling over things, and I try not to stumble over things. I'm known as One Take Alan. If you've got a voiceover or anything like that, one take. It's as simple as that. Actually, the funny thing is, when I was just going back to the Take That DVD, they said halfway through to the crowd, they said, we're known as the Take That, the Thank You Band. Because they say thank you to everybody. I said, well, I've always done that, actually. I've always said thank you to people. Because, if you do a programme that needs an audience, then, you have to say thank you if people support you. And I've met lots of my audience. You get people that don't like the programme, but that's their problem. They're sort of a bit weedy. They can't help it. Pamela says, I can't think of a current good boy band. No, I can't think of a current boy band. I don't know, actually. I'm a bit behind in the sort of the boy band stake, so I wouldn't know what would be a popular boy band at the moment. They get all these sort of rap type bands, and occasionally you see them on the television talent shows, but they're not very good. I like the people who lose their temper. They go on to Britain's Got Talent or the X Factor, and they start shouting at the panel, who are you? What do you know? Nothing. And you look at them and you think, but you can't sing. They had someone on there. I thought she was a Pink tribute act. Oh, she had a right little Mary going on there. She came on and Talisa said, I thought you were a Pink tribute act. She said, well, I'm not. Even though she looked like Pink, she sang a Pink song and that was about it. And then she had a bit of it, and then she stormed off stage. And you think, The thing's not for you. One woman, they actually gave a second chance to. Well, they only gave a second chance because she stormed back in. When they'd said to her, "Listen, you haven't got any talent." And the worst thing you can say to somebody, isn't it? Worst thing you could say to somebody who goes on there to learn how to sing, and they go there, and it turns out they can't sing. You can always tell when they do a long interview, and it turns out they have no talent whatsoever. But their parents are there, and as Simon has said on numerous occasions, I blame the parents. Why would you ever want to tell somebody who is tone deaf that they can sing? I mean, some of them were just absolutely horrendous. Horrendous. I mean, even Fleur East, she's having to be a presenter at the moment because her singing career went absolutely nowhere. Biggest boy band of 2021, BTS. Anybody? No, me neither. Never even heard of them. BTS, the world's biggest boy band. K-pop. Oh, Korean pop. Is that what they are? BTS are Korean pop? I ask you. There's a few of them, so they're obviously not making that much money. Somebody's making money out of them. Oh dear. Slightly effeminate-looking boy band, aren't they? I'm sorry. They've all got sort of roughly the same sort of... the hair. You comb it down the front and then you part it in the middle. It looks like net curtains. And so here they all are. There are 7 members of the band. And RM, one short for Rap Monster. So look at... Yeah, then there's Jin. At 28, he's the oldest member of the group. Then you've got one here called Suga. He's a rapper, but he initially wanted to be a producer. And then you've got another one called J-Hope. And then you've got another one called V. Jungkook is the baby of the band. Jimin has dyed pink hair, which is very camp, and 2 earrings. So I'm kind of adding to that one. And here they all are. But the trouble is, it's just... They just don't look butch enough to be a boy band, do they? I'm not saying boy bands have got to be butch, but at least they've got to be less effeminate than this lot. They really are. I mean, they became the fastest group since the Beatles to earn 4 US #1 albums. They did it in less than 2 years. But do you think it really was them singing, or do you think it was auto-tune? I mean, I love auto-tune, because auto-tune, if you don't know what it is, a lot of big groups have used it when they go out on tour, because you sing into the microphone and it automatically pitches your voice in with everybody else. So you wouldn't know until they sing by themselves that they can't actually sing. Jackie says, if the show was pre-recorded, we wouldn't be able to get a reply from you. I know. Steve, am I right in thinking Steps have released a new single? Oh, God, I hope not. Have they really? Oh, blimey. Definitely not. And Christine is an Ireland. Good morning. How are you? She says, please don't laugh. I've loved Barry Manilow for years. I really thought I was going to marry him and have his babies. I was totally shocked when I heard he was gay. No, he used to... I tell you, Christine, which came out in various documentaries, he used to play the New York bathhouses years ago. That's Bette Midler used to sing in them, and he used to play piano in the gay bathhouses. And I think everybody's known he was gay for years, but he only came out relatively a short while ago because he just came from a different generation. But I don't think it made any difference. I think his fans will still like him, and he's still popular, and he's out there at the age of, what is he now, 70-something? I mean, I find it unbelievable that he's still singing. Oh, Mandy. And I just loved, I mean, he's really talented, very, very talented. But he's now, here he is, he's 78. He was born Barry Allen Pincus. And he's been active since 1964. So he married a woman called Susan, which lasted for a couple of years. And then he married Gary Keefe, who he married back in 2014. Wow. He sold more than 85 million records. 13 platinum and 6 multi-platinum albums. I mean, I think the critics don't like him because he's a bit MOR, and they don't seem to like MOR, whereas in fact all that matters is whether or not he can sell out the stadiums and his fans will turn up for him. That's what it comes down to. You don't even have to get stuff played on the radio. Because nowadays, and I did say the other day, and I wasn't sure whether or not I was right, I was trying to think, because after Matt Goss announced that he was bringing out a new record on the 20th. And where are we now? We've sort of moved on a few days. We're now up to the 23rd, so it's been out 3 days. I've seen no action in the charts. Poor old Matt Goss. And then I remember thinking, but what radio station would play Matt Goss's music? Nobody. He's from a distant past. He's 52 now, for God's sake. So, there's no radio station that would play him because he's not young and trendy. He's been playing Vegas, in a little tiny room holding 150 people. And that was it. He's moved to Los Angeles, so he's now going to be coming backwards and forwards from, there to here. But, I don't know why. They had him down as having a fortune of £3 million. And I was trying to think, well, where's that come from? Perhaps it came from Vegas. Because he can't have made it from Bros days because they ended up with nothing in Bros. That's what the book was called. Luke wrote a book called I Owe You Nothing. They didn't make anything at the end. It was all taken out. They lost a small fortune because they didn't know how the business worked. The only person who made any money was the other bloke who they got rid of. So there you go. If anybody can tell me on whether or not Steps have got a new single, how do they survive on that? Poor old H, honestly. They've got a tour. Oh, I did see them actually. I'm not on the lot. I saw it it's on YouTube. Type in Steps and it's got, it starts off and it's all pre-recorded electronic stuff. It's so here they go. Show tickets are selling fast. So they've got London, Manchester, Birmingham and Glasgow. Wow. So that's which one doesn't sing? Is it Lee Latchford Evans is the one who doesn't sing? I believe, because I remember him complaining about something. He said, we always check, and I go, no, you're not. No, nothing for you here. Nothing for you. And I remember them doing 5, 6, 7, 8. My root scooting baby is driving me crazy, my because when we did Five's Company, we had them on there. But I was doing an interview elsewhere in the building and I had to quickly nip back in and sort of learn the dance very quickly. And there was H from Steps. I had no idea he was gay. You'd never have guessed, would you? Never have guessed in a million years, I tell you. I thought he was married with loads of children. Steve, my 41-year-old daughter and 16-year-old granddaughter are fans of BTS, says Anne. Well, we'd never heard of them. We'd never heard of them, had we? Oh, you'd heard of them? Oh, God. Last time you appear on a show on this station. BTS, honestly. I thought it was something you ordered in McDonald's. BTS with large fries and an apple pie, please. Or do they still do the hot apple pies? Oh, do they? It's so interesting because I keep seeing McFlurries and all these other and I keep thinking, oh, it's the summer. Oh, right, okay. I used to like a hot apple pie, but just for those people who didn't have their brain in the middle of their ears, they had to write on it, caution, filling may be hot. Because it's been deep fried. What do you think it is? Lukewarm? They don't know. They don't. But burgers are never that hot. And your chips go very limp. Seriously, by the time you've gone up the top of the escalator at Waterloo, your chips are bending over. Not so good, is it?
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, BTS sounds like a stomach complaint. Yes, you can get one of those antacid tablets for it, can't you? Monday morning. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 23rd of August. I hope you're well. Hope you had a nice weekend. And you might be going on holiday. My ex-producer Corey jetted off on holiday yesterday, but I can't remember where he went to. Doesn't really help, does it? And mysterious radio waves from a distant galaxy have been picked up by British astronomers. Oh, here we go. That'll drag them all out of the woodwork. Of course, there are other people living on other planets. You meet them all, don't you? And it's just one of those sort of things. Mysterious radio. It could be bouncing off anything. It could be anything. You have no idea what it is. But of course, people who go, that proves that there is life out there. And you go, no, it doesn't. It doesn't prove anything at all. Arsenal are in a league of their own. They've got an executive super box that 28 of you can have. When you go to a football match, you want to sit there and have a few drinks and a kebab, I suppose. And it's about £28,000 for a one-off. So it holds 28 people, so it's about £1,000 each. But it means that you can look down on all the other poor peasants who can't afford to have a box. Yeah, exactly. Well, I think you could probably go in a bit earlier, and perhaps you can stay. Yes, there'll probably be a buffet or something like that, which you can probably have, and you probably get a picture taken with the players or something. So it's probably the all-in package. Just seems like a lot of money, but then football fans are the easiest people to rip off. Seriously, next to motorists. Motorists, we always get penalised just for being a motorist. Not so good, is it, really? So, Little Mix star Perry Edwards has given birth to a baby. Shocking news, isn't it, in this day and age? Woman gives birth to baby. Can't believe it. Loads of pictures, and they've released pictures of the baby. They've done hands and feet. They've done hands and feet because they're worried about the publicity, and yet they're more than happy to pose for the pictures for themselves, which is great. But still not married, so maybe you might think about that one, dear. That'd be quite a good idea. Pets being turned away from vets due to staff shortages. Everywhere you go, staff shortages. Can't believe it. Staff shortages. And, look, there's Josephine Baker. Josephine Baker on the television. Funny they run these. They obviously listen to this programme and go, what's Steve Allen talking about? Josephine Baker. Quick, do it. And Geronimo. Although, to be honest with you, I feel sorry for the people who've pitched their little tents up there. They're a dwindling band. There's about 5 of them now. As if what are they going to do? Rush Defra or something like that, so boo, boo, save the alpaca. No, let's not. But we really don't want any more. It can't drag on for much longer. It really can't. And what are Extinction Rebellion going to do? I don't know. But if they glue themselves to the road, let's just leave them there, shall we? I don't mind driving round people. I have no hesitation with that whatsoever. And so Christine Lampard has revealed an ambition. She wants to write a sitcom. See, I'd have thought she wanted to be a presenter, but there you go. You can't have everything, can you? Poor old Christine. She's a little bit smiley, Carol Smiley. There's an awful lot going on, but when you analyse it, not really very much at all. So she wants to write a sitcom. Can't imagine why. Where does the talent for that come? She's married to he's a little Frank Lampard. He's about so big. He's sort of like a Polly Pocket kind of thing. He's not the tallest person I've ever seen. Nicole Kidman is in the papers today. Why? Because she's having to battle film bosses, or she did, who tried to end her career when she hit 40. No, it's because you weren't very good, dear. That's nothing else, nothing to do with being 40. It's to do with the fact you're not a very good actress. Okay, that's what it comes down to. And Tom Cruise, he's very good looking, Tom Cruise. A lot of people say I look like Tom Cruise. I've more than one occasion people have rushed up and gone, Tom, can you sign this? So I always sign it for them. But he gorged on 2 extra spicy portions of chicken tikka masala in Birmingham and left a tip of 60 quid. Which was very good, wasn't it? He had 5 guests for a booze-free feast, racking up a bill of 300 quid. Ashes, that's the name of the restaurant, general manager, says Tom asked for his chicken tikka masala to be served with extra spices and he really liked it. Once he'd finished, he ordered a second portion. Blimey. He said no one realised it was him as he had a mask on. Then he took it off and started asking what was good. People started to realise it was him. So one of Tom's flunkies paid the bill on their card and left a 20% tip. Very good, wasn't it? So they've got Cruise's top 5. Mission in Poppadom, Booner on the 4th of July, The Korma of Money, Dolls of Thunder and Eyes Wide Shut. I don't know. Is that good or is that... Yeah, it's quite clever. They always do like to do something like that. Here's a picture of some of the British military. God, they're getting younger and younger. They really are. Vile hate preacher Anjam Chowdhury wants the Taliban to stone adulterers, chop hands off thieves and flog anybody caught drinking alcohol. Oh, Popsykins, they do that already. You're a bit behind the times, aren't you? Obviously not the brightest penny in the box. But he says non-Muslims should pay an infidel tax. You really are completely out to lunch, aren't you? It's not your fault. We feel a bit sorry for you, but never mind. At least we can laugh at you as opposed to with you. Little Mix's Perry Edwards has welcomed her first child, so they've printed little pictures of it, showing the baby's tiny feet and chubby fingers. And then there's a picture of her in her bra. What for? I've got no idea. These radio waves from distant galaxies have been picked up. They were detected during a study of the large Magellanic Cloud, which is a satellite galaxy at the edge of the Milky Way, 158,000 light years away. 158,000 light years away. So Breakthrough Listen, a decade-long search for alien broadcasts, was studying Proxima Centauri, a star closest to the Sun, when they detected the signal. Clara Pennock of Keele University said the sharp new image reveals thousands of radio sources we've never seen before. Most of these are actually galaxies millions or even billions of light years beyond the large Magellanic Cloud. Right. It's funny when they say that. Billions of light years away. Because I remember saying to somebody, it was that man who goes on the television and talks about, all these sort of nice things. He knows everything. And I said to him, how far does it go? How far, can you go? He said, infinity. I said, well, are we in a giant bubble and we just keep going to the edge? Or do you get to the thing saying you're now at the end? Park your car and have a little wander about. I just don't understand it. A light year is a unit of length, equivalent to about 9.46 trillion kilometres or 5.88 trillion miles, as defined by the International Astronomical Union. A light year is the distance that light travels in a vacuum in 1 Julian year. Wow. I mean, it's very clever, isn't it? Because it just goes on forever then. It just that there is no end in sight. Starship Enterprise didn't get very far, did it? 5-year mission to search out new... Well, a load of old rubbish. They weren't going anywhere near the end of it. But it just goes forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. I don't think God created that. Well, it doesn't stop. It's infinity. If as they said, it was... What was it? Billions of light years away. Billions of light years away. That means you would keep going forever and ever and ever and ever. I don't understand it either. I remember talking to this bloke who knows about all these sort of things. And he said, well, it just goes for infinity. I said, but there must be an end in sight. He said, no, it's infinity. So, I mean, there might be another world out there. I think unlikely. I think, I think we're actually sort of fairly advanced in these kind of things. But people like that, don't they? They want to believe in something. They wanted to believe. That's why people like Star Trek and Star Wars and E.T. and all these, Close Encounters of, do. And people want to think that if you go up into Colorado, into the mountains, you're going to see a spaceship coming down. Of course you're not. But these little things here, little tempting things, that tell you, we've been picking up radio signals, that means that it's sort of confirmed to those people who want to believe it that there is something out there, which is great. Steve, apparently McDonald's actually partnered with BTS and offered a special meal you could order here in America. Never heard of them till then, says Cara in Michigan, which is close to Motown. Motown, my favourite music. William Shatner was on Columbo yesterday, says Niall. Yes, he's been on a few times. Not on the yesterday's one. I watched a Columbo this morning, and it was an old actress, an old singer, walking my baby back home, and she murdered her husband. But of course, she was suffering from an illness that meant she wasn't going to live any more than 2 months. So she didn't know she'd murdered him. She had no idea. And that's why I think they actually let her off. But they didn't tell you that they'd let her off at all. Steve, why would you want to go to Arsenal? Well, I mean, I wouldn't. But if you're an Arsenal fan, presumably, if you've got, that sort of money, and there must be many people who have, then you would definitely want to go there. I mean, I wouldn't. I've never been to a football match in my life. I live in Twickenham. I've never been to the rugby. Never been to the rugby. Why would I want to? In fact, I don't normally. Frank Lampard is 6 feet tall. I don't think so. I think he's about this big, little tiny person. He's definitely not 6 foot tall. I stood next to him once. I was taller than he was. 6 feet tall, honestly, in his mind. The 700-mile-wide Atlantic hot air blob set to kick off 12 days of glorious sunshine. Woo, wonderful. Can't wait. And there's a woman here using a home testing kit for COVID antibodies, which could make travel easier and cheaper. I still see... Funny thing is, I see loads of people on the trains who are not wearing masks. But on the buses, people are a lot better, unless they're sort of younger people, student types, who sort of don't bother wearing masks because they don't think that they're actually going to get anything. But sadly, it's still with us. COVID is still with us. I mean, I wear a mask on the bus all the time, and I've seen loads of people wearing it. But on the trains, they tend not to bother. So as long as they don't sit anywhere near me, I don't really care, actually. Steve says, John, if Arsenal really are in a league of their own, perhaps they'll have a vague chance of coming top this year. John's in Colchester. Thereby ends the first apology. I love it. What have we got? Former X Factor Ella Henderson has insisted the time was right for the ITV show to finish. I'm so sorry, John. I've never even heard of you. Who are you? I love it when they go, so-and-so from X Factor. They go, it's Ella Henderson. You go, is it really? You know, and we're supposed to know. She said, after 17 years, the British public need a breather. Yeah. Why? I mean, I always think that there's no point in giving a breather to something, you know, if it's still pulling the audience. If, however, it's not pulling the audience, well, then I can understand exactly why they would sort of pare something back. Oh, look, another picture of poor old Maura Higgins. But she turned to her pal Michael Barrymore for advice when she was struggling after Love Island. Yes, we all remember you struggling, don't we? I don't. I love the way they say that, don't they? It's any old rubbish, isn't it? And Love Island quitter Liberty Poole, former Nando's waitress, could make £20,000 per Insta post as brands rushed to tap her appeal. What appeal? She walked off a show. Failure. A loser. Okay, makes it easier.
Frasier has re-entered the building. Hey baby, I hear the blues are calling. Tossed salads and scrambled eggs.
Brand new Frasier, streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Y'all know how this goes. But I don't know what to do with those tossed salads and scrambled eggs.
Kelsey Grammer returns.
Life's calling again.
In all new Frasier. Streaming now on Paramount Plus. T's and C's apply. Subscription required. 18+.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 6 is the time. Apparently, giant rats and foxes are poised to take over the planet after ballooning by gorging on waste in cities. I'm not surprised. Have you seen the amount of rubbish that's on the streets? Food, you know, I mean, you know, even the pigeons are so fat they can't even fly. They manage sort of and then they have to stop. Scientists warn the food that we chuck away could help the pests evolve into huge creatures that could terrify us over the next few decades. I've seen rats in daylight and foxes and everything else. It's all round here. All round here. You know, there's a teenager here. She's the real deal. And she is the... She fled the country after being bullied over her good looks, has been crowned Britain's barefaced top model. Have you ever heard such a thing in your life? Rianne Cartier picked up the title which promotes natural beauty in an age of social media obsession. She's 18. I've never heard anything like it. The law student's family moved to Denmark to help her overcome her low esteem when she was 14. She believes she returned a different person, so she's the barefaced top model 2021. I don't quite work this out at all. I mean, she's very, very plain. She's got a towel round her head. And so she's won this thing that nobody's ever heard of, Barefaced Top Model 2021. So she's not wearing any makeup. Obviously, there's a different way of judging these sort of things. And also a woman who hid bags of cocaine in a deodorant bottle. Have you seen that program on the television? Which is, it's set on the border of Mexico. And people are trying to get into America or they're going to Canada and all the rest of it. And it's fascinating because the one thing that the Mexicans are smuggling in is drugs. And the drug suppliers have come up with such sophisticated methods of hiding the drugs in vehicles. They literally will take a vehicle apart and they will put the drugs in and then they will oxyacetylene it all in there. So it's very difficult, you know, for the security to get this stuff out again. But they can get £2 or £3 million worth of cocaine into some of these vehicles which turn up. And they'll have paid a mule. That's the person who has to transport these drugs. They either swallow them in condoms, which means that if one breaks, you're dead instantly. It's as serious as that. And but when they bring them in the cars, I was watching them pulling out parcels and parcels of drugs the other day. And it's all to do with the Mexican cartels, of which, of course, they're another murdering bunch. They spend most of their time killing people in rival gangs, beheading them. And it's all because of drugs. It's like the Taliban, you know, what's their main source of income? Heroin. That's what they do. I don't remember ever saying, I should really check actually under Sharia law, is that allowed, heroin production, you know, and murdering people? I don't think it is. A vet has refused to put down Geronimo over fears of violent reprisals. Well, nobody's asked you to, dear. What are you doing? I mean, the unnamed woman said she believes angry campaigners could target her and her family. Well, where'd you get that from? Has somebody asked you to go and do it? I mean, I don't actually believe this person, but my vet doesn't feel safe to be able to do that. This is the owner, Helen MacDonald. They don't want to come and kill a healthy animal. Well, it's been proven that it's not healthy. Twice, dear. Twice. I mean, how many times do they have to tell you? She said, hiding Geronimo would defeat the purpose of what I've been trying to do, make a stand against the government. DEFRA has refused to set out when it plans to destroy the alpaca, which she describes as mental torture. I wouldn't disagree with her. They should have done it weeks ago. A DEFRA contractor is expected to be given a police escort to kill Geronimo. Well, I would think so. What? Because if any of these people attack the person who has been called in to do this, I mean, can't they just do it under cover of darkness, under cover of night time, or something like that? You know, you're not going to do it publicly, are you? Okay, all the cameras running? Okay, here we go. We're now going to kill the alpaca. It doesn't work like that. You can't, it's like, people who feed pigeons. There's something the matter with them. They're a bit sick. But they don't know because they think pigeons are going to starve. Well, the amount of rubbish on the streets, which I told you about a moment ago, means that pigeons never starve. They're never going to starve. There's always food on the streets. There is absolutely everything. PayPal is to allow UK customers to buy, hold and sell cryptocurrency for the first time. I like PayPal, actually. I've always liked PayPal. I find it very useful if you're ordering stuff in America. I think it's very good. And a funeral director has been slapped with a parking fine whilst waiting to collect a body from a hospital. So they pull up. If ever you see these black transit vans driving around town, or grey as well, it'll have on the back private ambulance. That is transporting bodies, okay? It's just got private ambulance on there so people know. Jason Price had to wait so long for staff to provide documents releasing the corpse that he exceeded the time he was allowed to wait outside the pathology department, so he got a ticket. Because he didn't have anything on there. The vehicle was clearly marked private ambulance. Hospital parking chief still fined him. Well, in fact, the end is that it was a £70 fine that they've said here. We look forward to hearing from him so we can organise a refund of the parking charge because he was collecting a body. They said we work very closely with funeral directors and ask that they provide us with their vehicle details so they don't have to pay for parking. Obviously, Jason's one of those moaning minis who goes, I got a parking ticket. They're going to stop it. They're going to sort of take it away, okay? So you don't need to, you're going to refund. He had to collect a body from Lincoln Hospital. But they're all in, you'll see them going up and down the motorways, through the streets of London. They're generally black or grey, and it's just got private ambulance written on I think it's on the back of it. And that means it's transporting a body. And so they do that. And I think they can get about 4 or 5 bodies inside these things because it's just like a shelf inside. Somebody's got to collect them. You don't take them on the bus, do you? That's never going to be working. Another one here. Tom Daly tipped to star in the next series of Dancing on Ice. Ladbrokes has Tom on odds of 4-1 to take part, closely followed by Danny Dyer and Denise Van Outen. Oh, not boring old Denise Van Outen again. God in heaven. How many more dreary programmes does that old baggage turn up on? She's been on everything. She's on Googlebox. Oh, God, find somebody else, please. Please. Oti Mabuse set to waltz onto RuPaul's Drag Race. She says, I've watched every episode. What is it with women and drag? Why is it that women like drag? Is it? I don't know. I can't work it out at all. Kathy Burke and Matt Lucas are going to be guest judges. She said, I was excited to be on the UK one and miss the Queens and working with them. A bit rude, dear. They might not all be queens. Don't have to be gay to be a drag queen, but she's watched all of them since season 1 in the States. They're so funny, so talented. And they're just blokes with makeup and a wig on. There's nothing talented about it. It's sort of, I mean, I've known more drag queens in my time in London than just about anybody else, because there used to be loads of places you could go to watch drag. You didn't have to pay for it. But people used to go and watch drag. There used to be a good pub in Hammersmith, the Royal Oak, which became a lap dancing club. And the cricketers at Battersea, very famous, they would work the bar. They would walk around the bar. They would make people clear their glasses off. I mean, tons of places. Oh, dear, the drag. I mean, if you used to go to the Black Cap in Camden Town, you got some of the best drag up there, which you'd ever see. Sunday lunchtime was fantastic. People would be singing and, and the drag had come on. Mrs. Shufflewick, Reg used to come on, always drunk. And one of the other drag queens used to say, right, who's actually got shuff? And he'd use the P word for being drunk. He said, stop sending him up drinks. Because he'd come on stage and attempt to do the act and fail. But that was the joy of it. That was the joy of it. I'm told it's opening up again to put drag on up there. Because people like a bit of entertainment. You know, if you're going out on a Friday or Saturday night, you know, you'd go out to a bar or a club or something like that, and they would have the drag coming on, and they would do their act. And very good it was too. But the Black Cap was absolutely legendary. Ask my friend John Warrington. He's just round the corner from there, bless his heart. Also, it's a picture of Robbie Williams. Do you know, honestly, he's lost his looks, hasn't he? It's all gone now. It's all finished. It's just a bunch of naff tattoos. They say the Sing When You're Winning star, he's 47, was taking a sunshine break in one of the smallest Balearic Islands. Former Take That singer Robbie put on an energetic display in the waves while Ada dazzled in a black costume. No, it's just like somebody in a black costume. She didn't dazzle in it at all. He's covered in sort of tattoos and really the naffest pair of shorts you've ever seen, poor soul. Can't quite believe it, but he's out there. Whether he's going to tour again, I don't know. I can't work out these sort of things. Viewers will be able to watch 17.5 hours a day of live Tokyo Paralympics coverage, which is 3 times the amount in the London 2012 Paralympics. So they've got Claire Balding doing it. We like Claire Balding. She knows everything. She's very good. Plus they've got J.J. Chalmers and Adi Pittan. I don't know how you put it. But anyway, if ever they need somebody in a wheelchair, he's the one that they pick. He's the guy. They use him on everything. In fact, I don't think there's... I mean, he's not a particularly brilliant presenter, but he's the one that they use if they need somebody. Chris Packham has told of the pain caused by social media trolls with his zoologist stepdaughter, Megan, admitting she gets more comments about her looks than her expertise. Where have you been, pal? Have you ever read any of these things? That's what it's about. They don't find people writing about saying, oh, somebody's smart. They go, did you see what they looked like the other day? What were they wearing? That's what people do. Food companies are pleading for prisoners to be let out of jail to work for them due to a staffing crisis caused by Brexit and COVID. Well, I tell you, places are closing left, right and centre. I said to you the other week, and I went past it again. It quite depressed me. Cordings, the countryside shop just down from Piccadilly Circus, that's closed. I spoke to a cab driver the other day. I said, did you see it's closed? He said, yeah, I couldn't believe it either. And I thought that they would survive. I'm very, very surprised. Very, very surprised. And Linda says the alpaca needn't be put down. He can remain in isolation away from other animals. He's not sick. He just carries the virus. Well, he's not in an isolation. He's in a field with just a fence. You could climb over the fence. He's not in isolation and anything like that. No, he's tested positive twice, and DEFRA have said he's going to be put down. That's it. You know, when, we don't know. Have I told you about the time I went to a Morrissey show, says my friend Ian, and Mrs. Shufflewick was on his way with a backstage pass. Very nice. I loved Reg. Somebody wrote a book all about Mrs. Shufflewick. He was quite a character. If he hadn't turned to the booze, he'd have been a big star. He appeared at the famous Windmill Theatre, doing his sort of famous act, dressed as a little old lady. He was very good.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to company. Steve, we used to book drag acts at the Royal Oak Hammersmith, the Black Horse Mile End, Reflection, Stratford and many others. Oh dear, I grew up with it in London. The Firebirds. I used to love the Firebird. I mean, there was all sorts of it. Candy Du Barry. There were loads of sort of people, and they would come on and they would do... Some of them were a mime act. Most of them were a mime act. The Disappointer Sisters and all these other people would come on. Some would mime. Some would do a live patter act. Some would... I can remember seeing Lily Savage in the early days in London. He would do 4 gigs in a night. He would literally go from pub to pub to pub to pub. And I worked with Paul on a couple of occasions. And he worked it. But he didn't mime. He did a live patter act, and he was great. He was absolutely great, but he didn't work it. In fact, actually, he turned up to what birthday was it? Was it my 40th birthday? It might have been my 40th birthday. We had a party, and we invited various people, and Paul came, and his boyfriend at the time, and we had Bobby Crush playing the piano, and it was Rod Jane and Freddie and Toby Anstis and loads of people. It was fab. It was really good, actually. And we had free booze and food. Apparently Cordings are still in business down a side street on the other side of the road whilst the original shop's being refurbished. Oh, thank God for that. I got quite panic-stricken because it's part owned by a guitarist. I can't remember what his name is. There's a very famous guitarist who's part of the thing. Linda says, if the alpacas in a field with no other animals, there's no risk. No, but they're separated by a little fence, which is it's not sort of sealed in fence or anything like that. Destruction doesn't work. Well, listen, it's the biggest killer of animals, so it will be put down. It will be put down. Tony Reigate thinks Cordings have moved to Jermyn Street. Right. Lovely day in Portsmouth on Saturday. Spent the day at the Royal Historic Dockyards. Great day out. We've got the Ultimate Explorer ticket, so going again later in the year. Is that where they've got the Mary Rose? Now, that is fantastic. That is fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic. I went down with my brother and his wife, it must be a couple of years ago now, and the ship is there. The Mary Rose is there. You look through, and there it is. Half the ship was in the mud and it was saved, and half of it was in the water and it disappeared. You've never seen like it. It's the most awe-inspiring thing. You're looking at a Henry VIII Tudor warship. You can't imagine how many people they got on it and how much material they got out of the mud. Cannons, bowls, bows and arrows, the ship's dog skeleton. They've got seriously everything. You've never seen anything like it. I mean, I'm not surprised the bloody thing sunk. The weight of the cannons alone. But that was one of my favourite days. One of my favourite days. I thought it was fantastic. Another one here that says, Steve, you're talking about fooling some of the people some of the time. Some years ago, Spike Milligan said you can fool some of the people all of the time and some of the people all of the time, which apparently is just long enough to become the president of the United States of America. And Howard says, I've met Mrs. Lampard several times and found her to be absolutely delightful and friendly. See, I find her a little bit too smiley, Carol Smiley. You know, it's a bit, a little bit like that. That's why I quite like the Loose Women. They had a nice little line-up the other day when they've got Jane Moore on there and a few other people, and Linda. So, and I like that. Carol McGiffin's a bit of a loose cannon, but that's good. I like loose cannons. I think sometimes you need that. You need that, and I think it works very well. I've just watched Bruce Heller on Stop Search Seas. Just realised he plays Columbo. Bruce Heller. Have you seen Bruce Heller? Oh my God, fathers! He's on a program called Stop Search and Seize. Can you put his picture up for me, just so I can remind myself? I liked Heller is Heller. Bruce Heller, and he sort of works, I think, at the airport, and there'll be a picture of him up very shortly. Bruce Heller. You got him? No? Bruce Heller, Heller. You'll find him. Bruce Heller. There he is. The nasty little piece of work. He's on Stop Search Seas. You have to watch him. He's come here. Come here. He's like that. Come here. No, I'm doing. Have I been rude to you? He's a nasty, the worst piece of work I've ever seen on the television. Seriously, really horrible. He's I don't know if he's married or not. I suspect maybe not. But he's on this program. He obviously thinks he's God. He calls people over and he starts dissecting their cases. He works on sort of customs, but he's deeply, deeply unpleasant. I didn't realise somebody could be so bad. And he'll sort of say, no, you're not allowed to have that. Where you got these? And he literally, I think he thinks he owns the airport or something. But he became one of those Mr. Nasties that people didn't like on the television. So there you go. If you see him, you'll know which one he is. Very bizarre. Steve, don't you think if some sort of alien life has the technology to visit us from those light years away, they must also have the technology to be inconspicuous? Or have I been watching too much Star Trek? I don't believe any alien life has visited us. I'm sorry, I don't. I really don't. It's very sweet, actually, for people to sort of think that there is something. The argument is, and it's a very good argument, space is so big, there's a very good chance there might be something out there, but it ain't going to be happening in your lifetime or my lifetime. Okay? Why would you want to come and visit a planet that quite clearly is less sophisticated than you are? And also, why would they not land in Trafalgar Square? There's loads of room that they can land a spaceship. Come and land it in here. You can do it in Leicester Square. All the boys working downstairs, putting all the generators in. They'll welcome a space. Listen, come down, land in the studio. Metamorphosize in the studio. They won't. Why? Because they don't exist. You know. What would I say to them? Well, I wouldn't need to say anything to them because they would understand my language immediately. But have you seen the people who go to these Star Trek conventions? They're loopy-loos. They're loopy-loos. Oh, yes, I met Jean-Luc Picard, and I decided that I've got a spaceship hanging from the... Oh, my goodness me, honestly. I thought Doctor Who was bad enough. But I did understand TARDIS, time and relative dimension in space. I understood that because I thought it was actually quite good. But again, it's it's for Looney Tunes, isn't it? It's not for normal people. It's people who want to believe in something like that. Mind you, I still think the best thing we ever saw in Leicester Square was when we had about 200 stormtroopers out there when they were filming something. And I thought that was very good. Very good. I like that. Did you watch the new Bailiff show, Call the Bailiffs, on Channel 5? No. And you know I do love a good bailiff show. I do love a good bailiff show. I definitely love a good bailiff show. It's odd, isn't it, really? Steve, I saw a YouTube film. Apparently there's a monster lurking in a second Scottish loch. What do you mean a monster lurking? There wasn't a monster lurking in the first Scottish loch. There is no such thing. It's a piece of propaganda to get you to buy into it, to go to Scotland. You know, there's been some poor little man who's been sitting by the side of Loch Ness for God knows how many years. He's seen nothing. Seen nothing. Somebody says, Steve, Love Island. What a load of trash. I know. Look at the people on it. This has been the worst one. This has been the worst one. I mean, I couldn't care less what happened to any of them, but I think they're all going to disappear into that lovely place that half these people go to, and that's called obscurity. That's what happens. Bye Bye Don, close harmonies with Brother Phil on a string of classic songs, such as Walk Right Back and Bye Bye Love. And they turned up, actually, on a Simon and Garfunkel show. They were sort of the special guests. I mean, their first hit was 1957. In fact, they had two hits in 57. One got to number 6, one got to number 2. Then they got a number 1 with All I Have to Do Is Dream. And then, I mean, they did very well. They were all top 10s. They had a few more number 1s, Walk Right Back, Ebony Eyes and Temptation. And I thought they were great. But they're succeeded by their mother. They were first heard on radio when they were 8 and 6, respectively. Their mother's 101 and is still going. Amazing, isn't it? Still going. What have we got here? Blessed with a Belief, blah, blah, blah. Dion Dublin. No idea. Apparently a footballer. Katie Price shocks herself on MasterChef. Oh, go away. Boring woman in the world. And a firefighter was given a retirement present he would never forget. He was given a surprise visit from Harrison Ford. I mean, that must be quite something, isn't it, if you're sort of there? Andrew Shaw was just about to start his last night shift when the Indiana Jones star got out of a car over the road. And so he went there. He spoke with him and shook his hand and wished him well. I think that's quite cool. I think that's very cool. Okay, listen, we're going to take a short break for the news. Also, the garden's invaded by a herd of cows. And how does she stay so good? Nicole Scherzinger. Well, she spends all her time working out in her bikini, apparently. That's what she does. And interestingly enough, Marvin Humes will grill his wife Rochelle's ex-partner on the next series of The Hit List. Her ex-dance partner, that is Ian Waite, is one of the several Strictly faces in the upcoming series of the Name That Tune style game series. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. But dancer Flavia, she and her soap star husband Jimmy didn't have a clue when they started a new life in the countryside. And I've got a new watch for you. If you're a fan of the SAS, you'll kick yourself that you missed out on it.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 4 minutes, very nearly 4 minutes past 6, in case you're worrying, because I still get people who complain bitterly about the time checks, because I don't tend to give many time checks. It's a bit like Las Vegas. Why would you worry about, now it's 5 minutes later than this or 10 minutes later than that? So we don't really bother. We leave you to make your way to the train station or the bus station or the underground and get to work as quickly as possible. But it's going to be hot later on this week, although, strangely enough, we can't find any evidence of it. But people keep telling me, by the time we get to the week, see, I've got 21 degrees down for Saturday, 20 degrees for Friday and 19 on Thursday. So something it's gone wrong, hasn't it? Shane in Sydney says Courtney Act is good. Yes, very good. Very good. I wouldn't deny that at all. And absolutely stunning as a drag act. I mean, absolutely stunning. The wonderful Maisie Trolette Steve, David Raven, is the oldest working drag act in Britain. He's just celebrated his 88th birthday with shows in Brighton this month, says Brian in Thailand. 88, good Lord. Good Lord above. And a few people have told me Eric Clapton was the musician who stepped in to save Cordings. So that's good news. I used to love going past there. I love their shop. I thought it looked fantastic. So I'm glad that it's going back to where it is. And we're still waiting for Joe Allen's to open, and which I think will be mid-September. We're not that far away from mid-September. Mid-September is literally around the corner. Around the corner. And then after September, freezing cold weather for October, and then we're into Christmas. Yeah! I don't know why I like Christmas so much. I was trying to work out the other day, actually. I couldn't fathom out what there was about Christmas that just sort of gets me excited as an adult. I mean, I look at, I like that thing there with all the lights on it. Yeah, I like that. I don't know what it is, but it looks absolutely brilliant. And it looks like the nativity scene done in lights, doesn't it? It's very pretty, whatever it is. Yeah, I like anything like that. See, look, I mean, it's very nice. It must be quite big, actually. I don't think it's tiny. I think this thing is quite huge. And I tell you what I do love, and the Americans do it, and they do it brilliantly. They have lights on the outside of their houses, and they literally spend fortunes doing it, and they will do it to music. The Trans-Siberian something, it goes dum 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 dum, and they've got people's lights flashing and all the rest of it. It's brilliant. Over here, we don't get that very often. They seem to have better lights than us, but still nice. I mean, I do like a tree with a few thousand lights on it. It has to be said, and I shall make sure I endeavour to have something this year because it's only 124 days. I mean, come on, it's not long, is it? They've got some Stradivarius violins, all put together. And how much are they worth? There are 12 of them. 12 Stradivarius violins. The most expensive music ever. £146 million. Stradivarius were made, of course, by the Stradivari family in the 17th and 18th century. They reckon Antonio Stradivari made 960 violins. Around 650 still survive today. And due to their value, many have been stolen and remain lost. There was somebody who left one on a train. There was a violinist, and she gets off the train, and she'd left the violin. And you remember, how do you do that? Something worth this much money. If 12 of them are worth £146 million, I mean, they are quite beautiful. I mean, I do watch orchestras a lot on YouTube and stuff like that, and I just remember thinking, how wonderful to be able to play a musical instrument. How wonderful to be able to, play a violin or anything else. And I've watched young people's orchestras, and they're just as good as some of the big boys' orchestras. They really are fantastic. Really are fantastic. Angara's, this is one, somebody will pick up on this today. Angara's BBC guest says she claims that every single Muslim she knows is celebrating the Taliban victory in Afghanistan. Her name's Kola Hassan from the Islamic Sharia Council. Well, go and live over there, sweet pea. Go and live over there. We don't care. She's a scholar. She said that British Muslims believe the Taliban should be given a chance. Only the ones you talk to, dear. Only the ones you talk to. I'm afraid you are living in cloud cuckoo land. And also, Carrie Hope Fletcher's wishes could come true. There must be a fairy godmother. The leading lady in Cinderella, Andrew Lloyd Webber's latest, has revealed she first played the character as a schoolgirl, but little did she know the challenges she'd have to overcome before the role would be hers again. How lovely. I'll tell you what I watched. I watched a film the other day. I know I was going to mention something to you. I was going through, having sort of watched the Take That circus tour and Wembley and this fantastic show, which I thought was brilliant. I picked up a little box set, which I had, actually. It's mine. I didn't have to, I just had to pick it up and go, oh, good Lord. And it was Sid James films, three of them. And one of them was, I think it was called Make Me a Million. And it starred Arthur Askey. And I remember thinking, oh, I'll watch that. So I haven't... Was it Make Me a Millionaire? No, I don't think so. It's a film Arthur, we've managed to type in, there it is, Make Mine a Million, with Sid James, Sabrina, loads of people. But I was watching it, and it's very good indeed. Arthur Askey was sort of, hello playmates, people of a certain age will know him. And I watched this thing. Sabrina was a very busty young lady. But who appeared in this film? I mean, there were people in it. I'm trying to find some names that you would know. Wait a minute, stop. Go back down again. So Arthur Askey, Sid James, who else have we got? Bernard Cribbins was in it, Kenneth Connor. And who turned up as a switchboard operator? Barbara Windsor. I was watching it and I'm thinking, wow. Evelyn Leigh was there playing herself, Dennis Lotus, and Sabrina herself. Now, Gillian Lynn was herself. Sam Kidd, who turned up in everything. Sam Kidd was in every film. And Gordon Jackson, non-speaking as leader of the pipe band, uncredited. But it was interesting because I was watching somebody, because it was a way of getting advertising on the television. It's a nice little film, actually. I liked it a lot. And there was Barbara answering the telephone. And I thought, was that when, she was seen by Sid and when you should put her in the carry-ons? Because I can't remember which one came first. But Kenneth Connor didn't seem to age at all. It was a really nice little film, and you can probably buy it separately, as opposed to the little 3 DVD box set, which was very good indeed. So a friend of mine told me off the other day. She said, "Why are you watching all these old films?" I said, "I can't help it. I quite like them." And I thought Scott would be. I don't know if Scott's got everything of Barbara's, but quite a character. Now, that's the good thing about having films. They're never going to age. These people are always at the same age. Driven to Despair. Well, look, Anthea Turner. Go away. And so boring. This is how you fold a towel. Oh, look, it's marvellous, isn't it? Aren't I clever? Not really. So here is news that's going to have you really, choking, I think, on the avocado on sourdough. Waitrose is the worst for fresh online deliveries. It's amazing, really, isn't it? Consumer champion Which assessed the freshness of groceries ordered online from the big 6 supermarkets. Waitrose came bottom, with food and drink going off around 2.5 days earlier on average than top performer Tesco. 12 undercover shoppers ordered more than 1,000 groceries, including the same 16 perishable items from each online store. They totaled up the number of full hours remaining from the time of delivery to midnight on the use-by date for each item. And Waitrose said any problems will be looked into. I had to order some stuff the other day. I had to order it on Amazon because I couldn't find it in the shops. Charbonnet and Walker, they make chocolates, and the Queen's favourite ones are violet creams, and another one as well. And I couldn't find them in any of the shops. They used to have them in John Lewis. They didn't. English rose and violet creams. They're quite delicious. That's interesting, isn't it? The price there. When you look at the price of some of these things, they were £35, whereas I've just paid £21 a box. Rose and violet cream. They're very nice. And I've thought, if it's good enough for the Queen, it was good enough for me. And I think they're being delivered today. I'm very excited by this. I love anything that's being delivered. And they're. Did you have them? You weren't here last time we had them, were you? No, I brought a couple of boxes in. By Jove, I tell you. You only need a cup. Yeah, they did go quick. The trouble is that they're quite sort of rich. But I do like violet creams. I don't know why, but the Queen likes it. So good enough for me. What else we got here? Johnson's Night Out and Wilf's the main attraction, which is okay. And, guess who's just died? Peter Corby. You know Peter Corby? No. You will do when I tell you what he invented. He invented the trouser press. The Corby trouser press. I've got one. Even I've got a Corby trouser press. They still make them, and he invented them. So you put your trousers in, then you pull the things down, turn the little timer on, and he died at the age of 97. 97. Fantastic. Steve, I overslept and I've just woken up and and tuned in. You were talking about the Crime Museum on Friday, or last Friday, we were talking about the Crime Museum. Orson Welles did a series of old-time radio plays which centred around the Black Museum, as it was then called. I didn't realise they were real. I thought it was made up. It's a shame the general public can't go. Well, no, you can't, because it contains actual photographs of murders and all sorts of things. Well, it's seen by serving police officers and me. I went to it. I got invited to it. And it's got all sorts of things on there. It's got Dennis Nielsen's cooker and the pot that he boiled the heads in and things like that. It's got all sorts of nooses and death masks and people who've been hanged, all sorts of things. And it's there for people in the police force who are working on cases. And if there's a similar case, they will go there to see if they can find anything else out. Steve, I know you love your old films with Sid James. I was wondering, are you a fan of Tony Hancock? No, Gareth. No. I wasn't. I didn't get Tony Hancock. I mean, he apparently could be quite difficult. But there again, I always thought comedians were the worst ones because they were the ones who had more emotional than anybody else. They used to go into deep depressions. And for some reason, Tony Hancock, he had Sid James working on the programme and I think Kenneth Williams. And Kenneth Williams would be going, hello. And I don't think Hancock, he didn't like to be upstaged. He said, but my dad introduced me to Hancock's Half Hour. I loved him with Bill Kerr and Hattie Jakes. I loved Hattie Jakes. I'd love to have met her. Loved to have met Hattie Jakes. I thought she was great. I thought she was fun. There's a book out about her, which is good. And Steve. Kevin the Milkman says they've changed the Aldwych one-way system. It's now two-way, and the end of the Strand by Bush House is closed. It's chaos here. So I don't know where the Aldwych is, actually. I go down the Strand, and then we go right over Waterloo Bridge. So it's so the Aldwych one-way system is now two-way. Right, cool. So the end of the Strand by Bush House is closed, so it's chaos. I love the way they do things like that. They're doing something in Twickenham, absolute chaos. I wish they'd leave it alone. It's obviously the council's spending money for the end of the year. So there you go. So central London, they've changed the Aldwych one-way system. So it used to go round, so now you've got traffic going both ways. Oh, my godfathers. What a blooming nightmare. And Joe says, Steve, I went to Twickenham on Friday to collect something from Screwfix. Had a run-in with a very rude man who said he was closed for 20 minutes in the middle of the afternoon. And what's the shop with the handmade things and painted stones? Charity shop. We have loads of charity. We have loads of charity shops. We really do. And all very nice indeed.
Imagine how it'd feel to win £10,000. Like you'd smashed it. With Set for Life, you could win £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life from the National Lottery. Play on the app. Prize may be capped. Account terms, rules, procedures and game-specific rules apply. Players must be 18 or over.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Jack says, Steve, such a shame about the paint on the Guildhall. Extinction Rebellion proving nothing but middle-class people causing damage. I know. They're sillies. Very silly people. We got them for 2 weeks, so obviously they'll be claiming all their benefits, won't they? Here they are. There's a picture of them, wreathed in red smoke from flares. Where do they get that? Where do you get things like that from? I don't know. But the group claims city financial institutions are the root cause of the climate crisis, and they want the government to stop all new investment in fossil fuels. They were all there. Protesters including Game of Thrones actor Jerome Flynn, one half of Robson and Jerome. He said it feels needed and more poignant and more urgent than ever before. Well, especially trained officers and a JCB were brought in to remove protesters the other day. Perhaps they haven't got anything better to do. Scotland Yard are warned that routine policing would suffer because hundreds of officers would be deployed stopping it tackling knife crime, domestic abuse and violence. Fantastic. I'm sure they're really happy about that. I'm sure. But they could occupy up to 8 sites in the capital. They're expecting thousands of people to take part. Policing the eco group's 3 previous protests cost $50 million. Fantastic. They're so bright, aren't they? So bright. Let's hope they superglue themselves to doors and we just leave them there. The Queen has let it be known that she wants Prince Andrew to remain as Colonel of the Grenadier Guards. Boo! Boo! We don't want that. Military insiders were said to have expressed frustration that Andrew keeps the role despite facing claims, which he denies, from public duties in 2019 over his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Apparently a very difficult situation. The Queen's let it be known that she wants the Duke of York to remain as Colonel. I mean, wouldn't it be so funny if he turned up to one of these things and all the soldiers turned their backs on him and just went? I mean, that would be quite something. I mean, to be honest with you. Happy birthday to Barbara Eden. And you might not know who Barbara Eden is, but if you're a certain age, of course you know who she is. Because she was Jeannie in I Dream of Jeannie, the genie who falls in love with an astronaut. So there you go. Saskia Clark, the sailor from Essex who competed at 3 Olympics, hated the sport as a child, is 42 today. Barbara Eden, by the way, is 90. 90. And also 1927 was the birthday of Peter Wingard. He was the British actor who made his name as the sleuth Jason King in Department S. His character's use of the phrase groovy baby inspired the Austin Powers films. Wingard, who had an affair with actor Alan Bates, was interned in a Japanese civilian camp in World War II. He wrote to me once. He was a listener to the programme. He was promoting Department S and I think also the Jason King show, which came out. And he would do interviews with people, but only on the telephone. He didn't want people to see him because it's best that people always remember him. I thought he was great. He died in 2018, so it was quite a few years ago. But he would do interviews complete with chinking champagne glasses if you so desired. And that's what I thought was class. So bless him for that one. A trailblazing broadcaster, Joan Bakewell. She spent years championing the rights of the elderly, but never counted herself among them. And she's got a memoir out at the moment. How old is she? How old is she? She said, the year is 2018, now in my 86th year. She said, as I've grown older, I've come to take more notice of my body, to heed the creaks and groans, notice the ills and spills. My bedroom in my house in North London is on the 3rd floor, up 4 flights of stairs. She looks amazing. Looks amazing. She says, anybody over 60, that'll be a lot of you this morning, needs to think long and hard about the next 40 years. Old age is no longer a blip in the calendar, but a major and important segment of life. So she's good, isn't she? Thinking man's crumpet, they used to say of her. Thinking man's crumpet. And her adapted from The Tick of 2 Clocks, A Tale of Moving On by Joan Bakewell. And it's out September the 2nd. September the 2nd. So that's it. Do anybody listening worry about age? Yep. All the time. All the time. Always worry about something. What's going to drop off? I don't know, crumpet. It was the thinking man's crumpet. I don't know why people called it crumpet. I suppose I couldn't even tell you. Yeah, she was known as the thinking man's crumpet. Crumpet was obviously a sort of a semi-complimentary term to something, that kind of thing. I don't know. Steve, you were talking about the trouser press last week. Yes, I talk about lots of things every day. The soap powder in Make Mine a Million is called Bonko. Yes, I know. Do you know the lady who played Mum in Prisoner Cell Block H has died? She was 106. Who was that one? I don't remember. There was one lady who was in Prisoner Cell Block H, and I can't remember. She looked old even all those years ago, but I can't remember. Another one says, my mum ordered caviar from Waitrose for my dad's birthday today. Turned up to get it yesterday. It wasn't there. No email in advance. And the woman behind the desk refused to apologise, says Toby. The trouble is, I think the poor people behind the desk get it in the neck from everybody, don't they? I think that's what happens in a lot of occasions. UK now in this race against time to fly 2,000 out of Kabul. There's going to be a lot of people who are not. They've got a picture printed in the Express today. Strangely enough, all the people whose faces are visible, they blurred them all out. Every single one of these people sitting in this aircraft on an RAF plane yesterday. But it's interesting. Military planes evacuating people from Kabul are dropping flares and performing nosedive combat landings amid fears terrorists may try to shoot them down. God, blimey. They're such charming people, the Taliban, aren't they? And the children are caught up in it. You know, there's lots of children. One refugee who fled Afghanistan when he was 12 has spoken of his hellish journey and horror at seeing chaos engulf the country. Well, it strikes me that nobody wants to live there. Nobody wants to live there. Let the Taliban live there. You know, they seem to better sort these things out. You know, then they can have their own little sort of days and all the rest of it. But apart from that, not interesting. 84850, the thinking man's crumpet was Anna Ford, says Jack. No. She might have been the thinking man's crumpet in some people's eyes, but I promise you it was Joan Bakewell. 10 times more betting shops in poor areas. I've only ever been in a betting shop on a few occasions. I've not been in on many occasions. I've been in when I've bet on the Grand National, but I wouldn't say that I was sort of a regular inside betting. I never even understood how to do it. I had to write it down on a piece of paper. A friend of mine, Graham, he knew all about these things because he knew how to. And I said, when I bet on the Grand National, I used to write down each way. And then I knew if I was betting £5, each way cost me £10. So I managed that one. And then they say, do you want to pay the tax in advance or something? I don't know what they were on about, seriously. But I did win on the National. I won on quite a few years. I just go on a name. I see a name and I think, that sounds like quite a nice name. That sounds like I could hear somebody saying that, and here's Nosegay just crossing the line. And I think that's good. But I think one year I picked up a few £100s for a little bit of an outlay. Next year, absolutely bugger all. But it was nice to have at the time being, because some people study it, don't they? It's called studying form, and it's quite good. Model Katie Price. Model? When has anybody ever asked her to model? That was donkey's years ago. She's got that fake hair stapled onto her head, but she's handed crab and told to make a dish out of it. But she's got John Teroden, the other bloke, as well. Katie says, I'm very pleased considering everybody takes the mickey out of me saying she can't cook. What are you reading, darling? Are you sort of so insecure you have to keep reading all these things? Chris Packham says social media causes chronic stress. Ain't that the truth? And brisk walks or cycle rides apparently protect people with a potentially fatal cardiovascular condition, according to research. I've never seen people looking very happy when they've been jogging or running or biking or anything. They always look miserable as sin. Especially cyclists. I've never seen cyclists look so miserable. Comedy legend John Cleese is going to explore the effects of political correctness on creativity in a Channel 4 show. How old do you think he is now? 81. 81, isn't it? I mean, it's just absolutely not possible. It's absolutely amazing. These people just seem to go on forever and a day, don't they? Ever and a day.
I spy with my little eye.
Oh, Kensington Gardens, the Science Museum, Portobello Market, Royal Albert Hall.
I spy OCL Vision.
With a new clinic in Kensington, view the world the way you've always dreamed of, thanks to OCL Vision. Receive laser eye surgery performed by world-class eye surgeons using state-of-the-art technology. Enjoy a glasses-free future. Book your consultation today. Visit oclvision.com.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I see that they're still publishing pictures of Lily Allen walking out of the stage door. She's at the Noel Coward Theatre, but proving she's as mad as a fruit bat. She walked out in her slippers, her fluffy slippers. I mean, in this weather, you don't walk out in fluffy slippers. Don't you have a pair of shoes, love? Perhaps we should all club together. I mean, it's ridiculous. Her underwear was lost by a London laundry service. You have your underwear with a laundry service? Haven't you got a washing machine? Times are obviously very hard, aren't they? But anyway, she headed to the restaurant next door wearing a semi-sheer lace dress with a furry footwear. God blimey. If I'd been the maitre d', you'd been out that door so blooming fast your little legs wouldn't have touched at all. Frank Muir coined the term thinking man's crumpet for Baroness Joan Bakewell, circa 1970. Well, I knew it was for Joan Bakewell. A lot of people think it's for different people. A lot of people think it's for sort of different people, you know. Some people like Rachel Riley. I like Rachel Riley, actually. I think she's very good at all. And somebody says, wasn't the thinking man's crumpet Emily Maitlis? Not after that disastrous Prince Andrew interview. Thank you very much indeed. I don't think so. And about Prince Andrew, says Albert in Croydon, if that man was if that was a man on the street, their feet wouldn't touch the ground. But being the Queen's son, he seems to have been given special treatment. Well, we have to remember, he's not been charged with anything. It's just that nobody likes him, or his ex-wife, or their two children. In fact, they seem to be the most disliked family within the royal family. Nobody knows what he ever did, apart from being arrogant. Nobody really cared what Sarah Ferguson ever did. And the two children, Eugenie and the other one, I mean, one of them apparently has a job and the other one has a job, but they don't seem to be doing it very often. It's all very odd. 9 people have been arrested after that Extinction Rebellion protesters sprayed red paint on the Guildhall. Why would they want to deface things? Why would they want to deface? I think the last time they arrested loads of people, they discovered that some of them came from sort of, like almost titled families, like OK Yar. And you think, perhaps it's like being, we're just so rebellious, aren't we? We're so rebellious. Good, well, there you go. You can superglue yourself to anything you like, as far as I'm concerned. Start defacing buildings, they're going to have you. It's as simple as that. It doesn't work that you can sort of go round destroying stuff just because you don't like it. Steve, thinking man's crumpet. There you go. Rachel Riley, says Roger. See, I knew she'd be very popular. And Lizzie Bird was in Cell Block H. She looked really old. Even years ago when I used to bring me Rosie. And I did watch Prisoner Cell Block H, but Lizzie Bird was the one in it. She had one of those, what they call lived-in faces. It was a real proper lived-in faces. Duncan says, I'm not a thinking man, but Joan Bakewell has always been crumpet to me. Yeah, she's getting on a bit now, so maybe not so much crumpet anymore. I don't know what the other thing would be, but that's the way it goes. But apparently, crumpet, meaning sense of desirable woman, attested 1936, possibly as Cockney rhyming slang for strumpet. No, we know what strumpet is. Strumpet's a hooker. We know what that is. Oh, God, I know what that is. Oh, dear, do I ever know what that is. Here's Nicole Kidman. She got her own back on Hollywood bosses who tried to throw her on the scrap heap in her 40s. I don't know what I thought she was famous for. She married Keith Urban and she was married to Tom Cruise, wasn't she? And that's what I thought it was. She is married now to Keith Urban, but they've got a daughter called Sunday, and she's 54. She said plum film roles dried up when she became a mother at 41. I didn't think it weren't like that anymore. I thought we'd moved on a little bit. I thought so. I mean, she's got loads of children. Isabella, Jane Cruz, Connor Cruz, Sunday Rose Kidman Urban, Faith Margaret Kidman Urban. All very confusing, isn't it? Some of these poor children, they're going to grow up with sort of issues. Definitely issues. But I don't know what she's famous for. I mean, I really don't know what she's famous for. I mean, I'm sure she's done loads of films, but nothing that I would sort of go, oh, that's Nicole Kidman. So she's 54, so her alma mater is the Australian Theatre for Young People. So good over there, aren't they? She was named by Time magazine of one of the 100 most influential people in the world in 2004 and 2018. Oh, right. Apparently she was in Paddington. Was she? She was a baddie in Paddington. Was she? Well, I'll tell you, live and learn. I saw the Paddingtons, but I didn't. Well, I did see both the Paddingtons, but I didn't think she was in it. But there again, I wasn't really going to be looking for her. So football legend Dennis Law. We told you about Dennis the other day. Poor soul. He's calling for retired players to have annual checks for dementia. He said it's affected many of his teammates. We ran through a list the other week on the programme. He said, what else would it be? Leather balls, heavy leather balls, and people heading them. He said, what else could it be? In those days, it was quite heavy. He said, we just didn't think about it. We just thought it was normal. And now we think, why should I be having this problem? People realise that if you head the ball, even today, there are more risks. Well, it also happens, a lot of dementia to boxers and things like that. You know, you can't start whacking people about the head without there being some sort of payback. Also, a row over the BBC TV licence fee revolt. Oh, not again, honestly. It's not an alpaca; it's a licence fee revolt, which is a bit of a shame, isn't it? And I did mention there's one thing here: the deaths of a British man and his family remain shrouded in mystery after post-mortems failed to show how they died. They were found in the Sierra National Forest, California, on Tuesday. Police are now certain they were not murdered. They say toxic algae reported in a nearby river is a possible cause. Unbelievable, isn't it? They'll have to wait until they've actually checked everything. All the papers full of the curtain coming down on the greatest duo in rock history. And extreme weather could sabotage bumblebees. Did you see that story the other day? It was funny because I only mentioned it about 6 months ago. This is a woman who befriended a bumblebee. I mean, seriously, even I couldn't believe it. And this thing slept on her pillow with her, and then when she went out, it would go with her. I mean, how is this possible? I mean, I thought I was missing something. But they claim it was true. Fire and floods are ravishing America. Winds hitting Long Island. The plug pulled at the New York concert, and they've said due to approaching severe weather, all persons should move quickly and calmly to the nearest exit. In other words, run for your lives. Get out as fast as possible. And it was very dangerous. So severe weather is gripping America, from fierce fires engulfing California on the west coast to tropical storm Henri battering the east coast. So they've had 70-mile-an-hour gusts, tree falls, power cuts as the storm, formerly a hurricane, headed north yesterday. I mean, it's so clever. I mean, I think it's quite clever, all these different things that we know nothing about. 400 flights were cancelled, some rail services cut or suspended, roads and rail and subways were deluged, leaving drivers ploughing through deep water. I'm never sure if I could drive through deep water. I don't think I can, actually. Steve, haven't you seen Kidman in Pretty Little Lies on Sky Atlantic? No, I haven't actually, no. I think Nicole Kidman says that Richard and Lancaster was in Moulin Rouge. Do you mean Moulin Rouge? Moulin Rouge. And somebody says, at university I was a member of the Crumpet Squad. We even had our own squad T-shirts with a drawing of a deer's antlers on the front. Maybe it was an alpaca. I don't think alpacas have them. I mean, I don't know where we're going with the alpaca story. Every day I keep thinking, in fact, I actually said to Joe, my producer, I said, I hope to God I'm not going to come back into work on Monday and have to talk about this blooming alpaca again because it's in the papers. And now I have to, because they've got pictures of the people complaining. There's not many of them. There's about 5 in their little tents. Not that they're going to be able to do much with it at all. But I don't know what DEFRA are messing around with. I mean, you know, either they're going out there to sort this out, or they're going to go, oh, let the animal live. I mean, but, you know, make some decision, for God's sake, because it's dragged on way too long and you've done yourself no favours. And also, she said it's cruel. Well, I mean, luckily, the alpaca doesn't know what's going to be happening. You know, it's sort of happily standing in the field going, oh, take a picture of me, I'm cute. You know, that's what I look like. Look, I'll hold my chin up. Thank you. And everybody else is going, they're going to kill it. In fact, all the papers veered on, you know, it was either going to be executed, which made it sound like it was going to be tied to a post or something, as opposed to, I think, all these animals, when they do put them to SLEEP, I think they give them an injection, you know, and then it would sort of, that's how I've seen it done in vets before. But, I mean, for God's sake, make some decision. I mean, who's the person it comes down to? Is it the head man of DEFRA or woman? Or is it the courts who've said it's twice? It's been tested and twice it's been positive, so it has to be executed. I don't even like using the word, but that's what they put in the papers the other week. I felt a bit sorry for the poor thing. It's happily sitting there thinking, you know, I haven't got any friends at the moment apart from this bloody woman and these stupid people in tents. And I don't know where it's going to go from here. But it can't go for much longer, can it? I mean, either sort of say, listen, it can have another test, or just don't bother with it and put it to SLEEP. Pets Paralympics. To see who's top disabled dog. I see more and more dogs on the television now who have been and they've had maybe a leg amputated. There was one dog had 2 legs amputated at the back, and they've made like a little trolley thing. So you've got the Puppy Paralympics, and I think it's quite sweet. Dogs in wheelchairs are going to take part. They've made these little frames for them, so that they can run. The heartwarming video of 2 Dachshunds with wheels instead of legs. I mean, it's quite touching, and they seem to adapt fairly well. The Chihuahua brings up the rear, but the crowd, it gets to the finish line in the end. It gets there, and you think, I think that's quite sweet. I'm not sure actually whether I agree with having Olympics, you know, clapping and cheering animals, you know, because you can't complain about anything else, because these are, I mean, they're not necessarily performing dogs, but they're dogs who've had, obviously, major operations. But so cute. So cute. So they're going to find out who's actually going to be top disabled dog. There's one here, Bertie, with his own Ranushka. Bertie's only got two front legs, but they rest the rest of him on these 2 wheels behind, which I think is quite sweet, actually, in a strange way. There's Puggy. You know, they say, you know, there's about... Pet influencer Puggy Smalls from Kent has more than 200,000 Instagram followers. And apparently legendary cricket commentator Henry Blofeld will be providing hilarious commentary for every competitor. TV vet Dr. Scott Miller and leading dog trainers on hand to offer advice to owners. It's amazing, really, isn't it? I quite like things like that.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company. To have your company nice. Apparently, Conrad says Nicole Kidman played a brilliant part in The Others. I just don't know enough about her to comment on it. She was married to Tom Cruise. I think so. And Steve, you mentioned Nicole Kidman's daughter is called Sunday. Made me think it was really odd that parents would call a baby after a day of the week. But then I thought of Tuesday Weld. Yes, Tuesday Weld. And in fact, isn't that Fern McCann, another one of those dreary people on the television, telling you what it's like to be a single mum, got baby and all that kind of stuff. And I think her child is called Sunday as well, which is very strange, isn't it? And Ashley says maybe that amount of children Nicole has, maybe directors and producers can't take the risk of her pulling out for personal commitments. Nothing to do with age. My opinion, just an excuse and a media opportunity. Well, I suppose it gives her a story, doesn't it, really? I mean, I have spoken to actresses before and they've said you get to a certain age and there's not enough work out there. And I thought, well, actually, I pass all the theatres in London on a daily basis. And I see people of a certain age, women in their 50s, 60s and things like that. I don't see it's a young person's business at all. It might be for the television. Might be. Jason says Nicole Kidman starred in a 1983 film called BMX Bandits and sang a song with Robbie Williams called Something Stupid. That's not the old Nancy Sinatra. They did all by saying something stupid like I love you. She also did, you keep saying you got something for me. Those boots are made for walking. Geronimo, Steve, must have another test. The others killed because of a positive test, tested negative after. Yeah, people keep dropping this out. The DEFRA test is a bovine test. No, this was a specific test designed for alpacas. I can't leave my dog, otherwise I'd be in that field. But they have my support, says Tracy. DEFRA's outdated and barbaric, needs an overhaul. Listen, I'm telling you now, Tracy, that if bovine tuberculosis hits this country, it'll wipe out farms left, right and centre. This was a specific test. It's not a bovine test. It's a specific test that they devised for alpacas. If you're going to get your information, at least try and get it right. Joan Bakewell was considered attractive for the time and was involved in some of the major progressive campaigns of the 60s, which she would rather forget about today, says Joe. I think how old is she then? If we were saying 2018 she was a certain age, I don't know how old she is now. Whatever it is, she looks good. Steve, doesn't the alpaca feel ill if it has TB? Well, if it does, it's not saying anything. I don't know whether you can talk to alpacas, but I think it can be a carrier quite easily. Amazing how many of you are fans of Nicole Kidman. I'm quite surprised, actually. I didn't think she would get that much support, but she did. Certainly far more support than those drearies on Love Island. I mean, honestly, it must be who can be the biggest embarrassment? Either swear and come up with every rude word under the sun. Dreadful picture of Maura Higgins in the paper today, modelling her lingerie line. To be honest with you, either somebody's released this picture to the sun and she's not been airbrushed. She's got bags under her eyes like suitcases here. Really looks bad. Mind you, admittedly, she's 30, so she's getting on a bit. But this is seriously a bad picture. I mean, I've never seen anybody with bags under their eyes. Somebody will be saying, but wait a minute, whenever we see her, she doesn't look like this. No, that's what I say. I think that they must have forgotten to airbrush. You have to airbrush bags under the eyes. That's the only way it goes. Guardians of Geronimo. Here we go. The death row alpaca. These are the newspaper's words. Are camping outside his pen to offer him round-the-clock protection. He just thinks they're probably a bit of, they're a bit of a nuisance. They pitched tents to keep an eye on him, to keep an eye out for government hitmen who failed to show yesterday. There's only about 5 of them. They make it sound like it's the entire universe has turned up. So they've got 12 days left to execute a warrant to kill Geronimo, who's twice tested positive for bovine TB. Helen insists the tests were flawed and wants a third, which has been refused. I mean, I said ages ago, give him another test. And then if that's proven, then go round and kill the animal. It's as simple as that. But they don't seem to be sort of interested in doing another test. I don't know why. She's asked for another test. Everybody else has asked for another test, and they've said no. Why not? How long is it going to take to... I mean, presumably it's a blood test. Can't take that long, can it? Only takes about 5 minutes to do my blood test. You could probably do exactly the same. Exactly the same for an alpaca. What do we got here? Bargain beauty gear from the Villa. Honestly, everybody's sort of flogging. I knew somebody actually who was going out with somebody, and she was a huge fan of Love Island. She bought into the clothes and all the rest of it. Felt a bit sorry for her, really. Simon Boyle today talking about Tom Daly. He's got the prospect of writing a book. I mean, he is almost perfection. I mean, he's got incredible appeal for people. You know, they think a children's book, because he has a son. As a father himself, he knows what works for children. It's not easy to be a kid's author. It's a lot more. If it was that easy, everybody would be doing it. Yeah, David Walliams is making millions. But there again, I think that's just him. He sort of comes up with these sort of things because kids are quite sort of rebellious, which is quite good. Drag Queen Tace. Who's that? From RuPaul's Drag Race. Unlikely to get a job with Radio 1 after arriving 2.5 hours late to work there. Oh dear, embarrassing. A failure at that age. Kim Kardashian isn't the only woman Kanye West has lost this year. He's now broken up with model Irina Shayk. He always looks the most miserable person under the sun, doesn't he? Every time I see a picture of him, he just looks so unhappy. Nicole Scherzinger, posing, doing sort of, stretching and all the rest of it in her bikini. Very much an embarrassment, I'm afraid. Vernon Kay in all the papers, but a set of Pokemon gaming cards. Remember Pokemon gaming cards? I do, just about. Bought for 99p in 1999, a set of 36. A set to sell for £15,000. If only we'd all done it. They're still wrapped, and the box carries the slogans Wizard of the Coast and Wizards Gotta Catch 'em All. Now, I vaguely remember Pokemon cards, but it's really bizarre. But I mean, if 36 of them are worth £15,000, I'm all up for that. Pokemon is short for Pocket Monsters, which is great. Launched as a handheld video game, the cards will be auctioned on Wednesday at Woking in Surrey. 15 grand. Actually, the trouble is if it's two people who actually have them. There's one here, a teenager, set to turn a $3 bag of Doritos into $20,000 after finding a rare puffy chip. And now her dad wants a share of the fortune because he bought the packet. There's more than 45 bidders already. What? It's a puffy Dorito. 20,000 people gone mad. Do you remember, what was that thing that they did? Somebody would start off, say, with a safety pin, and they would then trade that for something else. This bloke ended up with a house, and he started off with a pencil. And I remember thinking, so you start with a pencil, then he traded up for a biro, then he traded that up for a pad, and then that was traded up for something else, and then eventually got a boat, then he traded the boat up for something else, and then he got a flat. And this is a Dorito. It's shaped like a character. I mean, there was a chicken nugget shaped like a popular character from the video game Amongst It, sold for $136,000. And whoever buys the chip wouldn't be likely to chomp down on it. The flavour, in case you're wondering, is Cheese Supreme. Good God. So it's had 45 bidders, and then they'll find out how serious they are. Well, most of them will be mad as fruitcakes, won't they? I mean, I can't think of anything more bizarre. People pay a fortune, don't they? What happens if you buy it, and then all of a sudden you go like that, and it crumbles in your hand? You've had that one, haven't you? It's like, wasn't it the man who bought there was a very famous stamp, and there was only 2 of them in the world, so he bought the other one at auction and destroyed it. So it put the value of his one way up. Way up. It was quite a clever trick, actually, isn't it? I quite like these things, actually. And regarding the alpaca, says Ashley, does she have public liability for farms surrounding the area? Because if I lost my farm down to her selfish manner, she should be liable. Well, I don't know, but she spent 50,000 quid on court cases. I mean, it's about as bad as it gets. About as bad as it gets. And another one here. A lot of it. It's amazing how many of you are still fans of Nicole Kidman. I can't believe it. I didn't realise that she had loads and loads of fans of her. So that's good. What else we got? A killer whale at a theme park has died suddenly of a mystery illness. I don't like killer whales in these theme parks. I'm sorry, we had one here down in Windsor years and years ago, but this is one at SeaWorld in San Diego. She inspired millions, the park said. Tests will be carried out to establish. Do you remember that one that killed the trainer in one of these sort of places? It drowned the trainer. It literally took it to the bottom of the pool and held it there. And I remember thinking, I mean, you know, they don't have a great life, do they? They don't have a great life at all. I've got to go. I've just realised we've got loads of things happening. What am I doing? Oh, I'm going to tell you, actually, about Prince Harry on my Little Bit Extra podcast. Going to be named Prince Hypocrite after flying in a private jet while preaching about the climate. Katie Price moaning in the news yet again about another online troll and all the rest of it. Honestly, all she does is moan, poor soul. And the papers go wild for Vernon Kay. It's only a 3-day stint as a replacement for Pip Schofield.